for 2 years. I did too. That was so.
Let me check the podium.
He was really
focus.
fast. He was going fast.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Oh, okay, awesome.
It just says
Kind of one sits there and check 1, 2, check 1.
Decide what to my
Sends me a video of it, talks to my family about it.
Okay,
All right, sounds good.
Great.
Yeah, I'll just stay here. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready.
Oh,
Exactly.
sure.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
Have a funny bye.
Ta-da.
Hey, I lost my daughter. Let me see how she's doing. You're not doing roll call anyway.
Get your food, come on. No, we're not doing roll call, it's true.
Okay, food is not.
Starting what?
Anthony.
Okay. 7 plus 1. There he is.
Sit there and have a wonderful life, you know. We have such good food. I almost want to smack. So, God, what is
How old is she, Kevin?
She is 15 and a half,
Ah.
the wonderful age.
Big oath of office ceremony yesterday, but we also felt like it would be a time for us just to revisit a few documents that really drive who we are as a board. One of the things that we did 2 years ago as a retreat, the first time we met with Dr. Tucker, is that we really did a lot of work around our values in terms of looking at our individual values, but more importantly saying, so what are we, what collectively are we? When we say we're a board, when we want to really ground ourselves in values that we have in common, what are those? And I wanted to start there because I think values are important. I think that we can write policies and resolutions out the wazoo, but until we really get to the core of who we are as people and what we believe, we really are missing something. And so on your work session, and Tammy should be bringing in shortly some hard copies of this, But I wanted to first of all look at a document that we produced at that board retreat that captured things that were in common for all of us. And I wanted the directors, the senior directors that are here tonight, to do some of the explanations to our new directors in terms of what was meant by that. So,
He's referring to you.
no, senior directors.
The whole senior.
Director Lung, those are the people with the white hair.
I am the most senior.
Are you senior, senior?
I'm the senior.
Just kidding, because she's the youngest, so we put it.
I know.
So I thought we'd start out with the first value that we really landed on was equitability. And Christina, I'd like you maybe just to jump in, because that's something that you have really championed. I know not only in your career, but also you championed that value for us when we met. So if you could talk to us about when we say equitability and it's a common value for us, what things come to mind?
Wow,
Put you on the
that's a
spot.
really big question too, because it means so much to me. Equitability means that all of our students have the same equitable access to whatever we can offer. So because we have so many incredible offerings in our school district, and such a diverse population of students who can access our opportunities, I want for us to always think about the fact that if someone can't access it, what should we do to make it equitable and accessible for all of our kids? To me, it's such an important value. All values are important. This one stands out for me in so many ways. And I'm referring to anything from being physically able to access to being psychologically, emotionally, socially able to access. I would include in that every single campus that is in our district, that all of our children who would want to have access to that program, facility should be able to have access, and that we should do whatever we can do to include anyone who wants access to whatever is available to all of our kids. I stand by the fact that we do have some unequitable practices in our system, and we have been working on them. I think in every school district, in every situation in our nation, there is not equity. There's a difference between equity and equality. And would love to be able to be a district where equitability really was a rock that we stand on. So I hope that explains it. It's such a passionate feeling for me. I could elaborate for a long time, but I would stop at that. Ask anyone else to.
So when we think about that in terms of practice up on the dais, I think these are filters that we have, that when we sit down and read a policy, in the back of our mind, we're asking that question about, does this policy ensure equitability? Or is there something that we need to make sure that we put in there so that it does indeed do, as Chris said, that we're not just about equal, we're about making sure the resources go where they're. But what questions about that? I mean, as far as new directors, this is about you guys too, in terms of merging into the values that we've set. I'm just wondering from you guys, from your point of view, is that something that you feel strongly about, or do you have thoughts about equitability yourselves as far as that being a common value for us as a board?
I absolutely think that it needs to stay a value and a priority. And I agree with everything that you said.
Yeah, I mean, it's a core value that I believe in. I think the challenge sometimes is determining what is equitable, right? It's not easy, but I think it's exactly what we should be striving for. I guess a question I would have, what do you see as barriers to equitability right now?
Choice.
Very good question.
That's a fair question. I see as a barrier that choice can be a barrier. It's not everyone can get everywhere. We have certain programs at certain schools, certain things at high schools, certain that not everyone can access. So, transportation, we have such a large district. It's not an easy, you can't bus kids everywhere. It's such a large area, I don't think anyone doesn't value equitability, I just don't know if it's always a priority.
I think sometimes with limited resources, you know, like to make things more equitable can be challenging, but
And that's a wonderful question. I'm sure every question that will be raised tonight will be outstanding question. But that's really the linchpin to equity when you start to talk about choice and the premium our district placed on choice. And with that, site-based budgeting and site-based management. You cannot have true equity with site-based budgeting and management when you have 91 different campuses all competing and carrying out the same function. With that said, there are a lot of great things that come out of site-based budgeting and site-based management. And one of the questions I raised 2 years in April was that how can we, in a very equitable way, marry our history of site-based budgeting and management with fairness, with choice, to get to what Chris is asking, how do we ensure that each one of our 68,000 students has an equal opportunity where it's not defined by, we almost did, you would think that we have different zip codes, but we don't, I think we have the same zip code. But it's not defined by feeder pattern. And right now, there's not a person here who won't argue with me, the contrary, that it is defined by neighborhood and to some degree feeder pattern.
Which is socially, economically defined.
And Thomas used the word choice, but I would even say the word autonomy is kind of that double-edged sword, is that we want to provide our schools autonomy to reflect the needs of their community, and yet where we sometimes have gone awry is when there's so much autonomy that people become independent and lose sight of the fact that they're part of the system. You know, that we have to guarantee certain things for all our kids, regardless of what roof they're under. And so I think in terms of an obstacle, Susan, it's really that we've lived in a culture where everybody's kind of felt like, you know, I'm the king of my school, and I don't have to, I often use the term of it's a district of schools as opposed to a school system, you know, and I think that's what we're really trying to find, that balance of how much should be autonomous and how much really should be systemic, so that we have guaranteed certain things for all our kids.
And the board, vis-a-vis the community, took a major step last November, and not just recent November, the week November before, in providing $6 million for highly impacted schools. Those schools that cannot afford certain things that other schools can. I'll give you an example that broke my heart today. I met with our 9 athletic directors in Derek Chamber. One of our high schools staff AD said, well, we're saving money to buy a bus, you know, small white bus to transport our students to extracurricular events like sporting events. And the other athletic director very seriously looked at him and said, well, can we share the bus, or could we take out a loan from you all to buy a bus?
Yep.
Equitability, we want to move on to the next, I think we covered that. And I'm going to keep looking at you two, not to put you on the spot, but if there's clarification, because this is our chance to embrace you guys and bring you into who we are. And so I want you guys to challenge us too, if you hear something or if it's not clear. Certainly do that. So the next one is openness and honesty. Who wants to talk about that? Anthony's wanting to.
Sure. I think, when I think of that, you know, as we join as a board, as some of us now have known each other for a little while, some of us are new to each other, I think one of the things that, I think that being open and honest with each other has been a linchpin to everything we do, right? So, you know, there's a lot of things said, there's a lot of things that are thrown out that sometimes I don't think, you know, we're all in agreement with, or might wish maybe it wasn't said or something was said, but I think the one thing that is a consistent of being on the board is what I've seen is the willingness for people to share their beliefs, no matter what they are, and their honesty with their peers and staff and colleagues. I mean, I've really felt that that has been so important to what we've done, and I think it's kind of transmitted itself into the community. And I think, you know, if no matter what decisions are made, if I always feel like they're open and they're honest decisions, and so you know, I think it's just key for us to be able to have those kinds of, to be like that after having difficult conversations. I think we all walk away and are glad that no matter what Chris says, I know she's always being open and honest. When Chris is saying, she's being open and honest. So I mean, it's so important to every conversation we have because there's really no gamesmanship or any misdirections going on.
I agree with Anthony. I think to me that is the most important one. 7 of us, if we cannot even trust each other to talk to each other openly and honestly about our feelings and how we look at something, I think this is not going to be a very functional, you know, board. The most important thing is judge each other's. We have each other's best intentions in their heart, and at the end of the day, we may vote differently. We may have different reasons, but after the board meeting, we know that we do this because of what we believe. It's not because of some personal conflicts or issues, and you know, I don't like you. And I think that's the foundations for us to move forward. You know, for 7 of us in the next 2 years, that we can trust each other's, and we could understand what we're trying to do is for the best of the 60,000 kids and 8,400 employee, despite our difference and where we come from.
We talked about vulnerability at our retreat as well. Renee, her name's escaping me.
Brown.
Renee Brown, yeah. We spent some time really looking at what does that mean to be vulnerable, you know, because it's one thing to be open and honest, as Anthony and Kevin described, but it's another thing to really be vulnerable and say, I don't get it. And I don't understand. You guys are beyond me. I mean, so sometimes I think for us, we just recognize that sometimes it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to say, I don't get it. I don't understand. Help me, you know. And so I think, like Kevin said, you know, in order for us to be a functional group, we have to be vulnerable with each other and making sure that it's okay to say, you know, I need help. So that's one thing I think I'm proud about the culture that this board has, is that we do ask each other for help without feeling like we're going to be judged if we do reach out. So I would agree, it's a very important value and a part of our culture. So anyone else want to speak to that, to the openness and honesty, or questions, Susan or Elizabeth?
I love that you said that. I just started reading Brene Brown's book yesterday.
Oh, yeah? Perfect timing.
We're not judging you.
Well, you be the expert now.
In a few weeks, yeah. But through the campaign process, we heard over and over again from employees, from parents, and from community members how important trust was. And everything that you just said is the foundation for trust. And I do think it starts within this group and then it expands from there. So I think that is essential to have as one of the top priorities.
And for that, I just want to add one thing. It's okay to pick up the phone and call your fellow director if you don't understand or you want to clarify something, okay? And I highly encourage us to do that rather than for other means, because I learned a lot, especially with my cultural background and things like that, sometimes language does not come across correctly. So I highly encourage that you doubt your questions, pick up the phone and call us.
Kevin's, and that's, that's a perfect thing of showing vulnerability, Kevin, to say, hey, I don't always express it the way I want to, and give me some grace, basically. Yeah.
Well, with that, just to be open, I mean, it is a lot, there's a lot to absorb, and so to have that freedom is to ask somebody
Right.
is so important, because it's, there's a lot to consider, and then every decision rolls up into a bigger decision, so.
I would piggyback with, I think open and honesty also means that we don't always have to agree. And that it's okay for us to have differences of opinions and have conversations about that and still understand that someone else's intent mirrors your intent, but the outcome your thoughts might be different. It's okay for us to not think the same thing, right?
Absolutely.
Now,
So
wait a minute.
you should come on board.
I think it's really helpful to have different perspectives
Yep.
and challenging each other and helping us all evolve our own thinking. And I think it builds trust with the community when the community is hearing different views and different perspectives. So forgive me if I have different perspectives that I throw out there, but I think it's healthy and it's a really positive way to build a team and build trust.
It might not be as different as you think even, because sometimes when you honestly say something, other people are like, oh, I agree, and you don't know that that's happening because you hadn't had the opportunity to hear all of that.
I think Chris can write a book. I've learned a lot from her and each board of directors about how to disagree. And disagree with compassion. And just leave it at the table. Thomas, I disagree with you, but thank you for teaching me that. I do appreciate it.
Welcome, thank you for hearing it.
Well, and I think along those lines too, just the modeling of when maybe I feel hurt by something that's been said. Because it's one thing to say I disagree, but we also have to be vulnerable and say, you know what you just said just kind of rubbed me the wrong way, or just kind of makes me feel defensive, or so being able to be honest too when our emotions or our feelings get triggered, because I think in dysfunctional groups we tend to bury that and just assume that I'm just not going to talk about it. But I think again to Chris's talent as well, she's done that with us a few times. Say, you know what, this is not feeling good to me right now. This is feel like it's kind of dismissing my feelings or my beliefs. So I think that we hold each other accountable to say, yeah, we got to do that. So. Servant leadership, Krista.
So I may need some help with this, but I think we all know what that means, but giving examples of it, I guess the first thing that comes to mind is, leading by example and not by dictatorship. And I think that some of the ways we've done that are just by the way we communicate with each other publicly, like on the dais or in a work session. Some of the things you guys have already talked about, but just respectful disagreement and open and honest, and that's one way we do that. And another thing that's really applicable to us is none of us, we are true servants. We have to recognize that. That's all that we are. None of us have any authority by ourselves. We're just all here willing to make a sacrifice for our students and our staff and teachers, community, parents. And recognizing that the only way we have any ability to make progress and move forward is when the seven of us act together and work together. Even if sometimes We may not always 100% agree, but once the board has made a decision, we all move forward in that way. So those are a couple of things that came to mind for me in regards to us being servants.
I think the other thing that I think of is not just on the dais, but there's so many opportunities that we are invited to things within the district, and for everybody who invites us, thank you to you all, and we those can't attend them all, and the things I miss, I feel bad a lot of times. But I think just to me, just showing up and being part of the district, just when you're there, and not like you're going there to be recognized as a board member, but whenever I go and someone sees me, or a teacher or a principal, they're always so thankful, and they recognize that, the effort and again, the nature of what we're doing, and that's important. I think it's just important for the district for it to be a face out there at any of these events. It means so much to the educators, to the students, and that, that to me, I think is the best part of what we do, is when we get those opportunities to be in front of it just in a casual way, not a forced way.
And I think it's important, I learned a lot by being served in the Student Advisory Committee. I mean, the last meeting, one of the students said that I complain, I don't expect to get an answer, but at least I expect you to send me an email and acknowledge that you receive, my concern. I think being a servant, leader, our constituents know, we have limitations, know that we cannot solve their problems right away. But a simple acknowledgement to let them know that we hear you, I think it go a long way. That same as apply to our employee, our agriculture employee. But I mean, some of us are very approachable, and anytime they want to talk to us, I mean, we are approachable, and I think that is a great thing that I love my peers, about that. And also, being an elected leader, we are a leader of every single person who votes for us and don't vote for us. So it's also important to attend meeting for those that may have a different point of view than us, because only through that we'll be a true servant and exhibit the leaderships that we want to represent every one of you, and we want to listen to everybody.
Questions or? So, yes, and I think servant, I think Kristen nailed it, Kevin as well, in terms of just, a lot of times we're doing more listening than talking. I think sometimes we assume leadership means we have to have all the answers. And I think what you said, Kevin, sometimes the best thing we can do is just to say you've been heard, and we hear you, and we'll certainly keep that voice in our head when we're making decisions on the dais. But we don't always have all the answers, and we can't always solve the problems. We have to help navigate those for you to help you know where to go. But servant leadership really says that we come alongside of you as opposed to necessarily being out in the front advocating that that's not necessarily part of who we are. So, yeah.
Can I mention?
Please.
After we talked about this, many times you will go individually to different events. If I'm there speaking or just hanging out there, asking me to say something, I will introduce the board. I will introduce you. And I think everyone has gotten accustomed to that. I know Krista has.
That sometimes even makes you talk. That's the killer. Here's the microphone.
Because, I mean, folks, I hope they enjoy hearing from me, but they really enjoy hearing from board members too. They enjoy your perspective. So we're out somewhere, I'm always going to introduce you, acknowledge you, and from occasion I might just hand you a microphone.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
That's the thing we've worked so hard to do.
Beware, you never know. But I would say, and Thomas does that so well. I mean, I think we always feel so affirmed and valued whenever we're with him. He always takes an opportunity to share that with others, so we're truly grateful. So the last value that we landed on was this notion of unity of purpose, which actually became our catchphrase, or our tagline, if you will, for last year. Our tagline this year is growing together, but.
Not DCST together?
Growing together,
Oh,
yeah. Okay. Didn't know that?
it was DCST together.
Oh, that was growing together.
I'll change my time.
That's a language thing.
There you go, that's right. But unity of purpose really, and I think Thomas championed that when he saw that was a common value that we all had. He really championed that his first year as superintendent. And it really became very meaningful to say, it is about the kids. That's where our focus has to be. That's our unity. When all else fails, we come back and ask ourselves, how is this benefiting the child? And I think that was really one that we all just celebrated. But what other things do you guys want to say about unity of purpose? Any other thoughts you have about that particular value?
I think you said it really well. I think it not only is just the value that we all share, that we've always said, 68,000, that's kind of the number we use to represent all the students. And but it centers us, especially in really difficult times. Because a lot of the decisions we make are very difficult. And so it just helps us to kind of center ourselves and get that perspective that we always want to have, so.
I also think it served as a nice lighthouse for the entire district too, because whether it's us on the dais or teachers or principals or, it all comes back to that same thing, if you're acting with specific purpose in mind and we're all striving the same thing, I think that really matters. So, to me, even though you said it was last year's thing, to me, I think it's still
Sure.
something we should not,
Excited.
let go of.
Agreed.
I guess I would add that the unity of purpose is the reason it's okay to be open and honest and to disagree, because you know that the intent and the underlying belief is that we have a unity of purpose. So it isn't difficult then to have a disagreement or have a conversation that you have differing points of view, because you know that the heart behind it is about the children.
And really, I think Chris has said that well too, as far as those four values do ground us and center us. And that's when we have fierce conversations, when we are disagreeing, when we are feeling emotionally triggered. We can come back to those core values and say, as long as we can return to those, we know that we're going to be a group that really is a functional group. And so, anything else, Elizabeth or Susan, that you're wondering about in terms of the values? Because we're going to kind of go to the other side a little bit and talk about some things that we try to avoid as board directors. But any questions about those four values? Does that feel like that's part of your system as well? And do you think there's something missing that you're like, where does this fit? This is a value I have, and does it fit in these four? Any thoughts for you guys about that? Good, yeah?
Here, I don't think of anything that you've missed.
Good. Well, you can join us now. That was the right answer.
Okay.
So things we try to avoid, and this is not only in terms of our conversations with each other, but also when we're on the dais. And again, we'll just kind of go through those four things. One is perseverating, is a word that we enjoy saying. It's a word that we coined again at the
Easy for you to
retreat.
say.
And I think, Anthony, you should talk about perseverating, because this is one of your favorite things to
Yes, I
avoid.
do it, right?
Yeah, right, because you do it, that's right. He's one of the few that does
You
it.
really don't.
I think, to me, this, how I wish I could remember exactly how we got to this word, but I guess when I think of this, this is for me probably the hardest thing to juggle from my day world and coming here. We have a lot of important things that we have to discuss, and a lot of times it takes a long time to flesh through those ideas, and sometimes it takes a lot longer to flesh through those ideas. Whereas, a lot of times in my other world, it's quick to the point. You've got to, make a decision more quicker. And so I think the notion of this, a lot of times is too much talk or too much chatter about something. I think it just gets steered off course, and you're just over which kind of leads into the next thing, but you're kind of just overindulging into something, and I think you start, your decisions become cloudy and you're just too much of it. Now, alternatively, I will say there are some, our board members do a great job of asking questions to bring out information, which I think is a very, very great skill to have, to let the public know about things, and you're asking questions around that, but then it becomes then, I think, then it's like that fine line of how much do you want to, questions and things like that, to then when you're just asking too much and it kind of slows down the proceedings, and I think we, not where we want to be. So it's a long-winded answer, but.
Perseverated on.
Perseverated on. Perseverating.
This is a good example, just show the demonstrations.
And let's kind of bleed it like Anthony did about overanalyzing, because I do think that there's some similarities that we can kind of go overboard when it really isn't necessarily pertinent to us making a decision, but we tend to get into the weeds of the conversation just because we're intrigued. But I think sometimes we have to ground ourselves back to our values about, okay, how is this, is this going to help me be able to perform the value system that we just talked about? Or is it mission critical for me to make a decision? Or is it just that I'm curious, Or is it I'm asking a question to bring up something that maybe needs to have, be revealed or have discussion? So I think we're constantly monitoring that over-analyzing perseveration and making sure that we're not doing it just for the sake of getting more information.
And I think that's the juggling act, because I think everyone in their mind has different ways that they want to go about coming to a conclusion, right? One might be sitting up there already with their decision made. Susan may want to ask 1,000 questions, I don't know yet, but and I think that's just part of, the uniqueness of that everyone brings. I mean, you don't know what, everyone's got their own path as how they're going to find their own answer, so.
So let's move on to the being distracted by the noise. Sometimes that's kind of a inside motto for us is #noise. And I would just say that there's some realizations that we had that sometimes we have to make sure we're not being consumed by just a few. That we always have to come back to the notion of 68,000 kids, 8,400 employees, 91 campuses. We always have to revert back to that to really ground ourselves. Otherwise, you can get consumed by just a few. Not to say that those few voices are not important, but it's also not fair for us to become so consumed with just a few voices that we neglect the other, 67,000 voices, if you will. So I think if you ever see us put #noise, that's kind of helping encourage us to get grounded back to, we need to get back into the balcony view as opposed to sitting down so close to one person that we think this is the way it is everywhere. I think is really what we are cautious of. I know, Susan, you talked about at CASB, one of the questions that's going to be asked of a experienced board director at one of those sessions was?
How to know that you're listening to your entire community or just a select few. And I think all districts struggle with this, right? And also you have community members that can't make it to board meetings. And are you hearing their voices? So I think it's a struggle that is common across districts.
Just to combine that with the overanalyzing piece, I just want to give credit to Dr. Tucker on this because, again, a lot of it was having trust in a superintendent that's just, has a vision, has staff, people to do these things, and I think that kind of lessened the overanalyzing and getting the distractions, because when people are executing on their roles, it makes our job a lot easier. So I think that's credit to Dr. Tucker and his staff there.
It kind of segues into the last one, is showing lack of trust. I think that's what you lead into, Anthony, is that whole notion is that we've got an incredible staff who are experts in their area, and we need to enable them and empower them and say that we need to be able to trust them to do the work. Again, we always talk about we're the what, we talk about the what, and they're the how. And sometimes we are tempted to get into the how and question in terms of, are you sure that's how you should be doing it? And so I think that's one of the things in that particular thing that we want to avoid is not ever communicating to staff that we don't trust them. That if it's a question for clarification, that's very different than me questioning whether the staff is making the appropriate decision or not. So I think we're constantly finding that balance. I think we're getting better, yes. But I know we still have some work to do because I think we all, especially when many of us that came on this board to be crusaders, if you will, for a district that desperately needed to be righted, there's sometimes we have to put the crusader hat away because we can say, you know what, we're all in this together. As Anthony said, we've got an incredible leader that's showing the way, and we need to put our faith and our trust behind our staff. So I think that's kind of at the gist of what that one was talking about. Anything else or questions about? So these are actually posted on on the dais, just for a visual aid to constantly remind us. If you see Anthony pointing to one, you know that you're separated. Yeah, right. Yeah, money in the jar.
That's what you need, yeah, money in the jar. We can pass the jar.
So the next piece I wanted to maybe, we'll take about 15 minutes to do is this on your tabletop. Tammy ran off the Code of Ethics for school board members. I thought, again, it would be good for us to go around and just, I know this feels a little juvenile, but we'll do a round robin kind of read of this. And if you have a quick reaction or reflection as you read the statement, make that. We don't need to elaborate quite as much as we did our values, but if you have a quick thought. So for instance, everything starts with I will in these bullets. So the first I will is, I will attend all regularly scheduled board meetings insofar as possible and become informed concerning the issues to be considered in those meetings. So I would just say, do your homework. It's just so important that you spend time looking at your packet, digging deep, but it's also important that you get your questions out there to staff as soon as possible. So I would say, not only do we want you to attend meetings, but we also want you to give staff a chance to prepare for any kind of questions we might have so they're not blindsided in the public forum about a question we might have. So that would be the one statement. So I'll turn it over to Krista next.
Okay. I will recognize that I should endeavor to make policy decisions only after full discussion at publicly held board meetings. I don't really have anything for that one.
Yeah. And I think, kind of Anthony alluded to this, but I think we have to be cautious that we don't come on the dais with our mind already made up. Because almost every time someone will bring up a question or something that will change my perspective. So I think that's what that speaks to, is that wait till it's fully discussed before you come to a conclusion of how you're going to vote.
I don't know, I would just add to that too, again, when you're out there at schools or meeting with the community, oftentimes you're asked about certain things, about how you'd vote for something, or again, you're one vote of a board, so it's always that delicate balance. It's not, you don't hold the sway of the entire board, so you get asked that a lot. You're just one vote, so.
Okay, Christina.
I will exhibit the following shared values through decision-making and actions: equitability, openness, honesty, servant leadership, and unity of purpose.
I think we nailed that. Susan?
I will encourage the free expression of opinion by all board members and seek systematic, thank you, communications between the board and students, staff, parents, guardians, and all elements of the community.
I will render all decisions based on the available facts and my independent judgment and refuse to surrender that judgment to individuals, special interest groups, or political affiliations.
I would just tell you that this board has been so, we've really wanted to be apolitical. And that's one of the things that I think we wanted to really restore the trust of our constituents by showing that we don't have an agenda based on political affiliations, that we really do come in with the reflection of our community. So I think that's a healing statement for us in terms of where this district has been. Kevin?
I will be mindful of serving as an ambassador of the Douglas County School District when interacting with others.
Let's see where we go. I exercise good judgment when using social media that is respectful of employees, students, communities, partners, and affiliates.
I want to pause there for a second. I know the new directors and I have had some discussion about this, but again, social media can be our friend or it can be our worst enemy. And I think when you become a director, you have to be so cognizant of everything that you put out there. Whether it could potentially become controversial, whether it could become potentially something that people question as whether or not you're able to make sound decisions for our 68,000 kids. So I know we all have really worked hard to become much more cautious about the statements we put out and to make sure, as has been said, that we always preface things by, I'm just one board director and this is my opinion, but we also have to be cautious about what things we take stands on because we have to assume that they're going to come back and we're going to be reminded of those stands. So always keep that in mind when you're using social media. All right. Work with other board members to establish effective board policies and to delegate authority for the administration of the schools to the superintendent. And again, I think just that whole notion of we always navigate to staff. It's really important that we aren't the problem solvers and we always try to figure out how to navigate people to the origin of the concern is what we often say in our public comment, that's where it needs to begin. And we always, as a practice, we always inform our superintendent when we do that. So he's mindful of that as well.
I will communicate to other board members and the superintendent expressions of public reaction to board policies and school programs. I think it kind of follows up on the one you just talked about, that we do that, so.
I will follow the appropriate channels of communication when a concern is conveyed by referring individual or group to the source who's closest to the origin of concern as possible. Self-explanatory.
I will inform myself about current educational issues by individual study and through participation in programs providing needed information, such as those sponsored by my state and national school boards associations.
Well, that was appropriate to land on you.
I will support the employment of those persons best qualified to serve as school staff and insist on a regular and impartial evaluation of all students.
See, this one is a little bit strange because we only have one employee. So this one, it just, I'm not quite sure whether it really belongs in there. We should not judge anybody except the superintendents.
Yeah.
So.
I think the key words for me is support the employment. So when we assume that whoever our staff employs are people that need to question their judgment. But you're right, Kevin. I think we need to emphasize over again, we have one employee and that's our supervisor.
But the sentence is kind of constructed in the way that I think is probably not in the best interest.
Yeah.
It says support the employment of those persons best qualified to serve. It's not a job to judge who's best qualified to serve.
Sure.
But
Except our superintendents.
I would add that it is our job to assure that there are systems in place to assure that there are best qualified people. So while I agree with you, I think there are components of that I would also agree with.
So the last one is I will avoid being pasted in a position of conflict of interest and refrain from using my board position for personal or partisan gain.
Kevin can't hand out flyers to Magic Rabbit Car Wash during the board meeting.
You say that,
All right, we got three more bolts. Anthony, go ahead.
I will take no private action that will compromise the board or administration and respect the confidentiality of information that is privileged under applicable laws.
Which tonight we all signed off on a disclosure that says that whatever we discuss in executive session, especially when we're getting counsel from legal, that is confidential and that can't be shared. So that's really speaks to that as well. Uphold the oath of the office of school board director. I get to say this again. I will faithfully perform the duties of the office of school director as required by law and will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the state of Colorado, and the laws made pursuant thereto. I said it without muffing it,
You
so.
did better tonight than last night.
Nicely done.
All right.
I will remember always that my first and greatest concern must be the educational welfare of the students attending Douglas County School District.
So that's who we are now. So any questions, Elizabeth or Susan? Because part of this is to, again, welcome you, merge you into our culture, and get you ready for the work we're about to do on the dais. Any questions or any reactions or thoughts you guys have?
None at all.
All right.
I think just the word trust that's come up over and over, and I guess I see our role as really building trust, right? With staff, community, other individuals, other elected officials, and that's a pretty tall order.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great way to summarize it. It really is. What we're trying to restore desperately is to establish that cohesive trust so that we can just soar. Because we know organizations that trust each other, that's what happens. And our kids are the ones that benefit. So I appreciate your observation on that. All right, with that, we're going to close up work session, and then we'll be on the dais in about 10 minutes. Thank you, Mary. I didn't mean to leave you out of the conversation, but we appreciate you being here.
Since they want to get us into our trouble.
Good stuff. Well, I don't even have to bang my mallet, so I'm not going to. We're going to take advantage of the silence. Good evening, everyone. I'm calling to order the School District Board of Education meeting for December 3rd, and we will begin with roll call. Director Chacha Shore.
Here.
Graziano.
Here.
Hanson.
Here?
Holtzman.
Here.
Lung.
Here.
Meek.
Here.
And Ray is here. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It's great to see everyone, so many people in our audience today. We've got lots to celebrate. So with that, I'm going to ask Dr. Tucker to come up and share with us some great news.
Thank you, Director Ray, all of our directors, and look at this full house. How's everyone doing this evening? Wonderful. Wow, thank you very much. Well, again, good evening. We do have a lot to celebrate. We have tremendous students here and great staff, so we're going to go ahead and we have a lot to be thankful for, as a matter of fact, and we have a full agenda. And to kick us off, we're going to start by showing a short video about one of our amazing football players at Castleview High School. Roll the footage.
The name is pretty common.
I'm Jordan Jackson.
His story is anything but common.
I've been playing football since 4th grade, I think, maybe 3rd grade.
He just absolutely loves the game.
Character.
He's a fantastic young man. There's not another kid that's more dedicated than he is.
A fire.
He's a great competitor.
I like to hit people, and I just like being part of a team.
Well, again, he's our most physical player on both sides of the ball. He's the impact guy.
Castleview's talented senior seems destined to keep playing football.
I think he's a college football player.
I would like to go to college and play football, but I'm not too sure where yet.
Does he ever dream of playing even beyond college?
I do all the time.
He even got to meet a professional hero, Seattle Seahawks linebacker Shaquem Griffin.
It's kind of one of those things where it's a life moment for him.
I got to watch their whole training camp practice, and then I talked to him after and some of the other players.
Shaquem and Jordan share a common bond.
Yeah, I was born with it. I think it's called amniotic band syndrome. I was just pretty much born without a hand.
Every NFL dream begins here. Jordan's dad remembers a turning point.
While Jordan was on the phone, he saw that Shaquem Griffin was drafted, and he disappeared. And I looked all over for him, and I found him on the side of a trash can, and he's just kind of, and he said he did it.
1, 2, 3.
When that happened, it gave him hope, so he's just like, if he can do it, I'm gonna do it.
So on this final night of his high school career,
You ready, buddy?
Yeah.
Jordan asked a favor from his dad.
His name Ryan Snow, and he's my reading buddy. Can we get him to the game? And I was like, I'll see. What's your name?
Ryan.
Ryan?
With help from the team and a principal, Clear Sky 5th grader Ryan Snow gets a sideline view.
I've heard that he's been a really good football player.
He's also been a role model.
I met him and we were talking on the playground area.
Those are running backs.
I think it's great that he has a positive role model and shows him that anything is possible.
Amniotic band syndrome occurs in as many as 1 in 1,200 live births.
When I was younger, I thought there's nobody else in the world that had a hand difference like mine.
There's something about football that brings them together.
And when you meet someone, it makes you feel so much better that you're not alone in the world.
It was hard up until I'd say 3rd grade, and then I made some friends and they were fine with it and I was fine with it, and anybody who had something to say about it, I'd just ignore. People saying I couldn't do it, I think it just made me want to prove them wrong.
Even if it meant proving Dad wrong.
His dad saying that I may not let you play football because of your hand kind of drove him a little bit more.
First practice, when I saw him hit someone, I knew he would be fine.
Number 1, Jordan Jackson, the ball carrier.
When you find that you've got something in common,
I could usually do a lot of things without it.
thanks to your uncommon condition,
I think he's having the time of his life.
the odds seem to not even matter.
he can do whatever. You know, he can do anything he wants.
Jordan is an example of many of our 68,000 students who are working hard and who are not letting obstacles get in their way, and they're winning. And I think the Seahawks won last night, right? Okay, yes. Okay, tonight we have a tremendous number of schools and staff and obviously students who want to recognize, and so we're going to do this rather quickly. I was informed a few minutes ago that there is an accident on 25, so some of our representatives might not be here, but we're going to cheer just as loud for them. So tonight we're going to recognize DCSD schools who've received the awards from the Colorado Department of Education based on their academic achievement indicator of the school performance frameworks. Let's start with the Governor's Distinguished Improvement Award. I'm going to read out several schools here, and I would like for the principals or representatives to please come forward when I call your name. A little bit about the Governor's Distinguished Improvement Awards. These awards are given to schools that demonstrate exceptional student growth on the school performance framework that is used by the state to evaluate schools. These schools exceeded expectations on the indicator related to longitudinal academic growth and meet or exceed expectations on the indicator related to academic growth gaps, meaning these students have improved from one year to the next, a full year's worth of growth. With the following principals or representatives from the following schools, please join me up front and we'll create a little big circle or semicircle up here. The following schools will have received the Governor's Distinguished Improvement Award. Bear Canyon Elementary. Cherry Valley Elementary. Copper Mesa Elementary. Heritage Elementary. Larkspur Elementary. Lone Tree Elementary. Prairie Crossing Elementary. Ranchview Middle School. Rock Canyon High School. Saddle Ranch Elementary School. Timber Trail Elementary School. Congratulations to each of these outstanding schools, staff and students, and of course parents, on your amazing honor. Now I'm going to pass the mic around and I'll ask our outstanding principals, leaders, if you would, strictly by choice, share a few comments with us.
Hi everyone, I'm the principal at Bear Canyon, Kelly Ursetta. I'm extremely proud of my school. This Growth Award means the most because it represents each and every one of our kids, and they've done an amazing job. And I can't take credit for all of it, it's my entire staff. So thank you everyone.
Hi, I'm Nancy Wortman. It's my honor and privilege to serve as the principal at Cherry Valley Elementary. Thank you to our awesome parents back there who came to celebrate with us, my daughter. I just want to say, really, this belongs to our teachers. We have a core of just 4 teachers that are there full-time, and they do an amazing job. So Stacy Wright, our primary teacher, really thank you. We also want to thank Ted Knight and Danelle Hyatt for their continued support always for helping such a small school achieve such great things.
I was going to say ditto, but since I'm only third, I guess I'll have to say a few things. Steve Getchell, principal, and just have the distinct honor, and it's truly a blessing to be the principal at Copper Mesa Elementary School. As both Nancy and Kelly said, it takes a village, as I always say. And that includes you too, Mr. Wells, back there. You're part of that village. So thank you just for being that support. And just to thank you to our awesome community that we have at Copper Mesa, and of course our staff, and most importantly our students that just couldn't do it if we didn't have the social and emotional piece. And we're just so thankful that we have a counselor this year that's made a huge impact on that social emotional growth that also impacts the academic growth. So we're just truly fortunate to be, I'm just truly fortunate to be a part of an outstanding school at Copper Mesa.
Hi, I'm Jean Wallach, the principal at Heritage Elementary, and I'm just thrilled. Our teachers are doing such an amazing job looking at data and really meeting kids where they need to be and planning their lessons around them. Our kids have done such an outstanding job. So, like all of these great people beside me, I'm just honored to be the head at Heritage and continue doing great things with our kids there.
My name is Jen Oldham, and I'm the proud principal of Larkspur Elementary. This is our third year of the Governor's Distinguished Award, so it has nothing to do with me and everything to do with our students, our community, and our staff. They put their heart and soul into these kids every single day, and we really lead by our lead with our heart and our soul, and just put our efforts into it. So.
Mindy Persakina, principal at Lone Tree Elementary. Honestly, I'm so honored to be here representing an amazing team of teachers, students, and a parent community that's really phenomenal. I feel very supported between my director, my colleagues in the feeder, academic cabinet, superintendent, and the Board of Education. So honored to be here supporting my building and representing those there.
Good evening. I am Carrie Rotherham. I'm the principal of Prairie Crossing Elementary. And as everyone has said, our teachers give everything to our students. And being able to accept this on their behalf is really an honor because they work and they put their kids' needs above everything. So it makes me proud to represent them.
I feel like I can say ditto now, but I'm going to say a little something. I'm Erin Kylo, the proud principal of Ranch View Middle School, and I'm humbled to be here. We are so fortunate to be part of such a great community with supportive parents. This really goes to all the teachers and their hard work that they do. The two ladies on my side, Tanner Fitch, Ian Wells, Matt, Ellen, I could just go on. And I'm so proud that it took a big effort to be able to accomplish this award. And to our students who worked so hard and showed up and did well, we're really proud to accept this award and continue that amazing growth.
Good evening, everyone. Andy Ebner, proud principal from Rock Canyon High School. I'm very proud that we are one of 3 high schools in the state of Colorado receiving this award. And so we couldn't do this without the support of so many different people that have been mentioned tonight. But thank you to all of our district administration who supports us every day. Thank you, Board of Education, for allocating resources and working to get the resources we need, particularly to hang on to outstanding staff who truly make this happen. And this award, the Governor's Distinguished Improvement Award for us, really is happening because our special ed students have really achieved at a higher level, and they've shown more than a year's growth. And so really this award exists for us because of the achievement of those students. So I'd like to thank those students, and I'd like to particularly thank the staff and those parents who support those students each and every day. And I brought our chairman, Dr. Jim Ramsey, with us tonight. We came directly from our SAC meeting to here. And so I think this is a first, Dr. Tucker, but I thought it was appropriate that our chairman be here with us tonight. So thanks for allowing him to join us here too.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jennifer Maloff, the proud principal at Saddle Ranch Elementary School, and I have my partner in crime right here next to me. And I'm just here, I'm looking at my students and some of my staff, and I just can't say enough. I mean, that is my why, that is our why, is to make sure that we're setting our students up for success and making that magic happen, regardless of what we need to do. So I'm accepting this on behalf of my students, my staff, all of my staff, and my family, and then my partner. And then I would like to thank all the people that are up here because you inspire me and make me go further each and every day. So thank you.
Hello, I'm Michelle Radke, principal at Timber Trail Elementary. As everyone has said so eloquently, I'm just going to kind of chime in. This award is very special because it does represent every single student that took that test last spring, and all the hard work of our staff, every staff member, not just the certified staff members, but our classified as well that work with kids, and of course our parents and our district, the board, and Dr. Tucker. So thank you for all of your support.
Well, I think on behalf of the board, we congratulate all of your excellent achievement. And I want you to know that you go way beyond and above of your duty. And we all know that compared to the surrounding school district, we cannot compete in pay, but yet, all of you give your heart and soul for our students, not because we pay much better than surrounding school district is because you care. 8,400 of our employees care about DCSD and our student. For that, it's the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much. And of course, your representations of our awesome parents community who also contribute a lot to the success of our school district. And for that, I want to thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, before we get together, take a very good-looking picture. Students who are here tonight, please stand. We want to give you a round of applause for your hard work. I know there are several students here. Yes. Okay. Next, our awesome teaching staff and support staff. Would you please stand? I know some of you are here tonight. Yes. Yes. Very good. And parents, please stand. Yes. Thank you for your support. So let's get together, take a really good-looking picture here, and then we'll move on to the next awards. Stacy, how do you want us? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Mr. Reynolds, you want to come on down and help us out? There you go. Very good. Okay, next we will move to our schools who received the John Irwin School of Excellence Awards. These are given to schools that demonstrate exceptional academic achievement over time. These schools received an exceeds expectations rating on the Academic Achievement Indicator of the School Performance Framework, reflecting exceptional performance in math, English, language arts, and science. Would principals or representatives from the following schools please join me up front as you receive the John Irwin School of Excellence Awards. Academy Charter School. Bear Canyon Elementary School. Ben Franklin Academy. Buffalo Ridge Elementary School. Challenge to Excellence Charter School. Coyote Creek Elementary School. Gold Rush Elementary. Heritage Elementary School. A repeat awardee, Lone Tree Elementary. North Star Academy. Northridge Elementary School. Parker Core Knowledge Charter School. Platte River Academy. Redstone Elementary School. Another repeat, Rock Canyon High School. Saddle Ranch Elementary School. STEM School Highlands Ranch. Stone Mountain Elementary. Summit View Elementary. Timber Trail Elementary School. And Wildcat Mountain Elementary School. Another huge round of applause for all these outstanding schools and their staff. Okay, next we'll hear from our amazing leaders.
Hi, I'm Molly Milley, principal over at Wildcat Mountain Elementary. I'm completely honored to accept this award on behalf of our staff and students and community. I know I probably speak for everybody when you know that you have a staff, again, that puts their heart and soul into everything they do, and they teach with passion, and that flows into kids, and then it's great to see the results on the other side. So thank you so much for this honor.
Good evening. I'm George Bozer, principal at Summit View Elementary. I might have mentioned this last year too, but we have a community of parents and amazing staff, just dedicated to making sure that we're getting a little better every day, that kids feel that they belong at Summit View, that the work has meaning for them, that they care not only for themselves but those around them, and that it's okay to make mistakes and to learn from those. So it really is truly an honor to stand with this group of people. I couldn't be more proud.
Hello, Michelle Radke, Timber Trail. At Timber Trail, our motto is where hearts and minds connect, and we know that that social emotional piece has to be in place before our students can learn. So again, just so proud of my staff and my community for putting that in place, and then the learning takes place.
Hi, I'm Michelle Frenchie, the proud principal at Stone Mountain Elementary School, and I am completely honored to be standing in front of you today, honoring our school. I'd like to thank all of our teachers and our students and our parents. We like to think of ourselves as a family, and I honestly believe that it's the family atmosphere that we provide for our students every single day that makes them want to come to school and want to learn, that helps us succeed. I'd also like to thank the Board of Education and all of our directors. Shout out to Ian back there, and I'd like to welcome the new directors. Thank you for being here and putting time and effort in to make Douglas County a great place to be. So thank you.
So the two wonderful kiddos that are standing in front of Gina and I are the reasons we do what we do each and every day, regardless of the roadblocks and the tough moments. Taking a look at these two, it makes everything worth it. So this is for them. This is for them.
Roy Martinez, I'm a gushing parent at STEM School Highlands Ranch. And I want to thank you for acknowledging the commitment of the 2,000 students and faculty and administration at our school, and the 3,000 parents who have to try to keep up. Thank you.
Thanks again on behalf of all the staff and students at Rock Canyon High School. We're so honored to receive this. Want to thank all of our students for their hard work. Want to thank all of our staff. Thank all of our parents for their unwavering support of educational excellence. This means a lot to us. And I also, I get really excited seeing 4 of our feeder elementary principals in this circle right here. That means, and we have 4 feeder elementary schools. So just to be clear, the future looks bright for Rock Canyon. I might be able to return to this meeting again sometime in the future, but I do want to thank these colleagues for the amazing work that they and their schools do each and every day. So thank you all.
Thanks, Andy. I'm Amy Moyle. I'm blessed to be the principal of Redstone Elementary. I think what makes Redstone such a special place, everyone's saying it, but just incredibly wonderful students that come to school every day excited to learn, teachers and staff who love and care about them and want them to continue to make growth, and supportive, involved parents. And our mission is reaching every child every day, and we're really dedicated to doing that for our students. And I think that this award speaks to meeting students where they are and helping them to push them to those next levels of success. So thank you to our entire learning community. We're very, very proud.
Thank you. I'm Becky Bonner. I'm Director of Academics at Platte River Academy, and I'm incredibly proud to be here. This is an exceptional honor for us, and we don't take it lightly. Our teachers work really hard, and our kids work really hard. And last year was particularly difficult for us. We had some significant challenges in our family and community, and it really taxed us. And so the fact that our kids still delivered, even though there was so much going on around and in their hearts, really makes this even more special. So we're very proud. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Lynch. I'm the principal at Northridge Elementary School. And I said this last year too, it really goes back to our community and it goes back to supporting the whole child. And so everything from social, emotional to academics is huge, and everything in between. And so it goes to every adult in my building. It doesn't matter what your job is, you're on an equal playing field and helping our kids grow and learn. And to every parent out there that supports us as well. And so I can't thank you enough for the honor and the award. And I hope our kids keep working.
This is Johanna Harth from Parker Core Knowledge. I'm Terry Apple, I'm the director at Parker Core Knowledge. Something Andy said struck a chord with me, and that's when I think about how we recognize the teachers oftentimes from third grade on up. And at the end of the process at our school, it's K-8, the middle school teachers always take the kids to amazing heights. And we try to make a point of saying it's because of all the hard work that went on starting in kindergarten, preschool even, and every grade after that. So it's a team effort for sure, and it's such a nice acknowledgement of all the hard work and effort that goes in, because I think everybody there loves what they do. And I just want to say this woman next to me here is amazing as our academic director. So really, I'm here as a figurehead, but thank you and congratulations to all of you.
I'm Kendra Hosfeld, the principal at North Star Academy. And as I think about this award, very honored to receive this award. It's definitely a collaborative effort. I think about the direct correlation between academic excellence and character. And Andy talked about hard work, and people up here have talked about, collaboration. And I think about perseverance, and I think about, challenges and overcoming challenges and persevering, and really that discipline that it takes to achieve. It's not easy, and I'm so grateful that we live in a community that values work ethic and all of those character traits. And so I'm just honored to be in Douglas County. I'm very grateful for my community, our students and staff members, my very supportive board, and Douglas County's board. Thank you.
Again, Mindy Persakina, principal of Lone Tree Elementary. This is just a true testament to the hard work of our students and staff at Lone Tree, and the commitment to making sure that every student continues to make their academic gains, both on a social emotional level and academically. So I honestly just feel validated for the research-based practices that we have implemented at Lone Tree, and kudos to all of you at Lone Tree. Keep up the hard work, and I'm thankful that you bring your personal best every day. You make me a better leader, and I learn something every day, so this is just a great representation of all that coming together, so thank you.
Jean Wallach, again from Heritage Elementary. And the wonderful thing about this award is we shared it with our students before tonight, and they were so proud of themselves and all the hard work they've done, and our teachers were so proud, and our parents were so proud. So for me, that's the best blessing, that everybody was so excited about receiving it, and they have all worked so hard, and I'm just blessed to be in such a wonderful school with wonderful kids and family and community.
Good evening. I'm Jenny Brown. I'm the principal at Gold Rush. I feel so fortunate to have been the principal there for now 8 years. It seems like that's gone so fast. I think this award to me talks about the partnership that exists between our students, our staff, and our parents. It is such an incredible community. I can't wait to bring my daughter there in just a few years. That's gone fast too. But I'm just blown away by the amount of talent that our teachers have and the commitment they have to each and every child. Walking into classrooms is the absolute favorite thing on my schedule, and my favorite thing to do, as is, I'm sure is all of ours. And I walk away from all of those classrooms just having learned something new about a child or a new practice, and I just feel so lucky to work in that building. So congratulations, Gold Rush.
I'm Gigi Whalen, the principal at Coyote Creek Elementary,
And I'm so proud and thrilled to be the principal there and that we are receiving this award this year. This staff works incredibly hard every day, and one of the things I said to them is this is a testament to the outstanding instruction that happens in every single classroom, every single day, starting at preschool and all the way through 6th grade. So just so proud of them and proud to be here. This is our first time to receive this award, so we're so excited and just hello Coyote Creek, I hope you're watching.
Congratulations. Good evening. I'm Richard Barrett, the principal at Challenge to Excellence. This award embodies what we stand for, always striving for excellence. I do have to say it's my 6th month as the principal at this school, but my 23rd year in leading schools in Colorado. I accept this on behalf of our entire student body, our teachers, and our families, and specifically my predecessor, the great Donna Mitchell, who was a wonderful principal for so many years at our school, who has since retired. So on behalf of all of Challenge to Excellence, thank you to the Douglas County Board, Dr. Tucker, to our own Board of Directors, our Governing Council, and to the Colorado Department of Education for this distinguished honor. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jen Murdoch-Jakeway, principal at Buffalo Ridge Elementary, and I'm so excited to be standing here before you all. Our teachers work so very hard, and our students have been working their tails off on a daily basis as well. And I think that this just goes to show that all that hard work and all those late nights and all that effort that was put in is for something. And we work for an amazing district. We have an amazing staff. We have an amazing support group. I feel like I have an amazing support group here. And we are just so blessed, and I'm excited about where we are headed. And I look forward to hopefully receiving this sometime again. Thank you.
My name is Diana Simpson. I'm the principal at Ben Franklin Academy, and I'm, just as everyone else has said, just so proud of our staff and students for the hard work that they do every single day, and it represents all of their work. We're just here as lucky to be the leaders in these buildings and to work with these people every day and to hopefully inspire them in some way. I'm also excited to say, as a product of the Douglas County School District, go Ponderosa, sorry, Rock Canyon. But as a graduate from Douglas County and being in the county for longer than I'd like to say, 23 years, working in these schools has been amazing. And I'm so proud to be part of this community and to be part of this group in general. So thank you.
Kelly Ursetigan, proud principal of Bear Canyon. I definitely want to make sure that I say how proud I am of every single staff member in my school who have worked incredibly hard, and I'm so honored to lead with these two amazing ladies, Allison and Megan, work alongside with me. And I think the only thing that I can think of that really hasn't been said, I know we're all on the same page here, is that at Bear Canyon we really set a focus on creating a positive vision. And I think it's really important that you think about the positive climate and culture in your building. And I think that the district has done an outstanding job these last couple of years of really focusing on positive climate and culture. And I think that when we have a great positive culture and climate and a strong community support, we can achieve great things. So I'm very proud for this award too.
Again, on behalf of the board, congratulate for your achievements. As a former charter school parent and a current neighborhood school parent, I'm so excited to see both types of our school is excelled under Dr. Tucker's leaderships. We treasure all of our students, no matter what type of school you are from. You all are our student. And congratulations. Thank you.
Okay, before we take a quick picture, Director Long said it best about the hard work you do, and I know this is an academic award, but I want our community to know here and who are out live streaming, our district focuses on the whole child, and we have some of the most engaged young people, pre-K through 12, I've ever seen. And many of you are probably laughing because I've been almost this year, I've been in most of your buildings this year alone. I'll get to all of them. And you've seen a couple of kids been able to stump me since I've gotten there. So they are very smart and very engaging. And so our community should be extremely proud, not only tonight, but forever proud of the great work that's happening in our district. So quick picture on that. Yeah. There you go. Okay, very good. Thanks for being here. Hope it's a really night for you. Okay, fingers crossed. Okay, good, good. Congratulations again, Becky. Oh, you sit as promised. You sit. Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. Yes. Okay, folks, this concludes the student and staff recognition portion of our board meeting.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Tucker, and again, thank you, community and teachers and leaders. I would just share that Dr. Tucker and Mr. Knight and Mr. Reynolds and I actually went to a reception to receive all of your awards on your behalf. And I would be lying if I didn't say there was a little bit of competitiveness as we were looking at the brochure and we saw that Douglas County took up a full page to list all our schools and other districts did not. So I got in the habit of saying, hey, what district are you from? So this is truly a proud moment for Douglas County. So again, thank you all for coming and sharing the good news with us. Next on our agenda is the acceptance of the agenda. Is there a motion?
Move to accept the agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Graziano, seconded by Holtzman. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. And that passes unanimously. So some of you have noticed that we do have a couple of new faces on our dais today. We had a wonderful celebration last night with oath of office and also celebrating our departing board directors, Wendy Vogel and Emery Lemieux. But I want to first of all just welcome Susan Meek and Elizabeth Hanson to our dais. The next item on our agenda is actually the reason why they're sitting here right now is because we have received the confirmation from our Douglas County clerk regarding the votes from the recent election. And indeed, these two had the most votes. And therefore, one of the things that we're required to do by state law is to pass a resolution accepting the abstract of votes from the county clerk to certify that indeed Susan Meek, Elizabeth Hanson, and myself were selected during this election. So I will pause and ask for a motion to accept the resolution as written.
Motion to move.
Motion made by Director Lung,
Second.
seconded by Holtzman. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. That passes unanimously. Next on our agenda is selection of board officers. As per Colorado Statute 2232-104, officers must be selected within 15 days after receipt of the official abstract of votes, which we just approved. Officer positions include president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer, and as allowed by the discretion of the board, also an assistant secretary and an assistant treasurer. Officer terms are 2 years, and they may serve 2 terms. So this means that after every board election, new officers must be selected. So at this time, we're going to begin with the president election, and I will pause. And board directors, just so you know that nominations can be made. If there's more than one nomination, we will take a vote by secret ballot. If not, then it's appropriate for us to simply make a motion if there's only one nominee that's been nominated. So at this time, I will now open it up for nominations for office of the board president.
President Ray, I have a nomination.
Director Holtzman.
I would like to nominate Director Ray to serve and continue serving as our board president. It's with great confidence that I nominate him and with enthusiasm knowing that he is the right leader to continue on our board. He's obviously been an integral part of DCSD in some capacity for well over 30 years. More specifically, he's our board senior at this point, having already acquired 4 years of board experience and 2 years as our president. However, as important as this experience is, he possesses other qualities that are even more important to his effectiveness as our leader. Not only have we all witnessed him personally make student-centered decisions his constant priority as a director, he also helps center our board around this most important value that we all share.
He is committed to providing equitable opportunities for each of our students to reach his or her potential, and he prioritizes continuous pursuit of this goal through thoughtful systems, policies, and board actions. Serving as our leader during a nationwide superintendent search, developing statements for our district, implementing a comprehensive board policy review, and capacity and boundary study are just a few examples of how he has helped focus our work. He prioritizes listening and also letting others know that we have been heard. This quality, along with his calm demeanor, intentional focus, and respectful communication style, make him an excellent facilitator of our board discussions, as well as conversations with our students, staff, parents, and community. So for all of these reasons and more, I would ask that you would please join me in affirming President Ray as our current and also as our new future president of the board. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Holtzman, for that gracious nomination. Are there other nominations for president of the board? Seeing none. So first of all, I do want to say, and often what we do at this time is the people that are nominated are allowed to accept the nomination or not, as well as maybe just share some things about them in that position. I will say, and again, Director Holtzman, I'm very flattered and just appreciate all your kind words. That speaks to the heart and soul. It's been an honor to be the board president for the last 2 years for this board, but the reason being is because I'm surrounded by greatness. And I really want to emphasize that to the new directors as well as our public, is that the board president's role really is no different necessarily than each of you in terms of your voice. And so it's really important to me and for you to know that if I am to accept this nomination, that I really value the fact that all our voices are equal. None of us have a more influential voice than another. I consider it my pleasure to be able to facilitate, sometimes moderate, but I consider that truly a skill that I am glad to bring to this board, is to help us facilitate great decision making. But I also, it's important for me, for you to know that I expect you to push back and treat me as an equal colleague, and that my voice, just because I have an idea, doesn't mean it's the right one. And I really would encourage you to continue to challenge me in terms of my leadership. I know that sometimes I have an idea of how to lead, and sometimes that may not be always agreeable, and I want you to feel like you can let me know and help hold me accountable for doing the best job I can to lead. So those are some thoughts I have, and with that, I will gladly accept the nomination for board president. And since there are no other nominations, we can also entertain a motion at this time.
Move to nominate Director Ray as president of the board.
Second.
Nomination for selection of board president has been made by Graziano, seconded by Director Lung. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. What's that? Nope, we're going to vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray. So when I said you could challenge me, it was not right this minute. No, I do think it's important for us to go ahead and for public record, make votes for these office positions. Next position is vice president. So at this time, I will open up for nominations for board vice president. Director Chancho Shore.
President Ray, I'd like to nominate Director Holtzman for vice president. Director Holtzman is a consummate professional who embodies admirable qualities of leadership. She's a clear thinker and can act as both a warrior and a healer. She is open and a receptive person who knows when to listen, knows when to act, and when to work. Krista has common sense and wisdom. John Hyder, an author I appreciate, said that nationalism, racism, classism, and sexism all arrive as consciousness of when unity is lost. People take sides versus one against another. Krista unselfishly listens to both sides. Krista's reliability and positive example will facilitate our team in achieving our value of unity of purpose. She's honest and frankly brilliant. She is a leader whose integrity is unquestionable. She has a pragmatic knowledge of this work. You see her everywhere, working all of the time. I have absolute confidence that Director Holtzman would be able to step into the president position should that be our need. For all of these reasons and more, I ask for your consideration to affirm this nomination.
Very good. Thank you, Director Chanchashore. Are there other nominations for Vice President? Director Lung.
I would like to self-nominate.
Please say that again, Director Lung.
I would like to nominate myself.
Okay, very good. So we have a nomination for Vice President by Director Holtzman or by Director Chanchashore, as well as by Director Lung for Director Lung. At this time, I'll allow the two nominees to affirm and share why they think they would be good for that particular position. So we will start with Director Holtzman and then Director Lung. Director Holtzman.
Well, thank you, Director Chanchashore, for those very kind words. Very much appreciate them. They mean a lot coming from you. Honestly, I don't have a whole lot to say other than I'm honored to be nominated, or whatever that was. I would be happy to serve in that capacity, having served as your secretary for the past 2 years. I also have great respect for my colleague, Director Lung, and so saying that, I'm going to leave it up to all of you because I respect all of you and your decisions, and I will have respect for that decision, whether you vote for myself or for Director Lung, because I think we're both very capable to do this.
Very good.
So thank you.
Thank you, Director Holtzman. Director Lung.
Well, again, I have a lot of respect for Director Holtzman, and I want to congratulate her for her soon to have a 3-year term as the board director of Colorado Association of School Board. Strength lie in difference and not in similarity. A diverse mix of voice in leaderships lead to better discussions, decisions, and outcomes for everyone. Local school district and business partnerships is important to improve public educations and our CTE programs. As a successful business owner who survived the Great Recessions and was one of the 9 companies statewide to win the 2019 Colorado Governor's Award, our school district will be better served with one of its leaders being a successful local business person who knows about the Main Street. I can bridge the gap with our business constituents and provide leaderships in the tough time ahead if recessions does come. Unity of purpose and DCSD together is not merely a slogan that we practice, and we should want to make this happen in our community. I have visited close to 50 schools at DCSD, including half of the charter school. I have outreach to community that support us and our opponents. Because of a major party's rule in our county, I'm the only board member who can speak at their events. As a leader of DCSD, you must be able to communicate to all stakeholders. I think I can bridge the gap. In addition, a leader provides inspiration. I was named the Colorado Asians of the Year, not because I'm the only elected Asian immigrant officials in Colorado, but was because of the inspirations I provide to the immigrants community. Through hard work and educations, and immigrants like me with illiterate parents and grow up from poverty can achieve an American dream. I can show DCSD students that they can shoot for the moon and could get it. Last but not the least, I'm a parent in the school district that has kids in both neighborhood school and a former charter school parent. State and our school district recognize how important a parent's voice in the leadership role. That was why the parent engagement law was passed. Our school advisory committee and district accountability state that both chair and vice chair must be parents. That's why there was always at least one parent in our school board's president or vice president positions, because parents' decisions matter. I have been a parent volunteer at the school district for over 20 years, and I understand the daily struggle of a working parent, as I'm one of them. I'm so grateful to live in this great country where people from an underprivileged class like me can be successful, even though we may need to work extra hard to always prove ourselves that we can do it. And for that, I'm asking for your vote.
Thank you, Director Lung. So because we have 2 nominations, we will do secret vote by ballot. And I'm going to ask our Assistant Secretary, Mrs. Taylor, if you would come up and collect those once we have those. So if you would simply write the name of either Director Holtzman or Director Lung on your ballot regarding who you are voting for regarding the Vice President. And just for, I think directors know this, you can also vote for yourself as well if you're a nominee. So just to make that clarification. Yes, please. Yes. And we'll give Mrs. Taylor a moment to count the ballots, and then we will move on to the next position. I would just, as she's doing that, I would just affirm that what we have heard by both Director Holtzman and Director Lung, that certainly every colleague up here we can see serving in a leadership role. That's just how wonderful all of you guys are. So I appreciate the respect that each of you have for each other, as well as just know that we have great regard for both of you as well. So. Okay, and so the vote is 5-2, 5 for Director Holtzman, 2 for Director Lung. And so we congratulate Director Holtzman as serving in the Vice President role for this coming term. Because we've taken a vote, there's no need for us to do a motion, so we'll move on to the nomination now for Office of Board Secretary. Are there nominations for that office?
So I have a nomination.
Director Meek.
I would like to nominate Director Hansen for the role of secretary. I've had the honor of getting to know Director Hansen over the past several months, and I've been so impressed with her work ethic, with her intellect, and with her ability to just connect with others. And I think all of those traits would be most desired in the role of secretary. Earlier tonight, we had a work session where we talked about values for this board, equitability, openness, and honesty, servant leadership, and a unity of purpose. And I can say she has demonstrated those throughout our time getting to know each other.
Very good. Are there any other nominations for the position of secretary for the board? Seeing that there's none, we'll turn it over to Director Hansen if there's any words that you would like to make regarding that nomination.
Thank you, Susan. I would be honored to accept the nomination.
Very good. Short and sweet, that's what we like about secretaries. Precise, concise, all right. So with that, board, I will entertain a motion.
I move to nominate Elizabeth Hansen as secretary of our board.
Second.
Director Holtzman has motioned to nominate Director Hansen for secretary, seconded by Director Graziano. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hansen.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray. Aye. Congratulations, Director Hansen. All right, our next position is for the Office of Treasurer. Are there nominations for that position? Director Graziano.
I would like to nominate Director Lung for that position. I had, just like everyone, probably not as detailed as some, but wrote down why I think Director Lung would be absolutely outstanding for this, but instead of using my own notes, I thought I would use some of the things that he said earlier about his capabilities, because all of them really will well serve the district as the treasurer. First off, he is a business owner. He understands the financial systems better than anybody on our board, for sure. That has carried through, that knowledge has carried through to the detail I've seen him show in looking at school budgets, in publishing editorials in newspapers about district finances. So I think that's an absolute critical skill. Also, he's been recognized with other awards by our state and by international organizations. So I think that just speaks volumes to the people, the constituents, the community that he has reached out to as not only a school board director, but as a member of the Douglas County community. And he is, I would unquestionably agree with him when he says he is probably does more outreach to both sides of the aisle than anyone on this board. And that is just true to his character. He's unstoppable in that sense. He is an inspiration to his family, the community, and also many people within Douglas County. He's a parent, an awesome parent, even though he lost his daughter earlier tonight. He still can't find her. He volunteers, he's in a school a week. And as far as the last thing, which I think, when I think of the role of treasurer and the details required, the man just works super hard. I mean, he just will, whatever he doesn't know, he will learn it and he will get after it. And so when it can be humbling when you talk with Scott and all, even though he simplifies everything, the school district's budget is very complex, and the financial wherewithal, to have that wherewithal to oversee that and to support that as in treasurer role is so key. It is a massive role. So with that, I would want no other person on the board than Director Lung to be in that role.
Very good. Thank you for that, Director Graziano. Are there other nominations for treasurer? Seeing none, Director Lung?
Well, thank you, I accept.
He has accepted. He's almost as concise as our secretary. All right. So with that, I will entertain a motion.
I would like to move that Director Lung serve as our treasurer.
Second.
Motion made by Director Holtzman, seconded by Chancho Shore. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. All right, congratulations, Director Lung. We have two additional positions on our board, which is for Assistant Secretary and also Assistant Treasurer. These positions are typically staff positions to assist us with the intricacies that Director Graziano spoke to in terms of things like communications for our secretary and also budgeting for our finance. So with that, I will just simply entertain a motion that we select Mrs. Tammy Taylor for our Assistant Secretary, who has served us well for the past several years. Is there a motion to appoint Tammy Taylor for Assistant Secretary?
I move we appoint Mrs. Tammy Taylor for Assistant Secretary.
Second.
Motion made by Director Meek, seconded by Lung. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. Congratulations, Mrs. Taylor. You get to put up with us for another few years. All right, so, and the next assistant is Assistant Treasurer. And again, it is a staff person. We'd like to select Scott Smith, who's our Chief Financial Officer. Is there a motion to?
I motions to have him to be the Assistant Treasurer.
Second.
All right, motion made by newly elected Treasurer Lung and seconded by Graziano. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. So again, Mr. Smith, congratulations, and thank you both, Tammy and Scott, for your continued support of the board. Next on our agenda is student comment. And I'm not sure, oh, there's Jay. Come on down, Jay. So Jay Chowhan is from our student advisory group, and he is here to give us some updates regarding the student advisory group, as well as to share with us the student voice. Good evening and welcome, Jay. Hang on a second, just a second, Jay. We're going to make sure that.
Thank you. Regarding the issue being discussed tonight about flexible curriculum delivery, just want to say a few words about that. One of the issues SAG is looking at is real-world oriented classes, because after graduation, a lot of students don't have essential skills like knowing how to pay taxes, applying for credit, applying for a loan, and also a lot of students would like an opportunity to learn practical skills like learning how to cook, preparing for an interview, or managing a conflict. Since not every student has the same opportunities to learn these skills outside of school, we think it's important that they have a chance to do that in schools, whether that's through new curriculum, after-school workshops, or another way to educate students. In addition, it's important that teachers are empowered to deliver material in whichever way helps students learn best. One way that I think would help teachers do this is to allow students to give anonymous feedback at the end of a year or a semester, and to make sure that this feedback is only used in a constructive way. Only allow the teachers to see it and don't use it to evaluate things like teacher performance or teacher pay. And lastly, I just wanted to mention that a lot of teachers realize this, but it just, for every student, or at least I think every student, you come across a moment where you're challenged and you think to yourself, this is too hard, I don't know if I can do this. And for a lot of students who don't have the proper support, that's where they stop and they think, I don't do this, and they never push past that, and that just reinforces their belief that they're not capable enough of achieving great things. And so I think it's important for teachers to remember that, and remember that a little bit of encouragement can make all the difference, because you never know how close a student is to giving up. For example, one of the things I really like is a lot of my teachers will include comments on my essays like, you need to improve in these areas, but you did really well on this, this, and this. And that's something that helps students remember that they are doing well and that they can do great things. Are there any questions? That's all I had.
No, that's great. And again, Mr. Chauhan, thank you for setting the tone for some presentation tonight as we talk about curriculum and instructional delivery. And certainly you have articulated that well, what works for our students. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. Have a great night.
Thank you, Jay. All right. Are there other students? This is our time for any students that want to approach us and speak with us. If you are a student that wants to do that, come on up and please cite your name and what school you're from, and we'd love to hear from you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Rangel,
And I'm Dane Skelton.
and we're from Douglas County High School.
So thank you, Director Lung, for inviting us here. We are also a part of SAG, Student Advisory Group, and we were asked to come because we talked about school nutritions, and we brought up something, and we were asked to come to talk about it. So Jenny and I will be discussing school finances. Our main concern is to discuss is cafeteria waste and hungry students. So at the beginning of the year, I witnessed one of my friends didn't have enough money in their lunch account, and the lunch lady threw the pizza away. And then about 2 weeks ago, another one of my friends were going to buy food, and since she also didn't have enough money, I just bought it so they didn't throw more food away.
And these aren't the only cases in our school. We just like to keep this in mind, that there are a lot of students that can't afford to pay this, and we get it, that there are like different ways, like the free and reinduced food you can talk to with the school. But there are students that find out that they don't have money in their account, or their parents didn't put any, and they don't have a meal to eat for the day. And we would just like to come to some solutions to that, including just at least one piece of pizza. No, we're not asking for a lot, no extra snacks, no drinks, just pizza, because these are students, a part of our district, are our future, and we would like them to learn in a happy environment, and for them to be nutritionally, like good, I guess.
Okay, so for me and other kids that walk from our north building to our south building, there's only freshmen usually eat in the south building, so there's never enough food left. So yes, there's chips and ice cream, but all the pizza and the sandwiches and the chicken nuggets are all gone. So I always ask the lunch ladies, like, do you guys ever have enough, like, do you have any more food? And they always have the same response, should have been here faster. And one, that's not a responsible answer, or two, shouldn't even be happening. If they stopped throwing food away, if a kid can't pay for it, then for the kids that can pay for it, they would have enough food.
In Dane's situation, and in our school especially, since we have 2 buildings, our weather isn't really that great. So for students that, like, the sidewalk is too slippery, or people with injuries that have boots and can't go all the way to south to get their food, they stay in north. So with them not being able to get food is a bad situation, because we do want our students to get some food to eat, and we just want a solution for that would be to at least keep our food more range-wise, so our students can have more options if our food does run out.
So I've been in the same situation as some of my classmates. My mom is a single mother of 3 boys, so we eat a lot. But she also has 2 good paying jobs, so we always have food at our house to pack to bring to school. But for the kids that don't even have that option, they can't be turned down food. And then the next day, when they go to get food with money in their account, get told they ran out of food.
So in conclusion, we would just like the Board of Education to see that our schools do have problems with food and food waste especially, and our students' finances, and we'd like you guys to see some new results, some resolutions for that, because we do want our students to learn properly and to be able to get a meal even if they can't afford it.
And we also do have a solution. So we know we're not adults, so we don't have the problems, but we did notice the problems. So that's why we wanted to come here and present the problems to you guys. But we have 2 solutions to try and fix the problem. One is to have a backup plan. We don't need to know the backup plan, but we need to make sure our schools have a backup plan for if they ever run out of food. Then our second one is, I know a couple of my friends that attend another school here in the district, their lunch ladies put it on their account for the rest of the fees that they've had since kindergarten, and they just have to pay for it since before graduation. So why can't we do that?
Very good.
And that's all we have, if you guys have any questions.
Well, and Dane and Jenny, first of all, thank you. You guys articulated your concern really well. One of the suggestions I have, or questions also, would be, have you spoke with your principal at your high school regarding your concern?
No.
Okay.
Not yet.
And that's fine. So it's helpful for us to have this awareness as a school board, but that would be your next step. We would encourage you both, because you did such a nice job of diplomatically presenting the concern. I would really encourage your next step to schedule a time with the principal at your high school and discussing with him the same thing that you talked with us about. And if you're having continued concerns that things aren't getting resolved, then we'd sure like to hear back from you.
Will do.
All right?
Awesome.
Thank you,
Thank
Jenny,
you.
Dane, thank you.
Thank
Nice
you.
job. Next on our agenda is public comment. The board values hearing diverse viewpoints from a broad spectrum of citizens throughout the community, specifically on any issue that impacts the educational needs of our students. 2 policies guide how public comment to the board is received: Board Policy KE, Public Complaints, and Board Policy BEDH, Public Participation at Board Meetings. Board Policy BEDH explains that since the board's responsibility is setting policy for the school district, members of the public should direct their comments to policy matters. Board Policy KE outlines the process for responding to grievances and complaints and explains that the board believes that concerns and grievances are best handled and resolved as close to the origin of concern as possible. Therefore, we encourage the proper channeling of concerns. For example, concerns that involve a child should begin with the teacher, then the building administrator, then the director of schools, chief academic officer if it's a curriculum issue, assistant superintendent, and superintendent before appealing to the board. To maintain this decorum and mutual respect, I would ask that speakers refrain from using individual names in an offensive manner, as this only distracts from the issue of concern. Throughout the board meeting, the board follows Robert's Rules of Orders to guide it in participating in an orderly and fairly conducted meeting. Under those rules, if a director calls for a point of order, all discussions and comments should stop so that a determination can be made as to whether a procedural rule or board policy has been violated. Therefore, if a point of order is made while public comments are being made, a speaker should stop until otherwise directed to continue. Each speaker is allotted up to 3 minutes to address the board. Please know that this is our time to just listen without engaging in discussion. However, your comments will be reflected upon as we discuss the agenda item that you are addressing. So as we proceed with public comment, I will ask that those of you that have signed up, I will ask for the speaker that's to start and as well as the speaker that follows. We'll begin with the Porter family. I have Mark, Sarah, and Marley. Are they here tonight? I do not see Mark, Sarah, or Marley, so we'll move on to the Wan family. Is Amber, Ben, or Brad here tonight? They're not here as well, so we're moving quickly through public comment. Terry Applin, you're up next for public comment. Following Terry is Nara Altman. Or Nora Altman, I may have ruined that name. Terry Applin, welcome, good evening.
Thank you. My name is Terry Applin. I'm the director of Parker Core Knowledge, and thank you for having me. It is really my pleasure to be here tonight. I've wanted to come for some time now. I made a commitment back after the bond and mill levy passed and charters were to be recipients of some of the bond proceeds for the first time ever that I was going to come and thank the board on behalf of the Parker Core Knowledge community. I don't presume to speak for other charter schools. I would imagine they would have similar sentiments, but I'll let them speak for themselves. But on behalf of Parker Core Knowledge, I wanted to thank this board and of the members that are no longer here, but I would have thanked them too, for doing something that had not been done. I've been in the district for 18 years, and in the beginning, we didn't receive mill levy or bond funds, and it took a while. And it was a slow process, but we got there. And we were told all along that it wasn't possible with the bond funds at all. And so for many years, that's what we heard. And yet, I think the boards, each successive board would continue to chip away at that, I guess that fact or that question, and this board finally put it forward and kicked it across the goal line, as they say. I hate sports metaphors, but that one worked. So in any event, at Parker Core Knowledge, we are the recipient of 19 brand new RTUs that are sitting on top of our new roof, which we were replacing, but thanks to Rich and Wayne and his team and many other people from the district that work for Dr. Tucker, we really got it done together. It was truly a partnership effort this past summer. So we worked in conjunction with them, and I want to acknowledge Rich and his folks for the work that they did, as well as many others behind the scenes. So we very much appreciate that. We are getting ready to, or in, I guess the next phase is preparations for an emergency generator for our school, which we've never had. Nor have we been able to afford, so we're thankful that we'll be receiving that as a Tier 1 need coming out of the bond. And then finally, a smoke hatch for our stage. We do a lot of productions with lights, hot lights, and things like that, so it's a safety mechanism which we will appreciate having to keep our students and parents and communities safe. So on behalf of Parker Core Knowledge, I wanted to say thank you for doing what hadn't been done before. We appreciate it very much. And I also wanted to say that I feel a difference in this district. And I want you to know that. It's a very positive, I feel a very positive direction. I wouldn't say beginning, I think it's underway. And I think it was begun during the years when Aaron Kane was here, and we have continued to move in that direction. And I just want to encourage you in the direction that you're going to continue to work for this unity of purpose, one district. That means all students. And I know, Dr. Tucker, you say that every time we meet, and I know you mean it, and I believe you all mean it, and I want just to encourage you to continue on that trajectory. So thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Applin. Appreciate those words. Nara Altman, and again, I'll look forward to you pronouncing your name for me. After Ms. Altman is Callie Leba.
Yeah, Nara Altman.
I totally
Nara,
blew it.
it's fine
Nara,
as well.
Nara, got it.
That's
got
fine.
It.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here. I am the mother of a 10 and a 12-year-old on both the public schools in your district. And I'm here for two reasons. I'm here to express my support to the new appointed board members, Susan Meek and Elizabeth Hanson, and also re-elected chairman of the board, David Ray. And thank this board and this administration for the incredible work you have been doing towards improving our school district. I add my voice here to what many principals have expressed before when receiving the awards in support for the prioritization of social and emotional learning and school climate. I see the difference in schools that have already been focusing on it, Fox Creek Elementary and Crest Hill Middle School, in comparison to those that haven't. I've also come to understand through literature research the importance of good school climate in the prevention of school shooting. And I am also here to ask you to do more and ask you, how can I help you do more? Or how can we parents help? It worries me when I see the strategic plan and then I hear that there is no budget aligned yet to implement the plan. I'm hoping that perhaps we already have that budget or we will find it to prioritize what we know is more important. But even if you don't find the budget, I am here to ask you to please not let it defer us from doing what is right. There is so much knowledge already within this district. This knowledge is in the practice of teachers, staff, and principals that have already been guiding kids towards social and emotional learning, that have already been focusing on creating the right school climate so that kids can flourish as individuals, not simply as a measure of academic performance. This knowledge is in the hearts of parents whose kids have been broken at a certain school only to find shelter at another, doing things slightly differently. There are small differences in the way, in the timing teachers and staff intervene that make a world of a difference to how safe a child feels at school. If you only harvest and share this knowledge, if you only visualize that schools can be a place our kids feel safe, and if you work together and creatively towards that goal, I know we can make a difference. And lack of budget will never be an excuse for not making that difference. I look forward to next year when we'll be here celebrating Social and Emotional Achievement Award. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Altman. Callie Leba. After Callie Leba is Patty Anderson.
Hi there.
Good morning. Good evening, I mean.
Well, you know, it may go till morning, right? I feel really silly to even have a piece of paper in front of me for this, but I want to make sure I say everything. So I'm Callie Leba. I'm the president of the Douglas County Federation, and I am here tonight speaking on behalf of the members of the Douglas County Federation. And we want to welcome Directors Meek and Hanson, and welcome back Director Ray. Our members were pleased to support your campaigns and your willingness to serve and your generosity with your time and your energy is truly beyond meaningful, because we know how much that you do here. And that goes to all 7 of you. We are grateful, the teachers and staff are grateful for all of you, for your continued dedication to all the students in Douglas County, and we look forward to collaborating with the district in order to serve all the students in our schools. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Leba. Patty Anderson. After Patty Anderson is Gary Colley.
Good evening. I'm Patty Anderson. I'm a mom of 3 DCSD students attending neighborhood schools, and my wife, and the wife to one of DCSD's finest bus drivers. No bias there at all. I want to thank our outgoing board members, Director Lemieux and Vogel, for the service that they did to our district. And I also want to welcome Directors Meek and Hanson, and of course, welcome back Director Ray. Our district has come far in the last few years. I can see the results firsthand of having counselors in every elementary school. Sorry. I see employee morale has turned from an environment of fear to an environment of collaboration. I'm here tonight to thank you for committing to move our district forward. There are 3 agenda items I want to specifically speak to tonight. First is the curricula alignment. I know we have a ways to go. However, I also know that the team has put their hearts and souls into the work being done, because I personally know one of them, and she's amazing. I want to personally thank them for the time already put in and the future time that they will commit to ensuring all students, my students, have the best education in the country. We need to make sure that all students in the district have access to equitable resources. We have some amazing programs happening in various places around the district. And we need those programs shared so all students have access to them. This is exciting work to be done. In addition, I'm excited to see our district come into the modern age of evaluating school capacity. I was recently appointed to the Long Range Planning Committee and have only attended a few meetings thus far. However, from the information presented to us, we can see that the formula for calculating school capacity needed to change. Education practices have evolved to ensure flexible learning environments for all students. Lastly, employee compensation. As a human resources professional who focuses on comp and benefits, this is very near and dear to me. The compensation structure needs to be developed so that staff are respected for their expertise, experience, education, and past performance. While I know it's frustrating that this is a long process, it must be done right. There's a lot of work for you all to do, directors and staff. However, I know we have the right board in place to do this work. Also know you have a community here that supports your work and are willing to help you wherever needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Gary Colley?
Well, good evening to the board, and we've gotten better. It's really good to see the composition of the board, and thank you to Wendy and Anne Marie. I give you a handout because in 3 minutes, I'm commenting on 3 items on the agenda. I'd like to get it done in 3 minutes. But I leave points that I hope will give some direction if you don't understand what I'm speaking tonight. But the role of the CAC, again, we began in 2013. But since the 2018-19 school year up to today, our focus was less on school accountability committees and more focused on advocating for parents, community, and staff who would actually reach out for help. That means they didn't sense they had a resource available to them. I can't say enough for the superintendent that you guys have brought on board because he's making a huge difference. So whatever I say today has no bearing on that. Just how do you articulate all the time. But this is what I would like to comment on. Item 19, Human Resources Report, and I really have a good feeling about leadership in human resources too. I don't think we've had that kind of leadership for a long time. So very happy for that. On the Employee Council update, you don't have a CBA, and of course that's your decision whether you do or not. I'm a teacher that worked with a CBA, and it was very helpful for me as a teacher to protect my rights. So I'm not advocating for a CBA, but I am advocating for some other things. Staff will, on the Employee Council update, it talks about that, that the staff is going to provide a report regarding the work of the Employee Council. And the background of these folks includes 40 employees from across the district. It is noted that the advisory group provides input and feedback to the superintendent on various district matters impacting employees. Now, if this is being done already, then bravo. If it's not, I would really ask that there be a strong focus of the board of directors that it does happen quickly. CAC recommends another subgroup of the council that's not just on employee compensation, but that focuses on a defined employee grievance process, where there are teachers and staff and employees that are supporting that process, not just administratively led. Also, as we move further on, item 22 talks about the evaluation of licensed personnel. One of the things I experienced over the past year was a high number of teachers that didn't feel that their evaluation process was honored. And it wasn't honored after the evaluation was complete. Things were said that shouldn't have been said. People in the district were aware of things that shouldn't have been said, but it didn't seem like things were addressed properly. That might have changed by now. And I'm not mentioning any names, I'm just saying, if there could be an employee council supported grievance process, to make sure there's a proper grievance process in place. My last comment, so forgive me for going over time. Let's see. Ah, shoot. Okay, this is it. At the end of the board thing, we have a change. You have a new format that I see, maybe it's just for tonight, where you're recognizing district parent committees, like DAC, and external groups and committees, like foundation, et cetera. I also noticed that on part of that is you have a parent engagement committee that I've never heard about. Maybe that's because tonight you're going to form that committee. And I would strongly encourage that, because if we have a parent engagement policy, but you don't have a community resource that kind of balances an administrative perspective, that could be a challenge. And I'm sorry, I'm almost done. Understanding the changes take place and midway through the second year of our new administrative leadership, which is great under Dr. Tucker, so many things are improving. But parent concerns of bullying parents, dismissive attitudes among some administrators and staff towards parents, a delay in launching a parent complaint process. My goodness, I mean, that started apparently back in February. We're still waiting for that to be finalized. It's not that complicated. We just asked that with the internal and external committees, will they be serving to provide direction to change, for change to ensure effective, proactive parent and community engagement? Now, proactive, you don't just inform. That's not engaging parents and community, that's informing. So I really apologize for going over.
Thank you, Mr. Collin.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. This will close public comment session at this time. Thank you again, all the public that commented tonight. We will certainly take your thoughts to heart as we continue through our agenda and into our future work. Next on our agenda is the adoption of the consent agenda, and there are 2 items on that consent agenda, including District Accountability Committee recommendations for membership, as well as personnel changes. Is there a motion to accept the consent agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Holtzman.
Second.
Seconded by Graziano. Let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. That passes unanimously. Next on our agenda is to accept the unofficial minutes. Is there a motion to accept?
Move to accept the minutes.
Second.
Motion made by Graziano, seconded by Lung. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. That also passes unanimously. Next on our agenda are several work study sessions that are here to inform us and update us. We'll begin with the strategic plan under the direction of Ms. Marlena Gross-Taylor. We have a 15-minute presentation allotted for this presentation, and then about 10 minutes for questions and answers from the board. So Mrs. Gross-Taylor. And friends. Lots of friends, all right.
Good evening, directors. We are excited to talk about, I think, probably one of the themes that everybody's very anxious to see and hear more about, how we're going to align our curriculum and include the flexible instructional delivery. So I will, at this time, have our Director of Curriculum, Erica Mason, come up, along with one of our EDOS, Corey Mason, come up, and they will share the presentation, and I'll be back.
Very good. Good evening.
Good evening, directors. Thank you for having us tonight, and I wanted to say first, welcome to our new board members and congratulations on your appointments. We're very excited to be here tonight. This is near and dear to our heart, and I will do very little talking, and we'll have some of our friends talk tonight that are here to represent us. Our strategic theme is aligned curriculum with flexible instructional delivery. So we're going to describe what our initiatives are within that and what some of the work looks like from our action team. You've seen this overview before. We are strategic theme 4, again, aligned curriculum and flexible instructional delivery. We're really going to talk about one initiative tonight that it's part of our phase 1. You have it in front of you, thank you. So part of phase 1 is really around the establishment of a comprehensive curriculum and the curriculum framework. And so we'll talk tonight about what that means.
Directors,
As we started the work this summer, we had a large team. Within it, you see representation from multiple areas of our school district, from gifted and talented to special education, to social emotional, to principal feedback. As we are working now into the initiative stage and action team, we've included more principals within it who are here, and I want to say thanks for taking the time out of the building to be a part of this team. We've also had Brian Winkleman as a teacher, library media, and continue to have more work as we start to narrow it down. Within this piece, I want you to know that it fits well with a lot of the comments. As you start working through curriculum and flexible instruction, you really start looking on how do we impact students? How do we help teachers be at their best? For students to be at their best. And really, this is where the best part comes. I'm going to ask Mike to come up. And he's going to introduce a wonderful young man who's going to talk more about the impact that quality instruction and teaching and curriculum really does.
Hi, Mike Weaver, principal at Mountain Vista High School. I got tasked with bringing a student in on this, and it was an interesting conversation as we were trying to figure out how to bring a student in on this. I thought quickly of someone who would be articulate and be able to present some quality information about his experience and the importance of having some steps that have led him to an incredibly successful career at Mountain Vista. So with that, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Kabi Adu.
Good evening. My name is Kabi Adu, and I'm a senior at Mountain Vista High School. I'm a secretary for the National Honor Society, and I'm heavily involved in music at my school. I've created my own club for the study and enjoyment of jazz improvisation, and I'm part of the Tri-M National Music Honor Society. My family is from Ghana, and when they moved here, they made it clear that the reason they're here is so that my siblings and I could get a quality education to create comfortable lives for ourselves. When I began planning my path through high school, I was motivated chiefly by my brother's immense shadow. He had a 4.5 GPA, and he went to Stanford. Secondary to that, I knew I wanted to explore music and improve at playing the trumpet. So from the beginning, I planned to load up my plate with AP classes and music-related electives. Thankfully, the aligned curriculum available through advanced placement at Vista helped me take plenty of AP classes with a high rate of success. With preparation from the previous class, I could answer my mom's concerns of, oh, are you sure you can handle 5 AP classes? With a confident yes. From honors bio and honors chem, I moved into AP bio and AP chemistry with enough preparation, which would eventually lead to my success. The same happened with language arts courses, English or honors English 1 to honor English 2 to AP composition to AP literature. Each class prepared me for the next and ultimately prepared me for success. By the end of the year, the system would have helped me attain a year's worth of college credit. Thankfully, this pattern of success spilled into my passion, music. From the beginner course of symphonic band, I moved into the advanced ensemble jazz band. After being exposed to jazz, I decided to take AP music theory so I could increase my understanding of music theory and improve my improvised solos. By joining jazz band, I took my music to the next level. Now I play professionally at the Clock Tower Cabaret with a group called the Smillionaires, and I've been accepted into 3 honor bands with many solo awards to accompany my college application. I want to thank you all for giving me the chance to speak, and I also want to thank this aligned curriculum for giving me an opportunity to be successful. Thank you.
Well done.
So as you look at the priority standards, you see the great introductory of talking about student engagement from PK-12 all the way through, looking those postgraduate opportunities and success, how we align curriculum with quality resources, the academic achievement and growth. Again, as a student who goes through and well represents, I can't say enough about that work that teachers do with students. And then lastly, the equitable access. It's been touched on a few times tonight, and we start looking at those sources as we go through. So again, to move forward within that, we want to start with objective 1 with Erica.
So as Corey mentioned, one of our pieces is to create and implement an inclusive, equitable, and comprehensive PK-12 curriculum aligned to the standards. There are a lot of words in that objective, and each one of them was designed very intentionally, and we mean each and every one of those to be inclusive, to make sure that it's equitable so that all of our students have the same opportunities that Kabi has had. that it is PK-12 aligned, PK-12 plus alignment, and that it is aligned to the standards. The initiative that we're specifically talking tonight is around our district-level curriculum framework that it includes aligned resources. Part of that equitable access and making sure that we have comprehensive resources for all of our students comes with this initiative. We additionally have another objective to create a district-wide aligned instructional framework. We're talking about the curriculum framework tonight. Our next initiative will be around that instructional framework. So really tonight we're focusing on the curriculum piece and not the instruction piece. That'll be part of upcoming initiatives in the future. We have the initiative under that objective to sustain professional learning around all of these initiatives, and additionally to establish pathways of continuous professional learning for all of our staff to support this as well. I'm going to hand this over now to Sid. I'm going to invite him to come up and speak, and he's also going to bring with him a teacher that he has tonight to talk specifically about this piece.
Thank you, Erica. My name is Sid Rundle. I'm the principal at Cresthill Middle School. Nice to see you all again. And it never can be said enough, because I think people forget the volunteerism that is involved in the service you provide. So I want to thank the board for all you continue to do. I'm going to yield some of my time. I want to give you just a little bit of a principal's perspective on this really important conversation, but I will always maintain there are no more important people in our system than our teachers, our classroom teachers that stand in front of kids every day. So I really asked one of my absolutely wonderful social studies teachers, Ms. Walia, if she would address just briefly a little bit of a testimonial about her thoughts on aligned curriculum.
I want to thank Sid for giving me this opportunity to represent our school. I also want to mention a fact that I'm a proud parent of 2 grown-up children who graduated from Douglas County School District 13 years ago and 10 years ago. I teach 7th grade social studies, which covers history and geography of Eastern Hemisphere along with government systems. Students have more fun learning about these topics, and it also helped me to push their critical thinking skills when they come to my classroom with some background knowledge and understanding of basic concepts of geography and history. I have been teaching social studies for the last 9 years and have seen students coming to my classroom with some background knowledge ranging from low to high level. Some students are ready to dive into essential questions using their critical thinking skills right away. And some students have not even heard about prime meridian, equator, or even 7 continents of the world. I end up spending some valuable time teaching and reviewing these concepts before getting into 7th grade curriculum and standards. There are 6 elementary schools, plus several charter schools in our feeder area, which means that there are between 10 to 12 teachers in these schools, all teaching 6th grade, who may or may not have been teaching 6th grade level expectations using Colorado academic standards in social studies. I will use an example of 6th and 7th grade social studies standards to show that how important it is to align curriculum between grade levels. One of the grade level expectations in 6th grade is to learn about systems of government in the Western Hemisphere. Incoming 7th graders are expected to know the basic government systems before they enter middle school so that we can help them analyze the civic similarities and differences with government systems in the Eastern Hemisphere. Instead of diving into similarities between the governmental system, we end up teaching the basics first because some of them did not have a chance to learn about the systems in 6th grade. I know that our elementary school teachers are working very hard to prepare students for middle school. Yet, as teachers scramble to meet math and reading standards, social studies and science lessons have been pushed back on the list of academic priorities. When social studies are not part of early grade curriculum, the impact lasts through multiple grades. I'm finding that some students don't fully understand what's happening in the world. They are not given the time or space to process what's happening. No one is helping them connect what's happening today to the systems and pattern of the past. They are also not able to connect and relate to people of diverse cultures and races. I realize that social studies can tend to be a political hot potato. It can ruffle a lot of feathers in terms of how it is being used. But who doesn't want our children to be part of the democratic process? Who doesn't want young people to be global citizens? I am pretty confident in saying that most people want that. An aligned curriculum K through 12 with a true, guaranteed, and viable scope and sequence will allow all of our students an opportunity to maximize their potential. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Indira. I just want to take a moment to also say, she also teaches Bollywood dancing to our students, and so she's usually not quite as formal as this. As Indira mentioned, the guaranteed and viable curriculum, something that I guess I would say is an important part of this conversation, because we've neither had a curriculum that is guaranteed nor viable for some time now in Douglas County, and it's not just our district alone, but we are perhaps in more urgent need of a restoration of this conversation. Despite 2.5 decades of national conversation taking place around standards, we still see a disheartening amount of curricular chaos, pretentious gibberish, educational fads and innovations, all that are displacing research-proven findings on what is absolutely essential for any high-performing school district. We absolutely know, and that is a common, coherent, consistent, content-rich curriculum in place, intact for every single student, period. You need great educators, you need great leaders, but if you don't have the foundation for them to engage the work equitably for all of our students, we're missing something. When we as a system can say that we have horizontal consistency between classroom to classroom, school to school, and when we have vertical coherency from the littlest little shavers on up to the gobbies of the world, building sequentially on that learning and those skills, when we say we have that in place for all of our learners, we'll truly be able to say we're living out the vision and the mission of our strategic mission. I just have to say, we've complicated the lives of our teachers for far too long. They already have incredibly challenging jobs, and it is time to do the strong work of providing for our teachers piercing clarity around what it is that we believe all students should know, should be able to do, and to conceptually grapple with. Our teachers are professionals who should be spending their full efforts and energies on the how of instruction, their craft, their instructional artistry in serving up compelling and rigorous learning engagements. But it's the school district's responsibility, I believe, to provide the piercing clarity on the what part of that conversation, the curriculum that our teachers will teach. And that what should not be something teachers should have to create, should have to design, should have to determine, write, or purchase, something we owe our teachers. So I want to just leave with the three last maybe bullet points for you. I think this conversation, and again, we're really just talking about the curriculum tonight. The flexible instructional piece is incredibly important, will stand on its own. But the three words I want to leave us with in this conversation is the why behind it, and that is efficiency, efficacy, and equity. Those are three things that we must take into consideration as we do this. We know, and the work of Marlena has been powerful in us starting to say our purchasing power as a district, when we get online with, when we get together on maximizing our buying power with educational vendors, with materials that have been vetted, that we know are good quality, we become a stronger organization. That's efficiency. We also know that our teachers all too often work as independent contractors in their own mini office spaces. And that's incredibly inefficient in terms of their ability to develop professionally, to lean on one another's expertise, to grow as a professional learning community. I want my teachers like Indira obsessing over how to make concepts relevant and enticing, and how to differentiate from multiple levels of learners sitting before them, how to penetrate their hearts with a love for reading, writing, art, science, math. And I've seen firsthand how difficult it is for teachers to do that work when they're spending vast amounts of their planning time just deciding what to teach and for how long ought I to be teaching this, when we can answer those questions for them and take that off their plate. The efficacy piece is, we know, and we have to become firmer believers in this, our families move. We're a geographically very large district, and our families move quite a bit within our district. This year alone, I've accepted a half dozen administrative transfers just since the start of the year from 5 different middle schools. For whatever reasons, families needing to, or asking if they could come to my school. When kids move between schools and there is a foundational common curriculum in place, it minimizes the gaps and the overlap of instruction and allows those students to much more efficiently progress in their academic progress. We need systematic determinations and commitments from Douglas County teachers themselves as to what are the most essential, the most powerful, the most comprehensive, holistic standards that we can leverage on behalf of our students. That is the work that lies before us that has to be done. Is coherent curriculum is often as much about what not to teach as it is what to teach. It all comes at a displacement cost. It's an opportunity cost because time is so valuable for a teacher. But individual teachers should not be left to figure that out. That should be a systemic commitment and conversation. Lastly, and I think perhaps most importantly, is the equity piece. The equity learning should not ever be a lottery proposition. Our community should rightly expect that regardless of what teacher's classroom a student ends up in, whatever assigned classroom their child is, they can be assured of a coherent, common, consistent, curriculum-rich, content-rich curriculum taught to mastery. As Dr. Tucker likes to say, it's the law. It'd be awfully nice for us to do that. Every single child in every one of our schools deserves thoughtful, purposeful, well-designed, well-considered, rigorous curriculum. Every child in any feeder, in any neighborhood, in any part of our district. And it must be our Douglas County guaranteed and viable, our Douglas County guarantee to all of our families. The guarantee of equity across our system is facilitated through accountability, always. And when we can compare our practices and when we can compare our results, classroom to classroom, building to building, neighborhood to neighborhood, feeder to feeder, because we are comparing apples to apples, we're teaching the same stuff, we truly can leverage that for growth of our educators in PLC conversations with which Kara and others are going to speak about. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rendell.
Good evening, I'm Kara Tiedemann, principal at Northeast Elementary. So phase 1 of Theme D really provides the foundational building blocks and curricular resources for our schools to support academic excellence and high levels of learning for all students in Douglas County. This leads to the next phase of Theme D, to establish and sustain professional learning and practice around professional learning communities, or PLCs. The PLC model utilizes a systems thinking approach to support student learning. PLCs enable teachers to continually learn from one another via shared visioning and planning, as well as in-depth critical examination of what does and doesn't work to enhance student learning for all. Our schools are filled with talented and dedicated people. They certainly don't join this profession for the wealth or fame, but for the students that they serve every day. Building upon the great instructional work that is already happening in our district, the next steps of this initiative will be to support those who have the greatest direct impact on our students with professional development and resources to establish and sustain their PLCs. With this, we will work to adjust and realign our definition and practice of PLC. The PLC model provides a common and aligned way for us to discuss student learning from PK through 12th grade and allows us to leverage the expertise of our educators while still providing schools and teachers with the flexibility to make instruction their own. I believe this is the right work to both support educators and students of Douglas County. Teaching can be a very isolating profession. Teachers often feel the weight of the world on their shoulders. The responsibility of ensuring student learning is no small task. Supporting our teams with professional development to establish and sustain PLCs will help lift teachers from feelings of isolation with a model of highly collaborative teams where they share more of the load. I have seen the difference this can make at my school. This year, our team committed to implementing the principles of PLC to guide our work and improve student learning. Seeing the power of adjusting and aligning our work to the critical elements of a PLC model has been a game changer. Here's some of the things Northeast staff are saying. I feel like I'm making a difference, and the work is really meaningful to students in a way that I haven't seen before. I always thought I was working as part of a highly collaborative team, but I've never felt as effective as I have functioning as a PLC. This is such purpose with working towards focused and common goals. I don't ever feel like I'm doing it on my own. We can rely on and play on each other's strengths and expertise to better support learning for all. And the final comment comes from my 5th grade team. They're a rather spirited bunch. 5th grade team is rocking it. They dared me to put that one in and I couldn't resist. What that comment in particular tells me is that our teachers are feeling a level of excitement for the work, success, confidence, and purpose that they maybe haven't felt before. And there isn't a kid in the world who can't benefit from that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys. Thanks, Kabi, again, nice job. The only one who got applauded,
So noted.
Here's class. Thanks, everyone, who's been involved in these conversations over the last several months. It's really been entertaining to go to these Tuesday morning meetings for several hours and come back and just reflect. And I think in wrapping up our presentation, it's important to consider the concept of balance. Over the past several years, our schools have been granted a lot of site-based autonomy. It's been appreciated in some cases, it's been fun in some cases, but it certainly brought up some major issues among our schools and among our feeders. That said, change is hard, and as you start having discussions about standardization, as you start having discussions about somebody implementing a framework in your school, the level of concern starts to go up as people have those conversations. With that in mind, this group has truly been looking at trying to find that perfect balance between autonomy on one side and structure and consistency and equity on the other side. The initiative is big. As we started talking about this, it just began to grow in the concepts we had to talk about. The road to a meaningful framework in the district has a lot of off-ramps, and those off-ramps aren't really articulated on the graphic up here. But we found ourselves having some rich discussions about community and student need, about site-based independence, about best instructional practice, scope and sequence, common assessment, assessment in general, the future of PLCs, among other things, and most people kept their cool throughout. As we get into the next phases of the plan, I think what is very cool about this is people are starting to get excited about the work. There are good things already going on all over the district, and I think people are recognizing this. This doesn't have to look like change, it has to look like alignment and adjustment. And I think that's where people are feeling good about this. Schools can really build on the positive work they've already done, and now they can count on supported, aligned structures, resources, and expectations, which are going to help them all every day. The process of developing a framework over the next several years and leading to a strong focus on flexible instructional practice really provides us with unlimited growth opportunities. This makes it exciting for schools. I think it makes it exciting for the district to see where we can go next. From what I've seen from the colleagues in the room and talking to others around the district, we are way ahead of the game. And we are not all of a sudden starting from ground zero, which is incredible. And I think we're in a great place to get things aligned and move forward in a very positive way. Thank you guys for taking the time.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver.
All right, just to wrap up, and then see if you have any questions for us. Mike mentioned some words, anchor, align, and adjust. And again, that's very purposeful in thinking about our work for the upcoming years. This year, working through the curriculum framework, that will be ongoing. That won't be done in 1 year. It will continuously be work that we need to do to continue to improve our alignment. We will have teacher involvement in this process through our curriculum councils that will start second semester. And finally, the resource alignment that one of my principal friends mentioned, that we will be looking at those processes for vetted resources. Finally, in the upcoming years, again, you'll see that work continue, and then into the following years, the PLC work that Kara talked about, and then the focus on instruction after that. We have a DLT meeting on Thursday that will be presenting this same presentation to our principals, and then continuing this work with our level meetings and our PLS, and continuing to get feedback and make this an iterative process so that we are meeting the needs. And as Mike said, making this not feel like change, but making this feel like alignment and adjustment. We also have some breakout sessions that will be led to support the work at that Thursday meeting. So any questions for us?
All right, very good. Well, Ms. Mason, first of all, and the team, thank you. Javi and Indira, thank you also for being here as well. It just breathes life into the things that we're talking about when we see the two of you here. And so, and congrats to you, Javi. What an exemplary model of Douglas County student you are. And so thank you. You've inspired all of us. I could tell by the chills on our skin when you talked. It was like, yeah, this is what it's all about. So first of all, board directors, so just a reminder, the purpose of this is really to delve deeply in the understanding of these themes and these initiatives. It's not for us to delve into the how yet, the action planning, but it's really for us to have a clear vision of what our staff is looking at when they talk about curriculum alignment and flexible instructional delivery. So with that, questions, Director Chancho Shore.
I thank you for the reminder, but there's still this pit in my stomach that I have to address and I'm wondering about. Equitable access is a gigantic statement, and it means a significant amount. If you think about our socioeconomic diversity and the status that happens, the equitable access of this curriculum is very specifically necessary to look at the scaffolding, the structures, and the systems that could happen to assure equitable access. So the piece that makes me have this growing anxiety is around the representation and the underrepresentation of elementary schools that are socially, economically less advantaged. Working in systems in schools as long as I have, it was so amazing to listen to you educators speak and talk. And middle school and high school teachers, I don't think there is a single ever opportunity when I don't hear incredible people talk about how it would be amazing to have kids come in 7th on up who are ready, according to state standards, for 7th and 8th grade in science and social studies and math, et cetera. Those things are super, super important. But I'm thinking below that line. I'm thinking pre-K, K1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or up to 7, to assure that the equitable access and our strategic mission for assuring equitable access happens in our socioeconomic schools and their representation in this effort. I think their voices, it's really super important to hear from the principals and the teachers in our schools that are already struggling. One of the pieces in the pit in my stomach, we celebrated some fantastic things this evening. At the very beginning of the meeting, not one school that is low socioeconomic status achieves in the same way. And so that is disheartening, and part of it, I think, there's a lot of reasons for that, but the equitable access to assuring that we are providing what we need to provide for all of our kids has to be represented in all the conversations, and I'm certainly sure you're aware of that. I know you are. I just had to say it out loud because I'm thinking about the principals and teachers in some of our schools right here in Castle Rock who might be just dying, wondering how in the world will I get our kids prepared, and how will our school district and our Board of Education be able to provide the scaffolds, the structures, and the systems that we have to provide for them that we don't necessarily have to provide in other places.
Thank you. We are definitely including both educators and directors, teachers in part of that process of making sure that we are developing those supports, and that'll be part of that instructional framework to come. And as you said, it's huge. It won't happen overnight, but absolutely, we hear your concern. So
Very good.
absolutely.
Mr. Weiss?
Another strategic theme is around equitable resources. So ours is really touching on what are we teaching, and then getting into how are we teaching that, and what resources can best support the teachers, and then we hope to complement. And that was part of our rich discussions of curriculum and instruction is blended so much with culture, so much with equitable resources, so much with postgraduate opportunities that we will be partnering with them, and up and coming will be sharing a lot with that too.
And I think I'm just really advocating that the people that are creating this on this team are also, there are representatives from our other schools that are struggling or have been working really, really hard to get to this place too.
Very good.
Yeah, also just note that part of our strategic planning process, which we haven't touched on a lot, is also making sure the right people are in the right places. So one of the changes that we made even internally was moving Natasha Strayer, who's over our director of GT, and Remy Rummel, who's our director of ELD, under my umbrella of teaching and learning, to make sure that even when we're having these high-level discussions, we have people there that are working and directly impacting kids at the table, right? And me being able to go out and share, and I've been to several already, the GT meetings with all the teachers and the EL, and even asking Nancy, can I barge in on some of the SPED, being able to do that, I think you'll see so many overlaps with what we're doing, from curriculum to instruction to scaffolding to professional development, and intentionally including all of those teachers and all of those groups in that process.
And I'm so appreciative of that. I think I'm specifically advocating Acres Green, Southridge, Castle Rock, Mesa. I really am advocating that the people who are in those trenches are also on this committee.
So noted, I assume.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Director Choncher. Sure. Other directors, other questions you may have?
Just really quickly, I'm not going to ask the question, but I do just kind of want to put it out there because I'm so looking forward to hearing this piece later when I'm allowed to ask the question. But I really appreciate the recognition that there are already some really great things happening in our schools, and that as a part of this process, you're discovering that even more. And then I also heard mention of that we're really utilizing our economy of scale.
Yes.
And so those two things don't sound like it, but I sit here thinking if we only had more financial resources, the more we have, the more we can do. And so those are two things that to me relate directly to our financial resources. So I'm just really looking forward to, in the future, hopefully hearing a little bit and sharing with our community kind of the exciting news that some of this is I think we refer to it a lot as low-hanging fruit, things that we're already doing that we can, it won't cost so much to maybe spread it across because we already have a lot of expertise that we can draw on. But then there's savings also for economy of scale. So I'm looking forward to hearing those positive budget pieces, as well as I know there's going to be needs that we need to meet. And so I'm putting that out there. Thank you.
I think that's great. I mentioned to all of you before that we're running several pilots this year, and that there are some things we had to just prioritize based on student needs, all teacher feedback from our strategic planning process, that it wasn't equitable. And one thing that I've noticed here is that in our level meetings in particular, elementary in particular, when we're saying like, hey guys, like we need to do, and we're gonna provide for your science or for your math or for your phonics. And here are the things that you're already using. That's great. Here are some additional ones that we want you to choose from, that we can provide the professional development. It was really interesting to see that they've always had voice and choice, but now they have support, and it was hard for some of them to decide what to use, right? Because they're not accustomed to having the wraparound supports for that. So I definitely will be back to share how we're able to save, how we're able to move from principals and schools signing individual contracts and paying full price, right? Which is not according to board policy, but I understand you have to do what you have to do as a former principal. I get that too, right? Asking for forgiveness. But to now be on board and to share with our principals at all of our level meetings so they can see how much that they're saving and what they're getting, because we are Douglas County. And when we're talking to vendors to say, this is Douglas County, I need you to do better, I have no problem saying that.
Very good. Director Meek.
So you had me at piercing clarity. I think the process to get there is probably a really difficult journey, but, and I think this goes to what Christina was speaking to. I mean, if it really is going to be equitable, it needs to be really inclusive. And so if there's anything that we can do as directors to help ensure that that process is inclusive, let us know.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Very good.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I'm going to ask one last question, because I think we've exhausted our questions and we're beyond our break time. And this is an old timer question. So I'm looking at Mr. Rundle, Mr. Weaver, and Mr. Wise.
Thank you for not including me in that old remark, right? I appreciate that.
So I know we've done guaranteed viable curriculum several years ago, and we worked hard on that. It fell flat. It went away. So I would like to hear from you folks. What's different this time? What's different this go around that you can assure me that we're just not retracing our steps?
I think in the guaranteed and viable curriculum work that we were working on, I would say probably 7 years ago, we never actually got to that piece of it. There was an inordinate amount of time spent on the front end of purpose, of backwards planning, of templates, of it needs to look this way. And we never really got to the deep conversation of what is guaranteed and what is viable. And so I think that conversation started, never really got rolling, and so we didn't get to that piece to say, this is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. Because in the same lane, we were being granted a lot of autonomy to do site-based work, which was really not at all balanced in the way of saying, we're gonna have a guaranteed and viable curriculum for our kids in your building based on how you choose to go about your business. And so I don't think it ever aligned. I don't think we were ever really talking about that.
So this effort is focused, as you see it, on the right things, as opposed to where we leap to implementation and using templates. You're seeing that we're actually taking the time to delve deeply.
I'll just add to, Principal Weaver is far more tactful than I am. We bastardized the entire concept of guaranteed and viable curriculum. We never implemented it, we never attempted it. The reality is a guaranteed and viable curriculum means we guarantee this for every student, regardless of where you are in the district, and it is viable in that we've narrowed it down enough that it can actually be taught in the context of a year. We actually put our policies and our practices as a district in place to systematically prevent any kind of guaranteed and viable curriculum. So it's not that we're going to try it to do it better. I think we're actually going to try to do it.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Mr. Rendell, thank you. Ms. Mason?
Not to go too much over time, but I think Kara really addressed the piece too that makes this, that lets us put it into practice. She talked about the PLC work that's coming. And for schools to be able to dig into that curriculum and talk about how they're adjusting and monitoring based on the assessment data that they have in their schools for their students is what makes it a living, working curriculum. And I think that's the difference, is the work that comes with it to support it as well.
Very good. Well, thank you, and that's the reassurance I wanted to hear, so that was the correct answer. But I would also say that this is a board goal that we have prioritized. We have prioritized that we want academic expectations to be clearly articulated and supported with an appropriate curriculum. And so it fits with a strong value that all of us had. And so when you hear the passion of Director Chancho Shore, you know that that's widespread with 7 of us that are anxious to see the work get done. And Chancho Shore is part of the Old Timers Club as well, where we didn't do the work, like you said, Mr. Rundle. And so we're looking very forward to the work ahead and appreciate all of you, all of your voices, and job well done. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, at this time, board, we're going to take about a 7-minute break. Yeah, they deserve applause, so we will take 7 minutes and be back.
Directors, good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide an update on our school capacity boundary analysis. I want to say a lot of hard work has been done, and the next steps are ready to be taken. I'd like to acknowledge the very hard work of the Long Range Planning Committee, of Derek Sturtz, our planning manager, and Shannon Bingham with Western Demographics, our consultant performing the analysis, who are with me tonight. At this point, I'd like to introduce the briefing team, and that's Michelle Major, our Long Range Planning Committee Chair.
Good evening.
Brad Geiger, our School Capacity and Boundary Analysis Chair of the Advisory Board, as well as a Long Range Planning Committee member.
How many words can you get in your title, Brad? That's impressive.
And Shannon Bingham with Western Demographics.
Good evening.
Good evening, I'm Michelle Major, and I'm serving currently as the chair of the Long Range Planning Committee, and I'm honored to be here tonight. And I have 3 children in the district, and started my journey with the Long Range Planning Committee several years ago because I cared about my feeder school, and have learned through serving on the Long Range Planning Committee that it is so much bigger than my feeder school. It is bigger than the high school. It is a huge network of schools that make up Douglas County School District. And they are so intricately intertwined with their capacity and their boundary. And we, as the Long Range Planning Committee, have worked and tried to study this topic and found that it was so immense a topic that we have our own subcommittee, and Brad Geiger is the chair of that subcommittee that is doing the boundary and capacity analysis, and I'd like to have him kind of discuss the process of how our committee has, over time, researched this topic. Brad?
Good evening, sir.
Thank you. It's nice to be here as always. I wanted to give a very brief summary both for the new board members and a reminder for the returning board members. We first brought this issue, the Long Range Planning Committee, to the board in our 2017-2018 Master Capital Plan. In preparing that document, we, for the first time really, started to see that the demographics in Douglas County were changing. While we still had growth, some of it quite large in some areas, we were also facing demographic changes in other parts of the district. We were trying to figure out why some schools were underserved and underutilized and why some were overutilized. In that document in 2017, we told the board that the Long Range Planning Committee would be now analyzing that more and try to come back with recommendations. Michelle was one of the people on that committee who started looking into it, and as she said, it took us about 6 months to realize that it was far beyond our capacities, that this wasn't about a few boundaries in the northwest section. It wasn't about what we do with this school or that school. What we realized is that the district did not have a good idea about their boundaries, a fair evaluation of the capacities in our neighborhood schools, or how those were being affected by the charter schools, how they were being affected by other factors. Bottom line is, it got far beyond the capacity of a volunteer committee. So we came in April of 18 and asked the board to approve an RFP to hire an expert to look into this. The board, understanding those needs and listening, as we always appreciate, to the Long Range Planning Committee, then approved an RFP in June of 2018. In our MCP for the 2018-2019 school year, we emphasized some of the issues that we were seeing, that there were schools that were going to be far under capacity as we then evaluated it. And if you were here that day, what you heard me say as chair of the Long Range Capacity, as the Long Range Planning Committee, is that we had been lying to the board for a lot of years about what our capacity looked like. We literally did not know what the capacities of our schools were. I have said for some time that we have not done anything like this for a decade. We've not looked at boundaries or capacities for a decade. That's untrue. We've never done this. The process we are in the middle of is part of this overall process. It's part of what you saw before us. It's part of what you'll hear behind us about moving Douglas County School into the 21st century, about treating it like an effective urban school district. And that didn't happen for far too many years. I am very proud to stand here today to present the next step in this plan as we begin to gather community information about how to solve and address the growth of this district.
Thank you, Brad.
Jan.
Thanks, Brad. Good evening, everybody. It's a privilege to be here. I'd just like to quickly run through a quick PowerPoint that we've got addressing our current status, where we are at this point in time, and how we're moving forward. You can see our major tasks of the projects listed there. We have conducted the task 1 portion in the spring, evaluation of existing conditions, and basically, we've walked through every building in the district with 2 exceptions. We shake a lot of hands. We're trying to get to the point to where our principals are looking at capacities that they believe in as we move forward into looking at boundary changes or adjustments that might be viable, given the fact a lot of these boundaries are 35 years old, like a lot of the buildings are 35 years old, that we need to try to get those to align to the current existing condition. And we need to make sure that we understand those buildings as they deliver programs in 2019 and 2020, and not how they delivered programs when I started my career back in 1985. So that's one of the things that Derek Sturtz and I have done, is we've walked through every building, is we've looked every principal in the eye and said, what do you believe your building will hold? And now we're moving forward to the phase where we know we have some empty seats, we know we may be able to do some things, we know we want to be good stewards of public assets, and we can really make sure we've got everybody on the same page as we think about what might be possible. We're at this public outreach and feedback process. That will involve an online survey and another round where we're talking about doing some things specific in buildings where we shake a lot of parent hands individually. This is all about personal contact. We've been out trying to understand which communities are growing. Every place where there's an American flag flying around the district and a real estate office, I've been there. And I've spoken with those folks regarding what their growth outlook is. So we're trying to make this as individualized, as personalized, as much of a community process as we possibly can. As we move through that process, that will happen between now and March 2020, and then finally we'll be approaching you in April and May with some final recommendations. Every one of these groups on this page, we spent between 30 minutes and 2 hours asking them what they really thought challenges in the districts were from a facility standpoint. What do they see as some solutions? What do they see as the existing conditions? What are some things that they think could be effective as we move forward to try to use the buildings that we have as efficiently as we can and look at what our future needs were? Student advisory group was probably the most fun. But all of these other areas, we asked a lot of hard questions, and we really used a SWOT process to listen very carefully to what people had to say. We came up with 7 possible courses of action, and we reduced that to a final set of 5 that are listed here. And again, there's some sort of a PowerPoint compatibility issue here. That should be 1 through 5. But basically, I'll talk about those 5 potential solutions real quick. The first one is status quo. So that is basically how we've always done business in this district since I've been observing it for the last 35 years. We've constructed new facilities just because it was all we could do because we've grown so rapidly. So basically, we have some areas that remain in the district that are what I call regionally isolated, where if we were to bus children out of some of these larger areas where there are currently school voids, we would be offering our stakeholders a significantly different level of service than what DCSD has always done, which is basically more or less build schools in neighborhoods. So some of those big voids would be Sterling Ranch, another one would be the southeast Castle Rock area, and the third one would be the Canyon/Ridgegate area where we have very large, maybe 10 square mile, 15 square mile areas where there are school voids, and doing a boundary change where we have an underutilized school adjacent to a overutilized school and a boundary change is possible. Well, those geographies aren't really conducive to that sort of change, especially given traffic in this district. And traffic has to be one thing that we think about very carefully, because once we have children on a bus, it takes a certain amount of ride time to get from a neighborhood to a school. So we have to be realistic about what's actually possible. Boundary changes will probably come up with about 25, 50 to 75 students changes where we would move students from one elementary to another. And those would be vetted by a subcommittee of the Long Range Committee. And we would probably pull that down to 15 to 18 is what we're thinking. We would be looking at 15 to 18 relatively small-scale changes that we would process one-to-one, shaking every hand on a community-based, at that kind of an event, an open house event, and process those individually. Moving sixth grade to middle schools, there are probably 4 circumstances in which we could do that partially or possibly fully. And that's become one of our issues among our educators, is that whole partial versus all of moving sixth grade into a middle school environment. So that's an issue that we'll have to vet as we go along. Another one is K-8 configurations. We've explored possibly 3 circumstances where we might be able to more fully utilize what we have or more effectively utilize what we have by creating a couple of K-8s. And finally, expanding enrollment policies where we are not choicing children into portable classrooms. So mostly we're looking at the idea of, do our policies currently result in children mostly residing in permanent buildings? And does our choice policy result in students forcing the use of portable classrooms in places where that may not be necessary given the neighborhood enrollment of a school? Here's our timeline. Kind of right in the middle of this, we became adopted by the strategic plan process. So that changed a few things to us. In the middle of that also, we were able to fund full-day kindergarten in the state. And we wound up with all but probably 10 sections district-wide going full-day K. So that changed our capacity process, and we were able to adapt to both of those circumstances quite well. And then you see our August through October process there, where we're moving into these final stages where we're finally at the present to you tonight regarding where we are with our outreach strategy. As we went along, the strategic plan process resulted in our reconsidering 2 elements that came out of that SWOT process that we did in the phase 1 part of the process. One was using curriculums as a tool to fill underutilized schools. That's basically just moving magnet programs around for specialized curriculums in order to concentrate enrollments in locations where there are empty seats. We decided that that was more of a strategic plan initiative as far as exploring how to do that on an equitable basis, and it was removed from this process as a way to manage enrollment. The second thing that was a modification was center-based programs for preschool, full-day K concentrations, and for special ed concentrations in that center-based model, and we were more interested in having the strategic plan process guide that based on equity, based on case loadings, based upon regional demand, in a little bit more of a program-aligned manner than in a look for empty seats kind of a manner. So that was how those 2 components became under the strategic plan umbrella relative to under this, what we call the SCUBA project umbrella. As far as capacity goes, we've been to every building except STEM and Ascent. Those are planned this week. We'll be picking those up and finalizing those results as well. And again, every one of these, we're walking out of the building with the principal saying, I agree with your number. We did a significant vetting process after the fact where we sent them draft capacity numbers and accumulated comments online and went back out and either had a teleconference or an in-person visit with everybody who asked a question about their capacity process. And Derek's office was very effective in making sure that we have as much agreement as we could possibly get in this kind of a capacity process. Our future plans at charters were also included in the analysis. I'm looking at 3 locations where enrollment will grow based on charter plans. We also had an equivalent process, level playing field between all the charters. We used similar standards and statistics for all of our charter schools, and they said collectively that works for us. So at the elementary, middle, and high school level, we have agreement where our education leadership said that works collectively for us. And that's what we wanted to do as we moved into this process of looking at boundary changes, new facilities, a variety of other ways to effectively use what we have and consider changes that would make us more effective. There was a change. We went from thinking we had 9,000 available seats in the district to having about 3,000. And I'll comment a little bit on that. I started my career as the planning director of Academy 20 in December of 1985, and education was a different world. I walked into a building, there was one special ed resource teacher, there was an itinerant specialist for occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech language pathology, vision, maybe a behavioral specialist who came through a day or an hour or 2 hours a week, and they worked out of the trunks of their cars. And probably by the early 90s, there were 2 to 5 of these support staff in every building. When Derek and I walked through every building in April and May, we found 18 to 20 or more staff in every elementary building working in that capacity. Now, they're not all special education. They're more than 2/3 gen ed, a remediation of one type or another. Our education assistants are mostly augmenting what classroom teachers are doing for 2nd grade gen ed or 5th grade gen ed. But there are a lot of adults in these buildings, not counting the office staff, that are augmenting the instructional program. Those buildings, that Swiss Cross design is 35 years old. So we were building that design. It was kind of new when I started my career in 1985. And now I walk through the 2010 prototype, which is the prototype for Roxborough Intermediate, Gold Rush, Clear Sky, Mammoth Heights, Sage Canyon. There are 6 of those. That building does a better job of accommodating those non-gen ed classroom teacher adults in each one of those buildings, but still it's not quite there. And that design is 10 years old. 10 months is an eternity in education. 10 years is infinity in education. So even that latest prototype, with it being 10 years old, still has some design problems. We believe that that gap in instructional staffing loading approach is really relevant to how we arrived at that difference in how many available seats that we have. So we know that's very true at elementary and middle school based upon the age of these floor plans. And we know to a certain extent it's also true at the high school level, although in some of our buildings we increased a little bit after we counted all the spaces up and looked at the master schedule. As far as where are we now? Public outreach, it's in 2 pieces. One is a district-wide survey that's ready to go live right now. It's been fairly thoroughly vetted. We have the rest of this week, a couple of days to make final decisions and push it out there and let people review those 5 big issues on any device that they have. And they'll be able to give us feedback regarding what they think about those 5 big issues.
And I just want to talk briefly about the vetting, because I was one of the vetters. This was brought to the advisory committee. Honestly, we got a great deal of feedback in a relatively short period of time. This is not just working on language, although we certainly did that. We are trying to find and contribute as we can as volunteers to find the way to communicate to the students, to the parents, to the administrators, to the people in the district about how we're trying to listen to them about to make these changes. There are going to be big changes. We have to communicate as well as we can. So I can tell you that my committee certainly took the vetting extraordinarily seriously.
Great. Thanks, Brad. So the second part of that is these incremental things, the 15 to 18 small-scale boundary changes, the 6th grade into maybe 3 or 4 middle schools, maybe a couple of K-8 scenarios. Those are person-to-person open houses. That's the second phase that will happen in March and April. This first phase is this overall view of what are the big picture things that you would consider doing. We'll vet those as a long-range committee and with your approval, and then move forward with the ones that survive. So that's the phase where we're using some community input to help us vet that process. How will it be pushed out? It'll be on the DCSD website. We'll be emailing a link to all families, all staff, principals, and teachers, and students in grades 5 through 12. And K through 4 students will let their parents take leadership on helping them be part of kind of a family survey if they like. But for the most part, we're pushing it out to students as well. Superintendent's messaging will also carry this in Soups On. DCSD social media will be pushing the survey out. DCSD newsletters will be having a link to it. And then there'll be toolkits that go out to school leaders encouraging participation. These, again, are the 5 big questions that are in my survey right now. It'll be out there for about 3 weeks. And then these are the potential answers, the answer structure that people have as they look at that survey. Very easy to take, regardless of the device that an individual has, they can participate in this survey. The localized community meetings, again, will be more of an open house opportunity in areas, feeders, and schools, where we'll be looking at more of these localized things, and that will be happening starting in February. As far as the final recommendations, those will be presented to Long Range and then subsequently to you, and that'll be the end of that process. Now, as we look at these localized things, there will be a vetting process, and in that vetting process, we'll go through working with principals and their EDOSs, and then we'll work with our internal long-range facilities planning committee on this issue before anything goes public. So all of that will be vetted internally by our committee, and then it will be vetted by instructional leadership before we say to our parents and our stakeholders, hey, this is something that we think is worth thinking about. So there will be that kind of a vetting process. And a lot of these things won't survive that process. So we're expecting to identify enough of them to result in a reasonable consideration of how to best use what we've got. But we know that as we think about how viable they actually are, some of those will be eliminated. So that's my presentation. I appreciate your attention, and I'm delighted to answer any questions.
Yeah, first of all, thank you again to the entire team for all the work, and to our volunteers who have stuck with us for a while. Appreciate that as well. Board, what questions do you have about the presentation? I think probably the pivotal task that they're at is the survey piece in terms of being ready to put that survey out to our constituents. So that's really what they're desiring to hear from us in terms of giving them the green light to move forward with that. So, but what questions do you have regarding the presentation? Director Lung and then Director Graziano.
I just had a quick question, just clarification. When you say, I think it was 15 to 18 schools, like those would be elementary schools, was that right?
Predominantly, yes, sir.
Okay, so 15, okay. Originally, I thought you meant students, so I was like, I missed that. So.
And we would be looking at neighborhoods, 50 to 75 students in multiple subdivision filings that would move as cohesive neighborhoods.
15 to 75 students move, but across how many schools? Like just all the schools?
15 to 18 schools and a chunk of kids that would be 50 to 75 students in order to make enough of a difference to balance.
Very good. Director Lung?
I echo President Sway's comments that you guys have done an amazing job. This is really, really complex issues. And I think one of the questions that I got a lot from the committee is they were told that there are 12,000 open seats. And now, based on these presentations, we are so much less open seat right now. Can you give a bit of digest why we shrink so much from 12,000 to like 3,000 in neighborhood school?
The initial capacities were developed when those buildings were built. So basically, imagine 1985. It's hard for me to remember 1985, but we were in a little bit different environment. We had probably tops 2 to 5 non-classroom-based educators in every building. We didn't have demand for special education spaces and general ed augmentation spaces like we do now. The building designs themselves were not really built with small group instruction areas, with adequate office spaces. So that was one world that we were in. I think we were using a higher class size on a classroom-to-classroom basis when those were originally calculated. The district went through an extended period of year-round education as a capacity augmentation process. So we were really running those buildings loaded to the gills. And I really think that that 9,000 or 12,000, whatever that figure was, is coming from what those buildings were rated to hold when they rolled off the assembling line, so to speak. And now that we're dealing with modern case loadings, modern state and federal mandates, we're dealing with student wellness issues, with mental health professionals in every building. We're dealing with all sorts of, I'm looking at 5 special ed EAs and 5 gen ed EAs in every building. So I think it's a completely different world. And when we ask these principals individually and we tell them what their original numbers were, we get a lot of doubt regarding what it would take. They would need a time machine to run those buildings at those enrollments, unfortunately. We would have to undo a lot of the things that have happened with how we deliver education today in order to go back to that time and operate those buildings with those kind of loadings in them. I hope I've answered your question.
Dr. Tucker?
Yeah, just 2 points to really emphasize that our community should know. Quite a few of our buildings were in fact built for year-round schooling, which meant that the buildings were used during the summer as well, and you didn't need as much capacity. And I think the second thing we certainly need to be mindful of when you did your calculations, you're right on the money, because when the buildings were originally built, there's no way folks would consider, one, the tremendous growth nationwide in the number of our students on IEPs, and our district's decision not to not allow our charters to have center-based programming. And as you mentioned, there are state and federal guidelines as it relates to the number of students in a certain space with particular unique learning needs. And so when they calculated years ago, it was really assuming that all students were pretty much quote-unquote typical learners.
Very much so. And if you were trying to find an automotive analogy, now we have airbags in cars. It's just, there has been so much change in how education programs are delivered since 1985, which is kind of through 85 through 95, there were a tremendous amount of Swiss Cross elementary school buildings built in Douglas County School District. So that was kind of the heyday of that prototype, was 85 through about probably 2000. And then we switched over. Many of you have been through a lot of our buildings. They all look the same. You don't have to work very hard to find a certain, room in the building because they're all the same. That prototype was rebuilt so many times that we have a lot of them. And that building, that design, is not really conducive to the kind of core area resources that we need in order to deliver the modern program.
And the last thing, modular buildings, didn't hear you mention that. The modular buildings were used to address growth as well.
They were, and these figures do not include the use of modular buildings. And Mr. Sturtz's tables are very clear that if we have buildings that are stressed significantly, they probably have modulars, and we probably have gen ed sections outboard in those modular classrooms. And so those are very plainly shown in our accounting for buildings that are overutilized. We have a lot of kids out in the portables. I would say that DCSD and Greeley 6 probably have the highest number of kids outboard of the metro area districts as far as having kids in portables.
So just to emphasize that, so the 3,060 number does not include our mobile modular units. When we say we have 3,060 seats that are available or open,
Yes, sir,
modular units are not part of that.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
If we add all of the modulars, we have a lot more seats if we count every one of those modular classrooms.
And when we had the number way back when of 12,000, like Director Lung had mentioned, did we include modulars in that either? No, okay.
Our capacity evaluations
Okay.
in the master capital plan have never included modulars.
Very good, thank you. Yeah. Director Lung and then Director Meek, I know you have a question as well.
Well, again, I know that this is a complex stuff, and but I think the public deserve overview to see why the number has been changed so much, and so I think communication departments and with your help can probably get a very good message out to gain people's confidence and trust. The district is still rebuilding the trust with the community, and I think I have seen a lot of questions when this number come out. Why we suddenly going down? So I know that we are doing so much better jobs right now with you guys being in charge, because previously we are not trying to do the scientific way of getting the data that we need to manage a school district. But I guess the public need to know what's the current method to gain the confidence that this is the good number.
And I would just add to that, is that I think what Director Lung's asking for us as a board is just a fact sheet with bullets that just say, that explains the discrepancy of why we thought 12,000, now we're down to 3,000. If we could just have some really quick bullet points, because you've explained that tonight. We certainly understand the rationale and the reason behind that, but it'd be helpful for us to have a cheat sheet, if you will, because we do have public that's questioning why. Why did we all of a sudden, and it's more accurate, obviously, but at the same time, it's a significant reduction from where it was.
If I may point out one thing, none of the new charter schools are Swiss Cross schools. If you go in the new charter schools, they don't build them like that. Okay. They build them with smaller rooms. They build them with specific rooms to provide the education that we do in 2019. Those are the schools that our neighborhood schools are competing against, however you want to phrase that. This is an old model. People are choosing a new model because they can. If you walk in a class, if you walk in these schools, and you all have, most of the classrooms are not kids sitting in a row. And if it was, the parents would be all over us.
Very good, thank you. Director Meek.
Sure. Thanks so much for all your work that's gone into this. I know it's been a lot. A lot of times it's the outreach where things can blow up. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding. And I think the fact sheets that we talked about will be really helpful. It sounds like there's a survey that'll be out for 3 weeks.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And then those results will come back in. The results will be used in the community outreach meetings.
They will. We'll use them internally first to identify which of those 5 major solution trails we would want to go down the most.
Okay.
So if one of those is overwhelmingly negative, that would be one that we would reconsider.
Okay. And the survey is going out potentially this week, next week?
I could push a button on my phone and put it up right now. Okay?
I'm just looking at the calendar, and the holidays are coming.
We're thinking we need a couple of days, and then we've had some internal discussions of having Christmas Eve, Christmas, and the 2 days after Christmas, because I see in other surveys that I do that I get a lot of folks who have some time available during holidays to get online and do something that they had on their to-do list for a while. And I think it might be in our best interest to get some of that response as well.
I think maybe extending the 3 weeks so that you can have it open longer over the holidays, but some people will say they're gone over the holidays. And so I would just worry that people might complain they didn't have an opportunity. The holidays are a little busy.
I'm delighted to do whatever you direct us to do. I tend to work with 2.5 to 4 week windows for these surveys. I don't see a reason why, from my analytical standpoint, why I couldn't produce results very quickly. But the early part of January, we're trying to move back into a strategic role in our committee, and we want to see those results. So I can turn around analytics very quickly But we warranted to you a 3-week window, and so that's what we've held to, because that's what we said to you. The survey questions are verbatim what you saw before, so there's been no twiddling with any of that. So it's exactly as you saw it the last time. And we were talking about a 3-week window. If you would want to direct more time, I don't know what the pleasure of the team would be. I'm certainly delighted as the platform for the survey to facilitate it being active a little bit longer.
I think probably the key that Director Meek is referring to is the results. Is more, I mean, I don't think we are necessarily bought into rigidity of time, but if you find that you only have 50 people to respond into a survey out of our population, then it may signal that we need to extend that for more time to get more results.
I think the holidays would be very constructive. I'm running a start time survey in Fairbanks, Alaska right now, and my response doubled on Thanksgiving, Black Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It went from 35 to 85 responses per day. So I really believe that on those times when people have off, they're participating a little bit more.
Well, you're the expert, and I don't think we want to interfere with your expertise, but I think the board desires that as many of our community as possible has an opportunity to respond. That's the message we would convey to you.
Great.
And so that's what we'll be listening for, and so however that works to make that happen, that's what we would advocate. Director Chanchashore and then Director Holtzman.
I'm looking at page 12 where it has the survey specifically, and number 1, or is it, yeah. We're actually asking them if we would be constructing new buildings or adding portables as one question.
We are, and this is kind of the League of Women Voters proponent-deponent style here. A lot of our stakeholders believe that if we're not going to grow dramatically from a total enrollment standpoint, we should just bus everyone inside of the district to a school with room. But others, especially people in these sub-regional voids that I talked about, the 3 big sub-regional voids, that would be a significant departure in level of service for those sub-regions of the district where they would be in kind of a whole different world on how their children experience school. And so we're asking that question to help us address that issue. We know that we're going to not grow district-wide dramatically during the next 5 years, but in these sub-regional areas, we're looking at impacts. And I've got a stack of housing brochures this thick from people that are telling me I'm gonna sell 100 units during the next 24 months. And we are in an incredibly aggressive housing market right now. And some of the stresses on individual buildings within these sub-regions are going to be profound. And so what we're trying to do is balance that consideration of the district's overall enrollment versus some of these significant spikes we're going to see in subregions.
So first, I want to thank you. Thank you for your very comprehensive work. As the director who attends the LRPC meetings, I have witnessed your hard work, the work of our staff and the committee, and I just can't thank you enough. You've obviously all been very thorough, and the committee members, when you did vet the survey, I was really amazed. I'm already very impressed with the level of knowledge that you all have, but the feedback that you gave was, I think, very helpful, and I'm guessing you guys would agree. So I just want to thank you. And then a couple questions. Really just kind of clarifications. Let me see where I'm at here. So I'm hearing a request that at some point we have some sort of more communication about the reason for the capacity number change. I just kind of want to clarify, I don't know the answer to this, I'm not the communications expert, but is this information that needs to be included as one of the key messages that goes out with the survey? Is this something separate? I just want to throw that out there for consideration. And then the other question that I had, well, there's 2 more. And I'm not sure if I actually mentioned this at LRPC or not, and I'm guessing there's a reason we don't do this. But when I see like question or number 1 for the survey, it makes me wonder if people consider things like safety of mobiles. And if we have a responsibility to give them that information before they fill out this survey, or if that's not our responsibility to do ahead of time. So I'm asking these questions because I guess my impression would be that the general community may not know the research behind that or what we know. And so I'm just throwing that out. I'm sorry to make more complications, but, and then finally, the last one was when you were speaking of the next time that the LRPC, well, probably not then, but LRPC and the board will really hear again will be in April of May of 2020. And that's when you'll be bringing us analyzing everything you've found. And you kind of were mentioning what some of the possible recommendations could be, knowing that we don't know what those are yet because we haven't talked to our community. But I know I've heard some anxiety from community members who have fears about, you're going to hear this information in May. Does that mean that when my child goes back to school in August that they're going to have to change? I know because I've heard you talk about it at LRPC that you've done this many times and you're very thoughtful about things like grandfathering or looking at communities as a whole. And I would like you to share that because I've heard it and it makes me understand that the anxiety that some of our community might be feeling is probably misplaced. So.
Well, what we try to do in this process of open house, and 35 years ago, I was hit by a tomato in the Coronado High School parking lot over a boundary change. And at that point, I decided I would start doing these open houses where I could shake every person's hand that might be affected by a boundary change. And so I've really trained everybody in Colorado to use this new process, especially school planners that didn't want to get hit by tomatoes. But I think what we have in mind is in the spring, if we're actually talking about a significant community change at specific schools, we want to talk to everybody. We're going to offer people an opportunity to come and be heard, to talk with every one of us, to shake a hand, look at what the proposal is, and then, of course, there will be a phasing schedule and some sort of reasonable grandfathering within what the district can afford from a transportation standpoint, because some of the neighborhoods that would be moved would be areas that are currently receiving yellow school bus transportation. So what we want to do is we want to start early. We want to have enough time to phase things in at the appropriate time. I may make recommendations that wouldn't be implemented for 24 months based upon what's happening in some of these locations. And of course, there is always grandfathering for fifth graders who want to finish an elementary school career in a building. I'm doing some very short turnaround boundary changes elsewhere, and I always want fifth graders to be able to finish, sometimes fourth graders. And then for high school, obviously, students have more liberal grandfathering opportunities. But the issue is, what can we afford to do from a transportation standpoint? So we always try to consider all of those things. I always try to put myself in the position of an average parent of a fourth grader, average parent of a fifth grader, average parent of an eighth grader going into high school. So we're trying to think about what people will be concerned about, and we'll use our normal communication channels to try to be as effective as we possibly can to, first of all, identify where we are thinking about making changes and let everybody else off the hook, okay? And then we'll focus on folks where we're actually thinking about making some changes, and then try to be very, very thorough with making sure they understand what we're suggesting doing. And within a specific school community, it will probably be a fraction of the neighborhoods in that school community that would be affected. So that's another level of anxiety that's somewhat diminished, because not all families would be affected. It would probably be 10% or less. I always like that 10% number. I like to get 10% of the student body on surveys. I like to get, if I'm going to affect a school, I only want to affect 10% of a school area. So what we try to do is we try to be fractional, incremental, make a difference by having a bunch of places where we're making a small change add up to a big impact.
All right, final question from Director Meek, and we'll wrap this up.
Just on question number one, do we know what the cost would be? I mean, is that something that would have a significant cost with constructing new buildings or buying new portables? And I'm asking this because I distinctly remember a survey the district put out when we were on year-round schools. And we said, community, would you like to go off year-round schools? And everyone said, yeah. but there was no at what cost. And I think sometimes when people take the survey, if they understand what the cost implications are or how it really would be implemented, they might answer differently.
I'll start and let Brad finish on this. This district has an extremely sophisticated process for funding new buildings. So in places where we have these school voids that I talked about, we'll be able very effectively to tell you what that would cost and when we might want to do it, given the fact that there's not a school within a 5-mile radius in a certain area. So we'll be able to give you that information in a very high-quality manner, and that would be part of that response to question 1.
That's also in the MCP. In addressing our potential 5-year goals and 6 to 10-year goals, we've included those in the MCP. Off the top of my head, a new high school in the Ridgegate area is about $150 to $160 million. So that information is available out there. It's something we've always tried to promote. If we wanted to put it in some of the information sheets, it's certainly out there.
When people are answering a survey, if they see a dollar amount for that one, they might say, well, I'd rather not pay for that one. I think I would go for option number 2 or option number 3. And I think you get more realistic feedback that way sometimes.
All right, gentlemen. So Director Graziano, this final?
Because Brad, you mentioned, we hadn't done, we've never done this.
No.
And so that 12,000 number that's been bandied about, who came up with that? And how, because here I guess I'm looking at this as a very detailed approach, shaking hands at every school, very detailed. So to me, that seems to be a number that people are, that's written in stone, it's the truth. But the reality is, where did that number come from? And because we know it was nowhere near as detailed as this to come up with it.
To call it detailed is wrong. To call it an analysis is wrong. We built schools and we said you can put X number of kids in X number of classrooms. We have X number of classrooms, ergo, that's what we got. Honestly, it's a building manufacturer number that we inherited and we used and we didn't analyze and we didn't think about. And I'm sorry that I signed MCPs that had them in it. We didn't approach this for decades in a professional manner. And yeah, we're going to pay a price for telling people that now we're growing up and doing it. But that's the reality of it. That's like a builder telling you what you can use your house for, and then you get inside the house and figure out it doesn't work that way.
All right, so I'm going to wrap this up. And Rich, do you have a final thought?
So to further answer your question, the 12,000 included seats and mobiles. The 9,000 did not. Okay. And basically, the design capacities were based on the original design of the facility. And we always made it clear that that's the capacity if those buildings are being used as they were being originally designed. Also, as kindergarten grew, we made the caveat, if you will, that we know there's half-day and full-day kindergartens in the schools, so we need to account for that, but those were not included in the capacity numbers either, nor were preschool, other than any rooms that were originally designed. So those are 3 major factors that changed the capacity, in addition to the change in programming.
Very good. All right, gentlemen, again, thank you. If I could just summarize with the things that hopefully you hear. One is that we need a fact sheet about just what you're saying, Mr. Cosgrove, in terms of what happened from the 12 to the 3. We have some concerns around your survey in terms of whether there needs to be more narrative to educate the community about these things. So I think Director Holtzman brought that up to make sure that we're not just putting the questions out there without background understanding. We do want to see a broad sampling of our community having an opportunity to respond to the survey. And I think also, given the time we spent on this tonight, you can ascertain that we'd like to hear from you before April. So I would really strongly suggest that once the survey is completed, that you guys come back and give us some updates at that time. So with that, I'm going to call this particular work session to a close, and we're going to move on to the next one. Thank you again, one and all. Mrs. Thompson has been waiting patiently, Chief Human Resource Officer, to give us an update regarding our employee council and some work that they've been doing.
Thank you very much. It's our pleasure and my pleasure to present to you this evening. And, oops, pardon me. You'll see that this evening, you'll see how our work aligns from the very top of our district goals all the way down to the work of our employee council and within our department. Part of that will also be sharing some of our input and survey results that we spent over the month of October and then analyzing in November with our licensed employee group that we are very excited to share with you and that we are very glad we have had the opportunity to do so. And then some future work as well. And I want to thank ahead of time some of our teammates here this evening. We have some employee council members this evening, Carrie Stevenson, Executive Director of Schools, Mary Chesla, Director of Compensation, Denise Orsini, Thunder Ridge High School teacher, and Erin Carlson, principal at Southridge. Also want to thank Scott Smith, who partners closely with us in our work, members of our HR team that also join us, and then also thank you to Martha from Greenway for being here with us this evening as well. So we thank you for your commitment to developing our board end statements and goals as that compass to help guide our work. Specifically with Employee Council, these are two of some of the main goals that we focus on and some of the funnel of that work that we do around our compensation work. We also were doing other things such as reviewing various employee processes and also ensuring that we're finding ways for employee voices to be heard. Our strategic plan also then layers out of that the board end statements. And we specifically have been focusing a lot of our time on that strategic plan theme 6. Although some of that phasing work doesn't begin until next year, we know it is imperative to keep doing the work as we head into the spring season and into the following school year. And we will present to you an update, much of like the curriculum group did this evening. We'll be presenting in second semester to you a very detailed plan and continuing steps in this work, and we look forward to doing that again. I would love to invite up Denise and Erin to share, and also, as they're coming up, I had to say I had the opportunity to go to Erin's school just before the holiday and went into one of the PE classrooms, and it was a joy to see the kids engaging with their teachers, engaging with Erin, and they were turkey bowling. And it was just a joy, filled my heart, but you're doing great things there. So come on up, Denise.
Awesome. Thank you. Pleasure to be here. I'm Erin Carlson. I'm the proud principal of Southridge Elementary, and I've been part of Employee Council now since the beginning. The last couple of years has been wonderful to be part of Employee Council, to truly have a voice and to be heard, but also to be exposed to so many great things happening in the district that oftentimes you hear bits and pieces. And there's so much great work going on in the district. So much has been put into the strategic plan, and all the work that we do is truly focused around all those different objectives. And so a lot of the time lately has been working on the compensation piece. And not that we are those sole decision makers, we are a body of employees that have some ideas and some information to share, and we are brought a lot of information, and we have very genuine and open conversations. That's wonderful to hear from different perspectives, from licensing, classified to certified and administrators. And so knowing that all the work we do is truly aligned with the strategic plan, specifically with the compensation piece, is a great step in the right direction to know that the work we're doing is validated and important in those big steps moving forward, because this is a huge undertaking. This will not be fixed overnight, and that's been very transparent from the beginning. So we have that genuine time to have those conversations.
Thanks, Erin. All right. Again, my name is Denise Orsini, and thank you for having us tonight. I have been a district employee for the last 24 years. I've been teaching English at Thunder Ridge High School. I've been very proud of doing that. But I've also been very excited to be part of this employee group because our voices are being heard again. And so what we wanted to do is go over one of the big issues that employees faced was the compensation. And so what we've decided, or what we've discussed, I should say, no decision making, was one of the big issues was a the compensation schedule, and more importantly, a predictable compensation schedule. We wanted to talk about experience on longevity as well as performance and all of those elements. We really wanted to talk about what are the values that we hold dear in Douglas County and how we want to compensate those. After we kind of massaged those values over the course of the last few years, we said we need to do something more market-based, but true market-based, not what we've had in the past. Our market-based was to do something that was comparable with other districts, so that way we could compare apples to apples. We also discussed what we need to do is how to be more competitive with our neighboring districts. And so that's where we have gone with our compensation. And most importantly, I like the fact that we used best research and practices in terms of creating some ideas regarding a salary schedule for our employees, more specifically our licensed employees. And so I know in order for us to retain solid employees, they want to have some predictability in their salary. And so this is where we have gone with this model. And I'm going to let Mary, I think you were next, in terms of talking about employee council and what that is. Oh, sorry, Carrie.
That's okay. Good evening, directors. As Denise was sharing, it was really important for us to have that resolution that was adopted by the Board of Education to help guide our work. And I completely agree with both the sentiments of Aaron and Denise that the conversations have been very rich, and having that resolution to guide that rich conversation really has been very meaningful and valuable. So just to recap our composition of Employee Council, I also have been fortunate to serve on Employee Council since the beginning as well, which was about 3 years ago. And some of you may remember that at that time, we asked for volunteers who were interested in serving in this capacity. And then from that group of volunteers, members were selected. Sometime later, then it was decided that we needed to expand the Employee Council to make sure that we had an accurate representative of each one of the employee groups. So we decided to bring on additional licensed teachers at that point to serve within the Employee Council. So currently we have about 40 members on the council, and they are representing all of the employee groups, classified, certified, admin, and pro-tech. And then within Employee Council, we also have a subcommittee that is working on the compensation structure and project specifically. And that also has licensed staff, principals, and I am proud to serve in that capacity as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Mary, and she's going to talk a little bit more about the work that we've been doing and the conversations that have been had.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm here to talk about the work of the Employee Council, which we all know is driven by the board values and the work of the district in general. So listed here are some of the important things that the Employee Council has worked on just this school year. I'll give you a minute to digest those. I do want to point out that recently the Employee Council made a recommendation that was acted on by the district, and that recommendation was to use a survey to gather more input from teachers who couldn't attend the in-person input sessions. The district jumped on that idea and implemented it right away, and the survey went out and will be discussed tonight. You'll hear from the Greenway Strategy Group. So this year we've worked on compensation, we've worked a little bit on benefits, and we've talked about staffing. What did we do last year? There was another recommendation that the Employee Council made last year that the district jumped on, and that was to reinstate pay on snow days for employees who had not been paid for snow days. So the Employee Council has made two very important recommendations that the district has received very gladly from them. At this point, I'm going to put in a plug that isn't related to this, but I want you all to know, and everyone listening to know, that there will be a meet and greet session with Dr. Tucker coming up at Castle Rock Middle School on December 9th for employees to come and have an opportunity to hear some more things from Dr. Tucker and perhaps provide a little input. And that session will be live streamed, so anyone who's not able to make it will be able to tune in and listen. So in closing, what I'd like to tell you is I hope you can see that the Employee Council is a great avenue to provide a voice for employees, and it's a voice that's heard across the district by both the Board of Education and district administration. And it's become a really important group, and you've heard the positive things that were said by the members tonight. So thank you for your time, and I'm going to turn this over to Amanda.
Thank you. And you'll see, as you look at the first bullet in the detailed areas, a lot of that work around the compensation project is around that foundation building, spending time understanding what is going around us in the metro area, working with our consultant around some of that analysis and comparison of average salaries and et cetera, what people do for the various layers and components of a licensed compensation system, whether it's dealing with hard-to-fill pay, longevity pay, et cetera. So really understanding what is around us and grounding us in that work to further take us to those next level. Now that we have this compilation of data in front of us that we've gathered over this first semester, now we can really continue to make some very thoughtful and collaborative input and recommendations to move forward as we continue to grow our compensation system. And as you know, we had the privilege of listening and meeting with our licensed employees over the month of October. And we offered 9 input sessions, of which weather allowed us to hold 7 of those. And there's an upcoming one on the 9th, as Mary just shared. And we worked with Greenway Strategy Group to help us implement the survey as recommended by Employee Council for those that couldn't attend a licensed input session. And then also, they also helped us compile the results of our input session data. And I welcome Martha from Greenway Strategy Group to come up and share the results.
Thank you. Good evening, directors. So as Amanda mentioned, these are the numbers of participants in the various types of opportunities. I will note that the principals had a dedicated session since the input sessions were specifically for licensed staff. I will also just point out that a 33% response rate on a voluntary survey is extremely high. And so this gives you a very high level of validity in those responses, and you can count on the fact that it is representative of your licensed teaching population. So let me just begin by pointing out that we did provide 2 options to essentially give people a visual from which to then address questions and also identify whether there were any other structures that they thought were important to consider. One thing you will notice about these 2 examples is that there are no actual salary amounts on them. And that was very intentional because we wanted to test concepts without people being concerned about what does this mean for me in terms of my actual compensation. These 2 examples were identified or were developed because they are essentially the 2 structures that are most commonly in place, not just in your market area, but actually across the country in terms of the way school districts organize salary considerations. So far more respondents in the survey saw advantages to option 1 than option 2. This was actually true in all of the input sessions that were held. So option 1 is the one where, in addition to a bump for a lane of actually attaining a degree, there are credits along the way that also result in higher levels of compensation. So the opportunity to earn financial support for ongoing continuing education was really seen as the main advantage of this, both philosophically, that people felt it rewarded or valued continuing education of professionals, but also, particularly on the survey, people commented about that this provided a mechanism to finance coursework on the way to degree completion, which otherwise might not be attainable. People also thought that option 1 was more comparable to surrounding school districts. Now, there were a few disadvantages mentioned opposition to option one that were more about implementation than philosophy. And the primary one being that the professional learning units that would count in between degree attainment would need to be defined in a way that was objective and that had sufficient and consistent levels of rigor, quality, and relevance to the teaching profession. So while not expressed by a majority of respondents, what people did like about option two was that it was simpler and easier for the district to administer, and that it actually emphasized the completion of degrees. The disadvantages are largely the opposite of the advantages to option one. It does not value continued learning at the same extent. Degree completion might be unattainable if there is no financial support along the way, and it would take quite a while to get to the next lane because you would actually have to complete the entire degree. So we then asked for option one, what people thought should be considered as a professional learning unit. So what should be counted as a means to gain progress on the scale in between degrees. And the vast majority, over 95% of survey respondents, mentioned credit hours for college or university courses. And there were concerns expressed on the survey that were really predominant that other forms of professional development are of mixed quality and rigor and therefore should be treated with caution. 20% of the survey respondents mentioned that district-offered professional development could be considered, although with that, there were a lot of caveats that that should be above what is required for the position that you are currently working in. And then 8% of survey respondents mentioned a variety of other things, including things that would meet teacher certification requirements, although as you can see, that was by far a minority of survey respondents. Now, when we look at the responses to this question in the input session, so this is the 100-some people who actually came to a licensed staff input sessions, more of those people thought that district professional development should be considered as a professional learning unit, and this was actually the most common thing mentioned. So this says to us that those who chose to come to the listening sessions were not necessarily representative of the broader group that completed the survey, who really thought the unit should focus on credentials from colleges or universities. Principals were a little bit mixed on the question, with a combination of people thinking college and university credit should be considered and district professional development. But within the district professional development, the principals were pretty unanimous that this should be things that were moving beyond requirements for the current role that you're in. And principals were also concerned that regardless, professional learning units should be relevant to classroom instruction. So for example, if I'm a math teacher and I'm taking college coursework in art history, that should not be considered for purposes of salary advancement. There was a question about other areas that should be considered in determining salary levels, and the largest proportion of the survey respondents, as well as the principals, said hard to fill positions. 20% of the survey respondents also mentioned longevity with the school district, which was the most frequently mentioned area in the licensed staff input sessions. Now, let me also note, and we've got a question that's coming up next, which is about time in the teaching profession and whether or not at certain points in your years of experience, you should get a greater bump, sort of recognizing that at a certain point in your experience, you've reached a level of mastery that means you should be getting a greater increase. That's not the same thing as longevity with the school district, which is another factor that came up. 12% of the survey respondents mentioned evaluation ratings. That was also mentioned by a few participants in the licensed staff input sessions and a few principals. However, there are also a number of comments in opposition to this. And I will simply note that this is an area where we have done some study, and that districts that have moved into considering performance as part of salary considerations have done so with a considerable amount of time and financial investment to develop systems that are equitable and fair for all types of teachers. And in several cases, these have resulted in some negative unintended consequences in terms of the decisions that are made. So I only make that point to say that if this was something that the board would ever want to consider, really the base salary structure needs to be set first, and that is a much more deliberate process that would need to be considered subsequently. So we asked then about this question I mentioned about whether there should be greater increases for reaching certain years of experience. And 87% of the survey respondents, so the vast majority, said yes, that there should be. And the most commonly mentioned point in time was after 5 years of experience in the profession. This was also consistent with the input from the licensed staff during the input sessions. Principals, while they thought that there should be a greater increase at certain years, some thought the 4 to 5 year period, others thought 10 years, and also some principals said that longevity in the district and performance were as or more important than actual experience in the field. So we had a question at the end that was simply open-ended, which said, are there other structures we should consider? So we've given you 2 options. Is there anything else we should look at? 3/4 of the survey respondents said no, flat out no. Of those who thought another structure should be considered, the majority said years of experience. And we think that perhaps that was a misunderstanding that the steps actually represent years of experience. The other thing that came up was that counselors should be on a different salary schedule. The principals also support the notion that counselors and special service providers should have a separate scale. So we asked also, in addition to the things that we have asked about, are there other factors that should be considered in determining salary levels? Most of the things that people wrote in that open-ended box had been mentioned previously. Some additional areas you can see there included additional duties. However, within the strategic plan, there is another team that is working specifically on creating a equitable and consistent way to recognize additional duties. So that's being covered elsewhere. Pay for unused sick leave and cost of living adjustments. I do need to note that across all the survey questions, and so this wasn't something that came up in response consistently to one question, but it was stated frequently across a lot of different questions, a concern that licensed staff whose salary may have been frozen during times of district financial constraints are concerned that when a new salary structure is put in place, that there be equitable treatment of those teachers based on their actual years of experience vis-a-vis new teachers who might be brought in from outside the district and placed on the scale. So this is an implementation issue that you just need to know is a concern among your current licensed staff that came up, even though it was not asked about directly and came up consistently across the survey. So those are the major findings that we had from the input sessions and opportunities that were provided. Now I believe I'm on to Scott.
Thank you. Good evening, directors. I apologize. I'm in the process of losing my voice here, so I appreciate you all bearing with me for a few minutes. We need to talk about money with this because it may not seem intuitive, but anytime you change compensation structures, there's going to be a cost, and that cost can vary depending on what the new compensation structure looks like. But the reason I say there's always a cost is that if we assume no one's going to take a pay cut, in other words, we're not going to cut one person to increase the salary of someone else. If no one's salary changes in our existing staff, we don't have a new compensation structure. We just have the old compensation structure. So some people would have to be getting a pay raise, and there's a cost that comes with that. So as I mentioned, that can vary based on what the compensation structure is that you put in, the makeup of your employees, their longevity, their education levels, all sorts of things. But talking about the governor's budget that Governor Polis proposed for education, I think the thing that I want to focus on here is really that third bullet. This is the smallest increase, if this budget holds, that we will have seen in a few years. So we are funded on a per student basis, and the incremental increase is getting smaller of what we've seen. So if you go back, what would be, I'll call it 2 years ago in 18-19, That was one of the best budgets we'd seen in a while, and it was about $450 a student in an increase. This year, we were down to about $350. If the governor's budget holds for next year, it's $200 a student. So we are seeing smaller increases in the amount of money that we get each year, and we are still in a period of economic expansion. If we were to move into a recession, obviously that would look very different. The reason I keep saying that if this governor's budget holds is because the governor doesn't set the budget, the legislature does. I'll tell you, I'm very involved with my colleagues at the statewide level of we want to see improvement in this budget. We want to see more money put to K-12. We still have a $500 million negative factor, or budget stabilization factor as it's called now. Things will be highlighted of a buy down of $52 million, but we're still at over 500. So we need to see this improve. And this is because this is the money that we use to pay for everything. There is no 2018 mill levy money remaining. We allocated out pay increases. We're hiring counselors. We have allocated money to school budgets. We have put money into career and tech ed programming. We've passed through 100% on a per student basis to our charter schools as well. That money is allocated and in the budget already. There is not extra money to be tapped there. So this money that comes from the School Finance Act is really what we rely on for everything going into next year. So just general compensation increases that we would give to employees. We've been fortunate for 6 years to absorb all medical benefit premium increases, so our employees haven't seen that. That's where this money comes from. We will have caseload growth in special education. We have state mandated increases in the para contribution rate from the Senate bill that passed about a year and a half ago. I'm trying to think if I have anything here. It's also how we're going to fund comp structure changes. Anything we want to fund out of the strategic plan. We had a whole conversation about curriculum earlier. That money's got to come out of this money as well. There are a lot of needs, and right now we're running against one of the leanest budget years that we've seen in a number of years. So just want to make sure that we set the stage that there isn't a pile of money to fund all of these types of things. And we're going to have a lot of conversations publicly over the next 6 months about what our budget development process looks like. Of course, we will go through line by line in our departments to try to make sure we can save as much money as we can. We do know that we allocated more money out to schools from the mill levy. We did a lot of things around equity. We doubled the amount of funding based on at-risk factors in our schools. We added a small school factor for our schools that see declining enrollment. We changed the ratio for moderate needs at the elementary level. We provided more professional development days for our EA4s in special education as well. So we've done a lot with that, but we've also just allocated money out to schools, and we use the term highly impacted. That's essentially just money that's outside the formula that fills in needs. We have taken that budget up to nearly $7 million when 3 or 4 years ago it was about $750,000 across the entire district. Our hope is to allocate that money into the formula in the future, but that's not year one in the strategic plan. So we keep telling our principals of don't count on that money as an ongoing basis, but we do need it in order to promote more equitable funding. And we will see some investments this year. We've had a lot of talk about gifted and talented. It's something that we've talked about for years, but never had the money to invest. That's probably a recommendation the board's going to see because that's a place where, quite frankly, our investment just hasn't been up to what we need to do. But we need to set the stage with folks, with our school leaders, with our community that we're going to have tough budget decisions this budget year. And as I mentioned at the beginning, we're still in a period of economic expansion. So we need to be prepared and taking the long-term view of what this might look like, but want to make sure we're having real honest conversations so that people don't feel like, we built up all the story and then we pull the rug out at the end and don't fund what we've talked about. Amanda and I are going to kind of tag team this, but really where I come in here, as I mentioned before, is we really, as a school finance community, want to see improvement in the governor's budget. We want to see a larger buy down of the negative factor. The inflation rate that is used is probably correct, but it's really low it's under 2% compared to prior years. I personally, obviously, I advocate for K-12. I want to see a larger investment, and I will continue to make sure my voice is heard. If there are any places where we can do that, I'll continue to be up in Denver to try to advocate for that, but we have a long way to go. We will get out to May by the time that I can feel comfortable about what we can do just on normal compensation increases. And then obviously May with the proposed budget and June with the adopted budget around all of the other budgetary needs across the district.
Thank you. And so as we've worked through the beginning of the school year till now to gather that important and baseline employee data from the year's experience data, education, credit, and attainment, and now gathered our input from our licensed employee group, we now need to take all of that information and have discussions with our employee council and leaders around what would that look like? What kind of phasing can we talk about? What is our best thoughts around utilizing all of that data to recommend what a baseline salary schedule could look like? And you'll see us come back to you to share that additional information and to provide ongoing updates through employee council about that work. But now is that time where it's that culmination of all the information together to continue in our work. Scott and I will continue to partner closely. I'm very blessed to be able to have our department partner with finance on this work to be in alignment and be very thoughtful about what we're doing together with our various leadership groups. And again, through you'll receive an additional update in February or that winter season there in that second semester from our strategic plan theme 6 group that'll provide even additional updates and information about what that work can look like. And as you know, Dr. Tucker so graciously will be continuing those listening sessions and town hall meet and greets with our employees, and the one in December will allow opportunity for additional thoughts on compensation, and I'll do an additional breakout session for licensed staff. And we still want to work within our similar timeline around employee contracts for our licensed staff. We made great strides last year in being able to provide that in Workday with them, and so they can go in and view that information. And that's our goal, again, to continue to do that and provide any additional updates in terms of pay, et cetera, like Scott just shared. And did you want to come up and share additional information? So they shared a little bit earlier, Denise and Aaron, regarding their perspective of employee council, and these are some of the snapshots of some of the pieces that they shared with me about what employee council means to them. And Director Stevenson, thank you so much as well. Really, it's around the opportunity to engage, to be heard, to have honest conversations with one another, and to partner in the work together. And no longer are we in a place where we're doing things to people. We're doing things with people, even if it means having hard conversations. But all in this, it's about being very careful and thoughtful around next steps in the work that we do. And I'll just end with this as one of my favorite quotes around far and away the best prize that life has to offer is a chance to work hard at work worth doing. And this is definitely the right work and work worth doing. So thank you for the opportunity to meet and share an update. And please be ready for continuing updates from us and from our employee council.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Thompson, and team for the presentation tonight. Board Director, I'm going to ask you to, first of all, if you've got questions of Mr. Smith, let's ask those first because we want to send him home as soon as possible so that he can rest that voice and get feeling better. So are there questions specifically about some of the finances that Mr. Smith presented to us? Director Holtzman and then Director Graziano, did I say, or Director Lung, sorry.
I have a finance question that doesn't involve any numbers. I really just wanted to take an opportunity to tell you how grateful that I think I can speak for all of my colleagues, we are for your advocacy at the state level and for reaching out even to the board sometimes to let us know that there's ways we can support you. And I just would encourage you to keep doing that. And to keep asking us for support or informing us if there's things we need to know. So I feel like, as well as being our CFO, you're also being a legislative advocate for our district and our finance. And I just appreciate that because we do not have a legislative advocate in our district. And I just wanted to say that.
That's probably why you're feeling a little sick right now, I imagine.
And so I don't want to add an additional responsibility to your plate. So this is really more of sort of a question for the board. But I'm wondering how can the board better support this, because it really is important that we try to adjust the governor's recommendation and that we have more K-12 funding. That's really important. And I think it would be great if we could enlist our community to help us With that, because I know that you're doing everything you can, we all are doing what we can. And so I just want to put that out there for the board to think of ways we could better educate our community about things that come up and ways we could ask for their help. And so I know you would be the perfect person to educate and do that, but you already have a lot on your plate. So I'm going to quit talking. But I think we need to consider that.
How to activate our community to talk to. I know we've got specific representatives that serve on the school formula committee right now at the State House, but maybe targeting those folks to really get our community's voice to them is something you would recommend. Yeah. Director Lung?
Again, thanks for the presentations. Even though the slide don't have a page number, but from what I can see, I would like to ask a couple questions related to page 18 of 22. The title is License Employee Input Analysis and the Result. There were a mix of response on the survey. Oh yeah, you can read my mind. And don't know whether this is finance related, but let me ask this anyway. In here, you mentioned about cost of living adjustment down there. How does our school district currently deal with that, and how does the surrounding school district deal with this? And how does this cost of living adjustment interact with our pay structure? Would that affect our bottom line and
Sure, so I can give you the finance answer. What I know, and Amanda might have a piece from the HR side as well, is that essentially the way we have done it the past couple raise cycles is just to give percentage increases. There hasn't been one increase associated with cost of living and then another increase. It's just been one percentage, or we've had some different compensation schemes, but it's just been part of the overall raise pool. What you will see other districts do who have more of a traditional salary schedule is they will move people on steps and lanes, budget provided that they can afford it, and then also put a cost of living adjustment on what they'll call the base. So they adjust every cell up for the cost of living and then move people on the schedule as well. So that is inherently more expensive than what we have been doing in the past because you're doing both. You're giving a raise essentially to cover the cost of living, and then you're also recognizing years of service and if they've achieved any additional education throughout the period of time that you look at, whether it's 6 months or 12 months, depending on the district.
so basically it's going to be more costly for us?
It depends how you do it. Not every district gives cost of living. Sometimes they just give steps and lanes. Sometimes they give a cost of living adjustment and they don't give steps and lanes. Sometimes they do all three. It depends on your funding environment. We've talked a lot about this, is that there is vast disparity in how, even within a 20 or 30 mile radius, how our districts are funded. We talk about mill levies all the time. When you have reached your 25% cap and pegged it to total program so that as school funding grows, your mill levy override grows as well, that gives you a lot more flexibility. When you have fixed dollar amount mill levies like we do and other people do as well, it's not just Douglas County, and you're growing in students, so per student, you're actually losing money, right? And you're at, we're now at 13% of total program, whereas other districts are at 25, which is the statutory cap. It just creates a lot of differences. We've talked about, Director Long, you had the questions around full-day kindergarten. Districts who had fully funded full-day kindergarten in the past out of their general fund made a trade-off decision a number of years ago, and when the state funded full-day kindergarten, they had essentially an influx of money. We didn't have that occur with us because we hadn't funded full-day kindergarten. We were charging our parents $5 million a year in tuition. So we just swapped tuition for state funding. There's just so many differences in how districts are funded and how decisions they've made over decades play into where they're at now and the success they've had at the ballot box and all sorts of different issues on what their funding structure looks like.
So on the same page, I think it's wonderful, it's a great point that you have on the last paragraph. I think the board has consistently expressed the employee who get frozen during 2008 and 2011 and trying to reward them somehow and make it right for them, because we love our loyal employee who stuck with us, during the horrible, time. What is your recommendations? And you bring up a great point that this is something we need to do and we want to do as a board. But is this something that you're working on, recommendations you're going to do to make sure that we do them right?
The short answer is yes. The longer answer is it took 10 years to get where we're at right now. It's going to take a number of years to fix the compensation structure that's contemplated in the board resolution. Of course, we don't want to do anything that would exacerbate the problems, but the variance in how people are compensated who have similar years of experience, who have similar education, is quite vast. And so there is not going to be a magic rip the Band-Aid off solution where July 1 we show up here and everyone is completely happy, everyone is fixed for lack of a better term. It's going to take a number of years to develop a sustainable approach that is transparent to folks, that is systemic, that is done in a way that we need to be thoughtful about this, because however we implement this compensation structure, this is going to be our compensation structure for a long time going forward. And we need to make sure that whatever we do doesn't exacerbate the problems that we have now.
So again, anything, he needs to get out of here. You need to go home, go to bed, all right? So we're
We'll
releasing
be back
you.
at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, really, yeah.
That's right. What time's that meeting, Marlene?
So Mr. Smith, again, echoing what Mrs. Holtzman said, we know we're in such good hands with your brain and your mind and your department. Again, accolades all across the board, and you've given us some reality check of the challenge ahead. So thank you for that. But take care of yourself, go home.
Thank you. I would also say, I very much appreciate it, but the HR team, the finance team have a partnership here that we haven't had in quite some time. And so, I think a lot of it comes down to money, but the partnership of, our teams, also school leadership, everyone who this affects, it definitely feels different than it has in the past. And I think, as Amanda said, this is the right work and the work that's worth doing. And so you'll get from both of us our best effort, and we'll provide some recommendations to the board that we think will move us in the right direction.
Very good, thank you so much. All right.
Thank you.
Other questions for the team regarding the presentation? And I don't know if Ms. Thompson, did you have other comments you wanted to make?
Nope, I'm
Okay,
just here
You just
in
were
case.
making yourself
I'm
available.
ready and available, yeah.
All right, any other questions for the team regarding the presentation? Director Lung, and then Director Meek.
I think this is an HR questions. And if you could go back up a little bit, again, there's no page number, I apologize for
I'm
this
sorry, I
one.
thought we had this.
So if you can go to the one that say, far more respondents saw advantage to option one than option two, that particular one. I would like to know, so in the last sentence, it said ensuring consistent level of rigid quality and relevance of professional learnings units that lead to salary increase. How did DCSD did this before, and how can we do it better moving forward? Because obviously, with the disaster pay for performance years, this lead to a lot of inequality among the pay. So what kind of methodologies you going to adopt that is like more universally accepted, so that the employee from now on will feel that they are being treated fairly, and they don't need to compete with each other to get the pay they deserve. They don't hide things from each other. They don't have to fill tons of paperwork that is useless anyway.
Thank you for that question. So when it comes to looking at what those guidelines will be around what would move you in terms of your professional learning units and determining what those are, we would need to make sure that we are partnering, and I'd say continuing to partner with our friends in the professional learning department to ensure that they are included in that conversation of let's look at the rigor and relevance and professional learning units, whether that is through university coursework, which is typically through degree attainment or in process to get to that next degree, and or any district level credits if that were to be part of any kind of phasing going forward of credits that could be recognized. So it's more than just the individuals in HR. We've got to continue to collaborate, which is what we have the pleasure of doing across departments in our school district, such as Mr. Smith said as well.
Can I have Director
Oh,
Meeks
sure.
jump in
Yeah,
there,
I'm
Director
sorry.
Lungs, and
Yeah.
please?
I'll try to be quick. I don't want to make enemies my first night here. It's almost 10. Thank you very much. I'm trying to get up to speed on the employee council and everything, and kind of wearing my communications background hat. The more that something influences a stakeholder group, and pay is benefits is pretty significant, the more important it is to engage with that stakeholder group. And so the way I'm understanding this, the employee council is your main mechanism for getting feedback from teachers and employees on the pay, compensation pay. Is that accurate?
It is an and, not an only. So employee council members represent their groups. We're continuing to, and their perspectives. We have regional representation and level representation as well, along the same with departments and things and all of our employee groups. And part of that is their perspective and those small group sessions, but then working groups that we have. So for example, we're having conversations in prep for staffing season around displacement and what our procedures are and what we want to do to continue to grow and evolve that process in our district. The working group will come and share that information and gather input and then go back to that working group that's a constituent group of teachers and leaders and so forth. We also, as you know, have gone out to host input sessions, and so we offer that to over all of our employees, our licensed employees, over 3,600 employees. And so by that face-to-face engagement, super valuable, and also through a survey mechanism as well. So we have layers. We're going to continue to find ways as our board resolution and values on compensation and our board end statements call us to continue to find ways to gather multiple forms of feedback.
Okay. Well, I look forward to learning more.
Thank you.
Because
I look
it
forward to
is a
talking with you about
very
it.
big topic.
Yes,
so.
it is. Thank you.
Ms. Greenwood, I have a question for you about the survey and making sure that I understand. So when you say things like 20% of the survey's respondents mentioned something, or 12% of survey respondents mentioned that evaluation rating should be used as part of the compensation, can we go to the negative side of that and say that 88% of staff did not value that as a way to compensate?
Because of the nature of the survey, which was qualitative, so people responded to a question with their ideas.
Okay.
So the methodology we use is essentially to search for keywords that represent that idea. Just because someone didn't mention something does not mean, so for example, if I say, well, what kind of food would you like? And you say, oh, well, maybe like Chinese or Thai. And I said, well, I'm kind of in the mood for Italian. And I shouldn't assume you don't want Italian. If I say that, you might say, oh, really, Italian? That's what I really want. And so we have to be cautious in assuming that if given that option, other people might not have said, oh yeah, I think that's a good idea too. But I think the point is when asked the question in terms of what their top of mind preferences were, that's what the percentages represent.
I appreciated your explanation about performance pay and how labor intensive that is to do it well. But our district has attempted that, and I think I would have expected, given that our teachers have experienced compensation based on evaluation, I would have expected that to be higher if they truly valued that.
Well,
Is
given,
that a wrong conclusion?
I don't think that it is. I think given that they've had that experience, if they're not coming back and saying that was great, we need to continue to do that. It's not that they lacked awareness of it. And I will also say that there were negative comments about it.
Yes.
So there were also people who said, don't do this, and that included in the input sessions and in the principal sessions, as well as on the survey.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Director Lung, back to you.
One last comment from me. So we are competing talent with our surrounding school district. So I would personally like to see a comparison of what our friends do in the other school district, such as how do they give out university credit, how do they do a professional learning unit, so that we could have a clear understanding how the other our friends are doing, so that when we developed our package, we could be we have a scientific data that we can look at, so that we have something that based on the experience from the other school district, we can get something that our professional employees would also like to get. So that's I would like to see happenings so that we can do an apple comparison with the other school district, so they can stay competitive to retain our good employee, our wonderful employee.
And Director Lung is going to give you millions of dollars to make that happen.
Yes. We have some of that information from OMS Consulting, who works with school districts across the metro area. And I'll just speak to this as one example. The majority of the school districts, as previously shared in the metro area, some of our closest neighbors utilize that option one piece. It just varies slightly in terms of what additional credits in each of those major lanes are offered. But we can definitely share that additional information with you once all of that compilation is completed very soon.
An accumulation of credits.
Yes, accumulation of credits, thank you.
And then I guess my final question is, when do you come back? I know you've given us the looking ahead, and what we're certainly hearing, I believe, from both you and Mr. Smith is that this is not a overnight fix, that you're going to come to us in January and say all of a sudden here it is and everything's wonderful. It sounds like we're going to be looking at a transition plan that says we may look at prioritizing this issue that we're going to resolve this year and then another year and another year. But when can the board and our staff know that employee council's done all their work to come back to us with a recommendation of the framework that they're going to, the desired state that they want, so that we can begin talking about the transition plan to get to the desired state?
Well, one is that we, in order to develop a sample framework or a recommended framework to bring forward to the board, it's important that we understand the financial piece of it all, because whatever we put into place or that we recommend to you has got to be sustainable. The predictability will be there because we're operating off of one of those options or that option one piece, but we can't have that out of the picture. We've got to look at that financial piece. We will begin that work with employee council. We're meeting at the end of this month, and our compensation subgroup will have a chance to review all of that data due to the timing of all of October with those wonderful input sessions, a fall break in between, and time for Greenway to compile all of that data and survey data. We did not have a chance before, and we wanted to meet with you first to share all that information with them. So we're gonna have time to dissect and have conversations and give them opportunities to provide input, to then work with our other compensation consultant to come up with some options, not as decision makers, but as individuals that would give input, and to be able to provide that update. Our strategic plan theme update and this initiative is coming up in the early part of next year of 2020, where we can share additional phasing with you.
And I don't know how the other board directors feel, but I'll just say that I appreciate the notion that we want to live within our means and we have to have our financial outlook first to really know what the next year is going to bring us. But I still feel that we ought to be able to say, here's the desired state, and this is how much it's going to cost. Because I think that informs us as board directors in our community, how far off we are of reaching a desired state for our staff. So I'm kind of a little bit iffy on this notion that we've got to wait to see how finances are before we come and bring you a framework. I think we bring a framework and say, this is what our staff believes is best case scenario for us as employees to be compensated. And then we work backwards from that. I guess that would be, I don't know how the rest of you are feeling, but I'm a little concerned that we're keep putting things off until we figure out what the capital is going to provide for us, because we know that the capital is not going to provide stuff for us until May, oftentimes. And so I think we need to be proactive in saying, desired state, here's how far away we are from desired state, and these are the steps we need to think about to get us there.
And that work is, and thank you for that. And our work is continuing in second semester with Employee Council to do that. Again, like I shared a moment ago, we were unable to do that work prior to collecting 3,600 plus transcripts and evaluating those, all of the years' experience, which is another step in that process. Building the system to be able to put that in for individuals to have from here forward, which we celebrate that opportunity, gather that input. So now that we have all of this information, we will be building that with Employee Council and in partnership with Finance to be able to do that in second semester and to come back and share additional information with you on what those are. Dr. Tucker?
Yeah, we can have this framework completed before the end of the school year. That's not the issue. And Amanda certainly can speak for herself, and Martha, we certainly would like for you to speak up as well. We want to make sure that we're bringing to the board and the community a realistic pay structure. I mean, this is a huge price tag. And from our vantage point, it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense in bringing something to the community that could cost $40 or $50 million just to address one employee group. And we'll have it ready, whether it's 40, 50 million, or 5 million. We'll have it ready before the end of the school year. Martha, anything you want to add?
And I think back to the point about, what we did not do is to say, here's 8 things that could be rewarded in a salary structure. Do you think they should be? Because people's inclination is going to say, oh, well, if you're going to reward me for that, then yes, yes, yes. But we really tried to look at what are the things people think are essential. And so I do think there needs to be caution that, A, it needs to focus on what people value most, but also what you can reliably and objectively assess, because that equity piece is key. And so, again, we don't want to move into places where there are a lot of opportunities, but those opportunities perhaps might be so loosely defined or arbitrary that then we end up with either a huge cost in administration or risk of consistent implementation. So I think those are all things that there needs to be a lot of thought around. As with most things, the devils are in the details. Putting the numbers on the piece of paper is not where the complexity lies. It's the decision rules about how you put individual people into those boxes and what that means.
Thank you.
Director Holtzman?
I reconsidered.
Oh, okay. Director Lung and Director Gaziano?
No, I think we should move on. I think we've kind of asked enough questions around this. This is an info session. I think we've gotten enough info. Now we're just kind of asking the same things, in my opinion.
All right. So Director Lung, can you agree to that, or do you have
I just
burning thing?
have one comment that maybe you can make use of FOC in working with employee council to look at the numbers, so that you have 2 groups of people working on that, and they are the one who focus on the number, the financial side, and it will probably making faster and working better. FOC is where you could do that.
Thank you for that suggestion.
All right. Again, team, thank you for your information and answering our questions. We'll look forward to continued updates.
Okay, thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Thank you. All right, board, we'll try to move through these pretty quickly. The first one is just a second reading of a policy, I'm sorry, I skipped over superintendent report. Dr. Tucker, superintendent report.
I will be extremely brief. Two quick things. One, I'll ask our chief legal counsel to please introduce our deputy counsel. I know we've been working for the last year to find an outstanding attorney. We certainly found one, and he's right here in Douglas County.
Yeah, we're really excited that we've got the support of Dr. Tucker. Thank you very much, Board of Education. We have searched for the position of Deputy General Counsel to support us, along with Wendy Jacobs, our other Deputy General Counsel. In our Legal Services Department, we are extremely pleased to have Brian Condon. Please stand up, Brian, and say hello. He is a Douglas County School District resident. He has 3 children who will be students in our district, one who presently is a student in our district. He has worked with our district as outside counsel in the past. We are thrilled. He is on board. His first day was yesterday, so along with 2 new board members, Brian is joining our team to support our various departments, our superintendent, and our board, and we are elated to have him with us.
Very
So
good.
welcome, Brian.
Welcome, Brian. And we hope we haven't scared you away. You did sign the contract already, is that correct?
Yes, he did.
All right, very good. We'll look forward to working with you. All right, anything else, Dr. Tucker?
Yes, extremely brief here, but very important. We've been talking about the serious work of our 5-year strategic plan. We do know that the lighthouse to a strategic plan are 3 elements: the mission, the vision, and our core values. I know the board has been having some conversations about the pillars, and I know she's smiling. Chris, I did find them. These core values and beliefs have not been revised by the board in 21 years, coming this March. And so this coming Thursday morning, the fundamental question I will be asking our administrators: do these core values that were created almost 20 years ago, do they match our current strategic plan? At the end, this is a product of the board in reviewing the mission, vision, and core values. And then after we get input from our building principals at DLT, input from staff, and from our parents, we'll bring these core values back to the board to be revised and updated.
Very good, thank you for that update. I'm going to ask you questions about that later, Dr. Tucker, because I think my only concern is when we try to match values to a strategic plan, I think that might be backwards. Quite honestly, I think values drive the strategic plan, and I understand the dilemma that you're describing. It's very old and it needs to be updated. But I would caution us not to use strategic plan as our motivating force to modify the values, because I worry a little bit about that.
Absolutely. And that's why I said the fundamental question is whether these core values, which should stand the test of time,
Yes.
are they still relevant 21 years, regardless of the strategic plan?
Thank you. That feels better.
Are they still relevant?
Yeah.
Is the mission, is the vision, and are the core values and beliefs still relevant today?
And we know we're out of compliance with our mission statement already, so that's work we're looking forward to doing. So thank you for getting the ball running to ask our leaders for some feedback and input. Thank you, Dr. Tucker. Anything else?
Nope.
All right. So now we're moving on to our second reading of policy JECBA, which is admission of foreign exchange students. And Mrs. Klimisch, if you want to just highlight for us if there's been any changes from the first reading to the second reading of this policy, and then we'll entertain a motion to move forward with it.
Okay, I do want to summarize, since there has been, I believe, at least one board meeting and a little bit of time between, and we now have 2 new board members. sitting with respect to kind of the motivation for revising this policy a little bit out of order in comparison, because we're in our Section J policies and we really
Section
haven't
G.
gotten there. So
We're at Section G right now, not J.
exactly, but
So-
this policy is a Section J policy. So it is out of the order that we are taking because we are presently at Section G. But this policy came to me from one of our staff members who was concerned that the policy was really not consistent with the guidance that was coming to us from the Department of Justice and the U.S. Department of Education. And that was as a result of the portion of this policy in the first paragraph, which suggested that students would be required to complete the Immigration and Naturalization Service Form I-20AB as part of their enrollment or admission to prove up residency, et cetera. And with respect to looking at the status of children, we know that immigration status is not supposed to be considered, and that is the present position and has been the position of the Department of Justice since a U.S. Supreme Court decision several years ago, many years ago, in fact. And so that has been revisited. And a couple of statements from that guidance suggest that school districts that either prohibit or discourage or maintain policies that have the effect of prohibiting or discouraging children from enrolling in schools because they or their parents, guardians are not U.S. citizens or are undocumented may be in violation of federal law. And then another statement was the school district may not ask about a child's citizenship or immigration status to establish residency, et cetera. So our recommendation was to eliminate that first paragraph because the admission of students is handled in other portions of our policy with respect to meeting certain requirements irrespective of immigration status. Additionally, we were getting some confusing questions about this particular provision in our policy upon admission of our students for enrollment. So we're bringing this recommendation forward as a result of that particular issue. In so doing, then, as you go down through these revisions, we can see that there are no revisions really to foreign exchange students who are sponsored by an approved program who have J1 or acquire a J1 visa, or who are privately sponsored under an F1 visa. And so in the process of reviewing this policy, we contacted the U.S. State Department, and it is our understanding from the U.S. State Department that foreign students who enroll in a U.S. school, meaning enroll, admission, taking 4 credit classes, must have either a J1 visa or an F1 visa in order to do so. And so that is a legal requirement. That is something that really we are not in a position to change. This policy is consistent with the law. This particular portion of the policy, when Tammy, our Assistant Secretary, Ms. Taylor, assisted me in kind of looking through prior revisions, this policy, I think the last update in June of 2018, revised it to include those provisions recognizing F1 and J1 visa status requirements. So that was consistent. It is also consistent, I believe, when we checked and reviewed it in comparison to CASB's recommended policy. Then we move to the very last section, which in the prior reading, the section on non-immigrant visitors, we had eliminated from, I had recommended deleting that section from the policy in the first reading because this policy addresses admission of foreign students into our program. Visitors aren't necessarily enrolling in our programs. So in a way, having that provision, in my view, was confusing. In any event, it did draw some questions and comments related to whether or not foreign students who are visiting in our communities may come to our schools. And so we have revised the policy, recognizing that foreign students, there may be circumstances consistent with immigration, federal and state law, where they may be able to visit our schools and participate in a program as a visitor, but we added and are recommending adding the language consistent with requirements of existing law. And the reason we are recommending that be done is so that this policy can be flexible enough to grow with variances in law if immigration law might change, if interpretations of immigration law might change. So that is essentially the basic changes to this policy that exist at this time. I do want to make a comment with respect to, we have reaffirmed with the State Department that only students with J1 visas or F1 visas can enroll in our schools and take courses within our schools as students who are enrolled. And that's what you typically see as foreign exchange students programs, where you actually see them with those kinds of visas coming into our schools. They enroll, they get course credit, but that's how it's done. And they have a series of safeguards in place to assure that appropriate checks are made so that these students are coming to homes that are reviewed, that they're following appropriate procedures, guidelines, things like that. I also want to point out that we do not have, this policy doesn't address students from our schools who may go overseas on student tours, those kinds of things. That policy is addressed. It seems to me like the closest policy that presently exists in our board policies is that IJOA. It's a superintendent file policy that would be applicable, and that is still forthcoming for us to look at. But clearly, when you travel abroad, there are visa requirements, et cetera, that would vary from one country to the next. Additionally, we do ask, in order to assure that we are taking appropriate measures to manage our risk department asks that students who are going abroad is aware of it. We look at our insurance to see that whether or not we have insurance coverage. And I can tell you that insurance for students who are studying abroad or going abroad as tourists is becoming very difficult for school districts to acquire. And so we're looking at coverage issues right now, and that particular provision in our present coverage it looks like it likely will be changing beginning with the next school year. And that we are finding is a consistent across the country with respect to certain safety and security issues that occur as a result of student travel abroad. So I just wanted to make you all aware of that. I wanted to make you aware that this policy really only addresses incoming students who, in my view, are enrolling in our schools as students, but that very last paragraph was reinserted to recognize that if foreign individuals or student age who are visiting but not enrolling, they may participate in our programs to the extent it meets our federal and state law and otherwise meets our district's policies.
Very good. Questions, Director Holtzman? Thank you, Mrs. Clemish.
I think I can make this quick because I really appreciate that very great comprehensive description. So I have been the person asking a lot of questions about this. I did it when it was the first reading. And what I've discovered, and making a statement as one person, it seems to me that as a district, another thing we haven't done comprehensively over the past many, many years is to identify, catalog, and support our foreign exchange programs. So I think we're still in the investigation stage at this point to find out what programs we even have. And I am very sad to have to say that. But it's important to say because had I not personally known about a program that is existing that would be affected by that paragraph that we put back in, we could have affected, I think, about 30 to 50 students from China who will be here in January. My remaining question, though, is I still am concerned. I don't want them to get here and have any issues. I don't want their teachers or administrators to be in violation of our policy. The exchange program I'm speaking of that's been in existence for quite some time and involves many of our schools, the visits last for 6 weeks. So the policy right now says normally no longer than 2 weeks. I would like to ask that we amend that to 6 weeks.
It is not my recommendation that we do that, and I don't believe that this policy as written restricts it to 2 weeks. It says for a limited period, normally no longer than. I do want to also kind of backtrack a little bit and say to the board, our legal services department is members within it. We strongly encourage foreign travel. We see the value of these exchange programs. We just want to assure that we're meeting our responsibilities in complying with federal and state law to the extent we do. I also want to share with you that Wendy Jacobs in our department, she has lived around the world. Her parents were State Department employees, and so she is very familiar with the values that come with these kinds of programs, but we also understand that when these students come in, they're coming in on a visitor's visa. It is really no particular extensive risk to our district of violating the law. The problem arises that if these students come and their visa is inappropriate, it could become a problem for them to get back into the country, as I understand it, at some later point in time. And we also understand that under our present system that the consulate in the U.S. consulate issues the visas for these students to come to this country. So to the extent that they get a visa, understanding what the program is like, that we are hopeful should be sufficient for those students to be appropriately within this country. And that is what we understand to be occurring. We also understand that the period of time is 4 weeks, is what I was told.
Please, Director Holtzman.
Can we please just take the time out then? Just say for a limited time. And then we are not responsible for that. It's within the hands of the people who issue visas, and it's not our decision.
And I don't know where the 2 weeks came from. I was unable to determine that. That has been in our policy for a lengthy period of time. So I am kind of the bent that it was put in there for the reason, and when I don't know what the reason is, we could state that, and if we find out, I do know that when you're looking at certain circumstances, in my research with immigration lawyers on this particular topic, the law is not clear with respect to how this is done. And we are working with our programs to try to find out, as you said, what we see. We're hoping these schools who are doing these programs will come to us to seek assistance, and that we will find out through working with our risk management department as well how many of these exist. So that should help with the cataloging. If it is up to the board to limit that language, I do think that a limited period of time could mean 1 year, and I don't think that was the intent of my understanding of the status of what amount or period of time could be done. A student could be attending our schools for that amount of time. And so that's why I hesitate to just say it should be a limited period of time. I think that 6 weeks, it's normally 2 weeks, I think 6 weeks. If there are appropriate provisions taken for these students, it in my view, is not a violation of this policy.
So I understand Director Holtzman is just advocating that limited time period, as well as consistent with the requirements of existing law, should be sufficient in terms of our policy. So I would just ask, before we take a motion on that, if there's board directors that would disagree with striking that phrase, normally no longer than 2 weeks. And if not, I would ask for a motion. I'm sorry, Director Long?
I think I would agree with our counselor on this. knowing that there's a lot of legal loophole for somebody who could stay here. Without the necessary visa, who or should be able to enroll into our school district, it probably protect us better with this phase being there.
I would just say that normally no longer than 2 weeks isn't really very directive. That just is kind of an example that I think is somewhat vague anyway, and I don't know that we want to anticipate that, especially when Director Holtzman already knows of a group of people that are coming, they're going to be here for 6 weeks. It just seems like we're ignoring the obvious, and we don't want to put something in the way of that group coming in January. So.
Again, you can disagree with my interpretations, but I agree with our counselor's interpretations of this language. Does not forbidden people that come and stay here, for 6 weeks, but it gives us a more protections in terms of we do not have desire to have people that will be here for a longer term without necessary paperwork that should be enrolled into our school district. Again, that is my personal feelings on this.
Fair enough. I would, at this time, entertain a motion. So there's 2 motions. Either the motion is to approve the policy as written, or a motion to approve the policy with that phrase stricken from the language. So
I'm going to make a motion that we approve the policy as written without the phrase no longer than 2 weeks, normally no longer than 2 weeks. And the reason I feel really strongly about this is because we've been working on this policy for months at this point, and it's still ambiguous to me that we aren't creating obstacles for programs that we already have. And so if I can delete 3 words and make their travel easier and their teachers organizing better, knowing that because I've asked these questions, now they are going to have other things that I fully support, which is reasonable risk management. But those are going to be things that they'll probably need to make some changes in terms of insurance or whatever. So because I've asked a question about a program we didn't know about, I have probably created some obstacles that are reasonable and that need to happen. So I'm not willing to vote for this policy if it says normally no longer than 2 weeks when I know the program lasts for 6.
So Director Holtzman's made a motion for this policy to be approved, stricken the language of normally no longer than 2 weeks. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Graziano. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Pass.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
I will note, because I agree with our counselor's interpretations, and I don't want to second guess of her legal opinions.
I'm sorry, Director Lung, I didn't hear your vote.
I will note, because I
Vote
respect
no.
Our counselor's interpretations, and I don't want to second guess her legal opinions on this matter.
Very good, thank you. Director Meek.
Aye.
Director Reyes, and I. Director Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Okay, that policy passes 6-1. Our next policies are policies that are first readings, and we just need to take a look at the intent of the policy, but I think what's important for us to do as well is to ask the question, who needs to provide us feedback for this policy? And I think Director Holtzman brings up a good point in our previous policy, that it would be helpful if we get very intentional with really exploring groups that need to really give us information. We're very good about putting that out to our stakeholders, our constituents in a general sense, but I think we also want to be intentional. So this next policy is Board File GCO, which deals with evaluation of licensed personnel. And in this policy, the highlights of this policy certainly introduces this notion of an evaluation system. It also notes in terms of performance ratings, as well as making sure that the way that we evaluate teachers is in alignment with state statute. So those are really the main kind of things that this policy offers. And then this policy also then triggers our staff and to really become more cognizant of some detailed methods, if you will, for what evaluation should look like in an operational sense. So I would first of all ask questions about the policy, if there's anything in the wording that you're wondering about, and then I want to get to who should we intentionally seek out to give us feedback about this policy. So are there questions about the wording of this policy? All right, so let's talk about the feedback cycle that we need to before I feel we can actually approve, whether it's second or third or whatever reading, who do we need to hear from before we do that? And so I would just offer right away that I believe we have an evaluation council that is part of our DAC, that they serve that role to be evaluating our mechanism for how we evaluate staff, and they have by law certain criteria that they have to judge that evaluation tool by. So I would suggest, Director Chan-Chishor, I'm looking at you because you're our lone liaison, but I think we would definitely want to get their feedback as soon as possible before we continue on with a second reading or before we consider a second reading. Obviously, employee council, if possible. I think we heard that tonight. We know that they've got a lot on their plate, but certainly I think that that'd be another group that we would want to get their feedback for as well. What else? Anybody other groups that you can think of that we should be seeking intentional feedback from? Director Meek? Oh, I thought you were reaching for your mic.
I guess I'm not sure why we wouldn't reach out to Douglas County Federation of Teachers.
So it's a good question, and I'll entertain answers. I mean, as you know, Director Meek, we don't have a formal relationship with the Federation of Teachers. So I think in some ways that's one of the reasons why we don't necessarily intentionally reach out to that organization. They certainly have the ability, just like anybody else, to provide us feedback through our digital survey that we put out. But I would just throw that out as an immediate reaction, but are there other thoughts that people have regarding that question? Oh, Mrs. Clemish looks like she would like to weigh in.
I do think that we should take it to our administrators as well, because part of the evaluation process and the statutory requirements, I think, require administrative input into the process.
So Mrs. Clemish is offering another group that we should get to, but I also want to make sure we answer Director Meek's question regarding should this be something that is taken to the foundation, or should we be inviting the foundation for their feedback? Dr. Tucker.
The evaluation falls under an administrative duty, an administrative function. And part of that, we have a site group made up of administrators that evaluate the cycle that includes, and Ted, correct me, teachers, and they do provide feedback, correct?
So that's the site focus groups that we've had ongoing, so yes. So Dr. Tucker, you feeling that that would take the place of necessarily going to the DLT with this policy, that you would feel comfortable if site were asked that would cover the requirement to have administrator feedback?
Well, as our counselor said, that is a statutory function that we have to follow. Matt Reynolds, Matt, can you speak a little bit about that for us, please?
So we do have two standing focus groups that we do work with. As you may recall, when we entertain revisions to rubrics based on feedback from staff, we do take it to a site focus group for them to do revisions. They take it to the DAC to get approval, and then it becomes before you all in June. We also have a lead focus group that's specifically administrators for their own evaluation. So that's another group that we certainly could take this through that would have the opportunity to review it. But we can also go to the greater administrative group as well and do a feedback session either at DLT or a level meeting to get their specific feedback on this too.
Okay. So we have site focus group, lead focus group, and evaluation council, whoever serves that responsibility in DAC. And then those are the three groups I'm hearing we want to make sure gets that information to feedback, give us feedback. You're looking confused, Director Chanchor. Am I missing something?
Can you review what the three groups?
So three groups I'm hearing, and Mr. Reynolds, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm hearing that we have a lead focus group, a site focus group, and then we also have a group that actually is a subgroup of DAC that actually looks at or listens to the recommendations of those two focus groups. So those would be the three groups we'd want to have them weigh in on this particular policy.
And currently, the entire DAC serves as the evaluation council.
Okay.
So as a whole unit, they, as a group, they provide recommendations to you all based on their full requirements as an evaluation council.
Very good. All right, that clears that up. Thank you. All right. Any other, so I don't know if you feel like you got what you needed, and if you want to entertain a discussion with the board, but I feel like.
It's late. Honestly, I think the more inclusive we can be when we're trying to work on policies, the better. And I get that it takes time to figure out who all those groups should be, but I would advocate for being as inclusive as possible.
Director Holtzman?
And so just for clarification and for community knowledge, and you may know this, but we do, for every one of our policies, ask for feedback in general. And there's different ways we communicate it out. I'm looking at Ms. Rader. It is late, and I can't recite all the ways we communicate it, but I do know there's a form on the board website, and that we do get a compiled list, usually after the first reading, that Ms. Taylor gives us from everyone that submitted a form or contacted us through DLT or through the many different ways. So there is that, and I agree with you that we want as much feedback as possible. That makes our policies better, so.
Director Lung?
Well, I think it should be left to our superintendents to, if you want to consult any group that you feel is comfortable to. I'm sure Dr.
right.
will try to reach out to as many groups as he could to get the feedback, right?
Yeah, and I appreciate that. Then I'll say this in the most respectful manner. We've talked about policy governance. Evaluation falls on the purview of the superintendent, and we'll follow every avenue possible to get feedback from, again, I think Krista gave some great examples, and obviously Matt, and we'll ensure that teachers are, and all staff members are giving us feedback.
Very good. And I would just, again, just to add a little bit perspective, the board sets policy. And I think we need to be careful that we don't necessarily delegate that responsibility either. So superintendent will have policy that accompanies this policy as well. And so I think we need to also, if there's people that we definitely want to hear from, we need to take the initiative to do that. We shouldn't put that on the superintendent necessarily unless he's our vehicle to help us connect with those groups. So I think we need to recognize there's two parallel policies when it comes to evaluation, that it's not just this one only. There's also a superintendent policy that Dr. Tucker is referring to as well. So what I'm hearing is that certainly Director Chanchor, I don't know if we can start getting, and Mr. Reynolds getting DAC to start, helping get us some feedback. Very good. All right. So if there's nothing else there for the first reading of this policy, let's move on to the next one.
Am I too
Director
late?
Meek?
Did we mention this SAG?
We did not.
I mean, the
mention
young
this.
man earlier tonight was advocating for students to have more of a voice, and it seems like that might be a good stakeholder group.
So Director Lung and I will take that responsibility and give them that information. Thank you. All right, next first reading is GCE, GCF, which is professional staff recruiting and hiring. There's actually two parallel policies again. One is for professional staff, one is for support staff. Just some minor tweaks because professional staff is viewed in a different lens than support staff, especially in terms of recruiting and hiring. So are there questions, though, about GCE, GCF regarding staff recruiting and hiring? All right. And again, I think the hallmark of this policy is just making sure that there's no discrimination. The candidates are selected based on their merit, qualifications, and the needs of the school district. Those are things that I think are things that have been added to this kind of a policy to make sure that we're clear that it's just not about background checks, but there's also more to it in terms of what we consider when we actually hire an individual. The support staff then is the next one, which is policy GDE and GDF. And again, in this policy, what is emphasized certainly again is the clause around discrimination. And again, it parallels to all the other policies that we've been working on to ensure that all groups and of people that we want to make sure have protective status are listed in our statement around no discrimination. Any questions about that particular policy? All right, so that completes our first readings of those policies. Let's move on then to board reports. And Vice President Holtzman, do you have any board reports since you are newly elected?
So, yes, just give me 1 second to get to the next item. I didn't put it in.
You're fine.
Yeah, I think I can just be really brief tonight. I happened to have a RIMSL board meeting this morning and just wanted to let you guys know that we're still working on several projects at RIMSL, and that eventually I think we're going to look at committee assignments.
Yes.
I'll be requesting that if no one has objection, that I could be allowed to continue as their representative for at least another year, just because we have had some challenges lately that we are working on, and I think it would be hard for that board configuration to change at this point. So I would love to continue doing that for the next year. But then in terms of anything else, you heard really a lot of what the LRPC is really focusing on right now, as well as they're always working on the MCP. And I think that's all.
All right, thank you, Vice President Holtzman. I'm going to give you just some quick reminders of dates. Our next work session is actually this Saturday, December 7th in Colorado Springs. We're attending our state conference there, and we are targeting 12 o'clock. I know Director Hansen has some conflict with that, but we'll do everything we can to keep you in the loop. What I have on that work session, just to make sure that you guys are, if there's other things you want to talk about, but one of the things we want to review are our board goals and our legislative priorities. Would be one of the things that we would want to spend some time with. We'd also would like to spend some time with just debriefing the conference. You know, we all have attended breakout sessions by then, and spending some time to talk about whether or not there's some insights that we've gained from our professional development that we've done during that conference time. And that's just continuing to build our relations with our superintendent, so just having some conversation with him as far as some of our priorities for our second semester, and just maybe a quick status check with where we are with our board goals. Anything else for that work session that you're feeling like ought to be on that menu of conversation? All right, and then after that, this is the hard month because we're pretty boom, boom, boom. Yes, Director Lung.
Don't know whether that's a good time to talk about this, but I think we, in the last board retreat, we have not finished defining the role of the board secretary, assistant secretary, treasurer, and assistant treasurer. This is the second time we have those positions. It's probably good to to clearly define.
So what I'd like to do is we will forward to you, Director Holtzman, Director Hanson, Ms. Taylor, and myself have drafted for the Assistant Secretary, so I'd like the board to see that first, so you can respond and react to that. So we will share that with board, and if we have time, we can add that on as a topic as well. Our next board meeting is Thursday, December 12th, and that's a regular board meeting. But that's a Thursday, so just remember that's different than usual. Our agenda planning for the January meetings is December 19th, which is also a Thursday. So that's at 10 o'clock on the 19th on Thursday. I have also, just as a reminder to you, I put out a request for your availability for a special meeting for us to hear an appeal for a student expulsion hearing, and that will be on January 16th at 5 p.m. is the date that was good for all board directors. Director Lung?
I think in the,
January 16th?
Well, regarding to the board agenda planning, I think some of the director expressed interest to participate, but because of the schedule and time, would that be more inclusive if we ask the input of 7 of us and see when would be the best time?
For agenda planning, you're asking?
Correct, so that we could get as many people as possible to be able to participate, finding a time that would work for most of us. That would be my suggestions, that, because before, I don't even know how the day and the time is being decided, and then who make the decisions, I'm not quite clear. But I heard the feedback last time when I went to the agenda planning meeting. I think it's a valid concern, and I would love to be able to find a way so that we can get a time as inclusive as possible.
And I would tell you too, that time really has been set for over a year. And it's purposeful in terms of the sequence that has to happen for us to get agendas out, as well as when we meet with staff. So we have to, so not only do we have to take into account 7 people's preference, we also have to remember that we are working with our superintendent, our legal counsel, that they're having to coordinate their schedules for this as well. So that's why when we set these meetings, we approve these a year in advance. So I'm all for getting feedback about if there's another time that might be better for board directors. I'd be more than glad to hear that feedback, but I would be a little bit resistive because we've set this up with our staff a year in advance, and they already have these things on their calendar, okay? So feedback, I will listen to, and if we can find a different time that is more complimentary for everybody, we will do that. Ms. Clemish, you were questioning the 16th meeting?
Yes, I just wanted to say that we're still waiting to get confirmation from the family with respect to confirming their availability on that date.
Very good. So that we were holding that, so I just want to give that to you as a placeholder, but there's a possibility that we may need to look at something different. Thank you. And then the last thing that I want to just bring your attention to is that our next meeting, we will hear 4 charters who are requesting renewal of their application. Tammy has forwarded to us a very detailed memo with many active links from Danny Windsor. So this is the time to begin looking at that. We don't make a decision about the renewal of the applications until January. So all our Thursday meeting will do is to provide our charters an opportunity to present their request for renewal. But it's pretty comprehensive in terms of all the things that we need to look at and consider. So that email was sent by Tammy on November 15th. So just for a reference point, go back, bring up the memo from Danny, and then everything is actively linked for everything you need to know, including staff's report and staff's recommendation for whether the contract should be renewed or not. So just to give you a heads up about that. And with that, I am finished with my report. We want to move on then to talking about board committees. And we have, as a public commenter noted, I did categorize these differently to really highlight that we have board committees, and then we are invited to participate in staff, district committees, and then there's also external committees that we participate in as well. So I want to go through these. We've identified committees that are open that could use another liaison to attend. And then if there, I know Director Holtzman's already jumped in and said she's willing to hang on to Rumsel, unless there's people that want to arm wrestle her for it. And I would just say she has done a stellar job. It's a labor intensive, it's a whole nother board that she's serving on, so we ought to all be very grateful for her commitment to that. So anyway, let me just begin with board committees. So just DAC, we do have an opening for another liaison. So I'm wondering if there's anyone that would like to fill that opening.
I would love to fill that opening.
Director Meek will be the co-liaison for that. And then we have the Fiscal Oversight Committee, in which Graziano is the sole liaison for. Is there someone that would like to co-liaison?
Well, since I'm a treasurer,
Treasurer Lung will be assisting on that. Then we have the Long Range Planning Committee, which Director Holtzman has been the sole person for that for quite some time, but she would also like to have somebody else just because there's occasions she can't attend. So is there anyone that's feeling strongly that they would like to sit on that committee?
Sign me up. I would be happy to.
Director Meek, Director Graziano, I saw you throwing a hand up there.
Oh, you want to?
Do you want to
That's
arm wrestle,
fine.
or are you guys
No.
good? All right.
Graziano.
So Meek has said she would jump in there, and then if you guys can talk, and if you think differently after you've digested, let us know. We also have the MBOC committee that I think Director Graziano that meets on a quarterly basis, and I believe, and I'm not sure, I think in their bylaws, do they require 2 board liaisons to be part of their bylaws? So that's a quarterly meeting that just oversees how we're spending our MLO and our bond projects. So would there be anyone else that would assist Graziano in sitting on that? Director Chancho Shore? All right. So that takes care of our board committees unless there's some changes that returning directors want to get off of a committee, but I'm not seeing anybody necessarily eagerly saying that, so we'll move on then to district and parent committees. So we have the Foundation for Douglas County Schools that needs a liaison. Is there anyone that would be interested in serving on that?
May I please?
Ms. Director Hanson will do that for us. And then the Douglas County Safety Committee, again, is a staff committee that Ted Knight and Rich Payne coordinate for us, and they meet on a monthly basis, and there is an opening there as well.
David, Director, when are those meetings held? I know they're like during.
They're in the morning typically, and tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Is it 9? 9 o'clock, thank you.
So I have a suggestion, because I can tell that you're interested. So I would also not mind attending, but I would also be your backup. Like if there's it sounds like those meetings are set and they may not be moved to it. So I'm just throwing that out there that if you were traveling or something, I could, yeah. Or you can just have.
Well, I know that it looks like Director Hanson's also may be interested as well, so I don't know if you want to talk about your interest as well. And then the 3 of you guys can kind of see what makes sense. So I'm just going to, for now, put Hanson, Holtzman, Graziano question mark there, and let you guys. So who can attend tomorrow morning? Maybe that's how we break this tie.
I have it on my calendar.
So Director Hanson can attend tomorrow morning, so she gets the first shift. And then if you guys, and again, I think it's important that all directors know that we can always attend any of these committees, but this is just a regular person that will be our pipeline for information. Sorry, Director Holtzman?
If we do attend, we don't need to do special notice because these meetings are already publicly noticed, just for clarification.
It's a good question. I think for safety concern, for us to make sure, if there are 3 or more of us, we always like to notice regardless of the meeting. And so that's a good point of clarification. So if there's someone that believes they're going to be here as a third director, we need to give Tammy at least a 24-hour advance notice to notice the meeting, that there could be 3 or more. All right? All right, that takes care of district committees. Actually, Director Lung, I think we had a public commenter ask about parent and family engagement, of which we made you a liaison, but I think there was a question, is that a physical committee that is ongoing? And
Well, our communication director, Stacey Rader, she's actually the parent and engagement committee of one.
liaison. Yeah, she's by statute, it's
Right.
a requirement that we have a liaison.
So I think I would need to talk to her and see whether she has any incarnations of forming a committee. So I guess we can check.
Okay, so a future item might be for you guys to discuss whether or not there needs to be an advisory group around parent engagement, which was a suggestion, doesn't mean we have to, but I know that you're a liaison for something. I guess that's to assist Stacy. So we'll look forward to a future thought after that, after you guys have had a chance to talk. So that takes care of our district committees, and then we have what we call external committees. They're external groups that also tend to influence us in terms of thinking. So the first one that's open is our Douglas County Youth Initiative that Director Vogel had served in. And they do some really cool things, from recognizing students that have overcome obstacles to kind of being that network for mental health outside of our district for youth. I'm sorry, Director Graziano?
Yeah, I could do that. In fact, my daughter's involved in that, so yeah.
Is she involved in that? Okay, all right. I know Director Meek, you also were signaling that you might be interested as well, so.
I can be backup. Yeah, that sounds great.
So kind of, we'll put 2 of you on that. I don't think there's a problem with both of you attending or serving as backup, so we will put both of you on there. And so I think that takes care of our committees. Are there other questions regarding our committees or assignments? All right. Any further information from board directors regarding board committees? Director Chancho Shore?
Remember, next Tuesday is the DAC meeting social that the board is invited to. I believe it starts at 6:30 next Tuesday, and it would be wonderful if people can attend. I cannot be there, I'll be out of town.
And again, Director Chancho Shore, give us the exact date?
The
14th?
10th,
The 10th?
December 10th at 6:30.
12:10 at 6:30. Are there other board directors who are planning to attend that evening? Gone. Director Meek will be there. It's on my calendar. And Director Chanchor, on that note, I know we haven't really talked too much about the intent of that social, but will there be time for actual work to be done because of the things that we've suggested tonight?
No, the agenda was already planned and it's already been sent out, so it won't be,
Okay.
this new policy won't be on that agenda. Matt, did you have something to add? I think we would put it on the next agenda, which is in January.
Okay. So that helps me know when we plan that second reading, if you guys won't see it until January. All right, thank you. And then I think I don't know if we've had a proper discussion about our board committees and how we want them to interact and link together. I know that DAC has kind of been taking the first step to do that. Director Chanchashore?
Well, the meeting on Tuesday, I believe that was an invitation to FOC and LRPC, just social invitation to be able to see volunteers. But I did notice that I think it was either the FOC or the LRPC, where I was reading the minutes and the agenda, they had a report about DAC on the agenda. So apparently there's already some of that conversation. When I looked at the minutes and the agendas, it was on either FOC or LRPC.
So one of the things that past practice is the vice president helps kind of oversee our committees in terms of just making sure that they remain focused on the priorities that this board has set. As you remember, we approved priorities, but also if there's a need for those committees to have networking time, we pretty much have put that on the vice president's responsibility to do. So, so to all of you that are liaisons to committees, if as we move forward, if there's going to be something different than their prioritized responsibilities, I think we need to run that through Director Holtzman, just so that she can kind of be that oversight to make sure that we're not having committees necessarily out there doing something that's different than what tasks we've actually commissioned them to do. So does that make sense for those of you? Because I'm a little concerned that we're that our committees are running a little bit too independent at times without coming back to the reason why they're a committee of the board. So I just want us to kind of rein that in a little bit with communication.
Yeah, I think I believe it's on the LRPC agenda for the next meeting.
Okay, to discuss the,
It had somebody's name in it. It's listed DAC report.
okay. Director Holtzman?
So I am not aware of that, and I was at agenda planning, so I need to pull that up, and I don't remember, and I think, yeah, Mr. Cosgrove doesn't recall that either. We don't, in my recollection, ever do that. And just, I kind of wanted to point out for our new board members, you may already know this, but we did meet, and I think you do know this probably, but we met with our committees earlier on in the year, maybe July or August, and at that point, we set the priorities for them. So they already have that, and it's in a board resolution, I believe, what their tasks are for this year. So anything beyond that, I guess, would be the only question you would need to, get consent of the whole board. So I would just see myself as a facilitator to get that consensus.
All right, any other discussions about committees? All right, I know we've run an hour and a half late. I'll take some responsibility, but I will give the responsibility to many of you as well. Right. So I will take, we will skip meeting evaluation for now and move straight to adjournment. So is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Motion made by Graziano.
Second.
Seconded by Director Meek. And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.